Dragon Who Controls Time. Author, Tangsong Yuanming Qing. Summary. The northern ice fields had no boundaries. The winter wolves hid within the snow, the frost tigers growled incessantly, and the roars of giants echoed throughout the land. Many species struggled to survive in the icefield. At the same time, a baby white dragon possessing the power of time broke out of its egg and opened its platinum-colored eyes. Years later, the legendary time dragon appeared, moving freely between the endless past, present, and future. Chapter 1. Reincarnated as a Dragon. At night, Yang Jian was reading a novel. He was lying on the bed, leaning on the pillow with his phone still charging. Suddenly, the surroundings dimmed and his vision immediately fell into endless darkness. When he woke up in the darkness, Yang Jian's mind was almost blank. After opening his eyes with some difficulty, he discovered that his vision was very blurry. He saw that everything around him was covered in chaotic shadows, and there seemed to be noisy and miserable sounds from time to time. Am I dreaming? Yang Jian suddenly shook his head and his consciousness gradually became clear. Before Yang Jian could understand and observe his surroundings, the large white split image in his vision fused together and gradually gathered into a shape that made him tremble in fear and almost jump. This was a cold and white ferocious beast. On its back was a pair of enlarged bat wings with visible fascia. It looked tough and powerful. The white scales on the surface of its body that resembled ice crystals were very smooth and beautiful, reflecting a sheen of sparkling light. Apart from that, these scales were arranged tightly and orderly, layer by layer, without any gaps. It looked to have a powerful defense. In Yang Jian's eyes, it was very huge. Just by lying on the ground lazily, it was like a thick building. The pressure assaulted Yang Jian, causing him to forget to breathe. The white beast stared at him with its cold vertical pupils, as if waiting for something. At the same time, Yang Jian's body trembled, and then he was stunned, his eyes blank. At this moment, a large wave of memories surged into Yang Jian's mind and fused with his own. This memory flow was very majestic and contained all kinds of knowledge that Yang Jian found unbelievable. The sensation came and went quickly. In just a few seconds, Yang Jian returned to his senses. Dragon inheritance, I've turned into a white dragon, the white beast in front of me is my white dragon mother. The large amount of knowledge and information he had just received made Yang Jian understand his situation. At the same time, the white dragon mother's vertical pupils stared at this baby dragon that had just broken out of its shell and felt a little puzzled. The white dragon was the smallest existence among all the dragons. Baby dragons that had just been born were usually only the size of adult wolfhounds, and they were even slightly smaller. However, this baby dragon of hers was the size of an ordinary lion or tiger after breaking out of its shell. It was relatively large, and the muscles contained under its scales were much stronger than ordinary baby dragons. This appearance could usually only be reached a few weeks later. In addition, unlike ordinary young white dragons, although the scales on the surface of Yang Jian's body could reflect light in a large area, similar to pure white ice armor that was like a mirror, there were some fine black scales on his neck that were incompatible with the entire body. This circle of black scales formed a round ring. It looked indescribably charming. Could it be that he had become a brainless dragon beast? At this moment, the white dragon mother was already impatient. Frosty air sprayed out of her nose and landed on the ground, condensing into a translucent ice crystal. She stared at Yang Jian coldly, and a dangerous gaze gradually appeared in her light yellow dragon eyes. Opposite him, Yang Jian was immediately shocked. A series of cadenced syllables quickly came out of his mouth, Garen Aurelia Wallabel, Gosler Digasol. This was his true dragon name. Being able to say its true name after it was born meant that this new baby dragon had obtained the dragon's inheritance. It did not become a brainless dragon beast driven by its instincts and did not have to be expelled or killed by its biological mother. It could have a relatively safe period of growth. Although he looked a little strange, since Yang Jian had said his true name, it meant that he was indeed a true dragon. The danger in the white dragon mother's eyes gradually dissipated. She closed her eyes and fell asleep lazily. After saying his true name, Yang Jian tried his best to shake his head, and there was an obvious hunger in his stomach. Turning around to look at the shattered eggshell beside him, Yang Jian lowered his head and ate the pieces mouthful by mouthful. It tastes good, it's cold and a little like chocolate. The eggshell of a dragon contained many nutrients they needed and inorganic things that could accelerate the growth of bone scales. It was the first meal of a baby dragon after it was born. After Yang Jian discovered that it tasted good, he shook his head and bit on the chocolate-flavored eggshell lifted by his tail. After eating, the baby dragon carefully sorted out his memories and secretly sized up the white dragon mother lying not far away from him. No matter how many times he looked at her, he was shocked by this ferocious and beautiful beast. His body was even smaller than the white dragon mother's head. The white dragon mother is still considered small compared to other dragons. Yang Jian thought silently. At the same time, he saw his appearance through the refraction of the light on the white dragon mother's scales. In the middle of his eyes was not the light yellow color of the white dragon mother, but a pair of resplendent platinum dragon eyes. They were bright and dazzling. If it was in a group of dragons, it would undoubtedly belong to the most beautiful child. There were many different colors in the eyes of dragons. They were pitch black, slightly yellow, brown, blue, dark purple, and so on. However, platinum was quite rare. In addition, the limbs under Garen were thick and muscular. Due to the fact that he had just been born, the white scales were even smoother and more translucent than the ones on the white dragon mother's body. There were no rough traces at all, and they were reflecting light like a mirror. The pair of dragon wings on his back was wide, and the fascia was as tough as a sail. The wingspan was slightly longer than his body. The ratio of the height of his standing body and body length was about 1:6. His entire body was relatively long and muscular. At the same time, Yang Jian saw the thin ring of black scales on his neck. I was born with my own black necklace. It looks quite good. Yang Jian was stunned and did not think too much about it. After all, there were all kinds of dragons in the forest. When they were born, some mutations would occasionally happen. It was only a circle of strange black scales, so it was not a huge mutation. This kind of mutated dragon was recorded in the dragon's inheritance. They were called mutated dragons. Mutated dragons were mostly much weaker than ordinary dragons, but occasionally, they would mutate into abnormally powerful individuals. I hope my mutation is positive, Yang Jian thought. After seeing his appearance clearly, Yang Jian lowered his head and stared at the sharp and cold upper dragon claws. He repeated his long true name in his mind. The name Yang Jian will disappear with the past. In the future, I'll be Garen, a white dragon called Garen. At this moment, Garen's mood was relatively complicated. On the one hand, he was a little uneasy because he had arrived in a brand new world. On the other hand, he was excited because he had seen a beautiful corner of this world from the dragon's inheritance. Dragon, undead, giant, elf, spellcaster, elemental, demon, abyss, god. I'll take it as it comes. Garen took a deep breath and closed his eyes. When he slowly opened them again, his mind had already calmed down greatly. Being able to reincarnate as a dragon and not pitiful a low-level monster like a slime or goblin was actually already very lucky. Crack, 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 some subtle cracking sounds attracted Garen's attention. He turned around and discovered that the sound was coming from the complete dragon egg beside him. He saw the dragon egg the size of a millstone sway slightly. At the same time, cracks appeared on it and quickly expanded. The baby dragon inside struggled very hard. A few seconds later, it finally broke out of its shell. Unlike Garen, who had been stunned on the spot for a long time, as soon as this new baby dragon came into contact with the outside world, it let out a childish dragon roar and said its true name. Hill, Rose, Vanessa, Rebecca. Hill's voice was young and soft, giving Garen the feeling of a loli. Chapter 2. Discovered beautiful eyes. Hill was only half the size of Garen. Her figure was not as strong and muscular as his. Her body was more beautiful in an assembly line. The scales on the surface of her body seemed to be relatively white and soft. Her dragon tail was round and long, and the various proportions from the root to the tip of her tail were close to perfection. It was a very beautiful little female dragon. In addition, according to the records of the dragon's inheritance, there was no reproductive barrier between dragons and creatures of other races, as well as dragons. Moreover, there was no saying that close relatives could not become partners. The moment this thought appeared, Garen's heart suddenly tightened, scaring him. Due to the fact that he had received the inheritance of the dragon, other than his original human mindset, his aesthetic senses also mixed with the dragon's preference and had a unique view of the various biological races. Regarding the aesthetics of dragons, Garen's evaluation was that he had a pair of abnormal eyes that could discover beauty. The effect was powerful enough to see beauty in any species of life, even slimes. There were countless creatures with dragon blood in this world. The unique aesthetics of dragons and the powerful reproductive ability without racial barriers made an outstanding contribution to increasing the diversity of species. In the aesthetics of dragons, the dragon's sister, Hill, was indeed a beautiful female dragon who attracted the attention of dragons. In fact, the current Garen could not tell if Yang Jian, as a human, had obtained a dragon body or if the white dragon called Garen had accidentally devoured a human soul. However, no matter what, the adaptive Garen quickly accepted his dragon identity. Due to the impact of the huge content of the dragon inheritance for thousands of years, his former human mentality was gradually blurring. After saying his true name, Hill looked at her dragon brother who had been staring at her. A few seconds later, she swung her long and exquisite dragon tail and retracted her gaze. Her back was facing Garen as she chewed on her eggshell. I wonder what her egg tastes like. Is it the same as mine? Seeing that Hill was eating very attentively, Garen quietly approached and looked straight ahead. Then, his dragon tail swept over a few eggshell fragments that were scattered around and immediately stuffed them into his mouth. Crack, 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 it smelled like cream. It was soft and sweet like ice cream, and it had a similar smell to Hill. Not bad, not bad. Garen, who was eating happily, was thinking about whether to steal more when he suddenly heard heavy breathing. When he turned around, he saw the sinister huge dragon head of the White Dragon Mother. Clearly, although Hill did not see it, Garen's actions were discovered by the White Dragon Mother. However, the White Dragon Mother only silently stared at Garen and did not have any intention of stopping him. Instead, she looked at him with an inexplicable gaze and observed his next actions. Among all the dragon races, the White Dragon might be the least concerned about the baby dragon. Other types of dragons, although they were cruel, cunning, selfish, and indifferent to family relationships, would at least pay attention to the situation of the baby dragon and more or less give it some attention, food, and protection so that it would not easily die. This was because the responsibility of taking care of the cubs was also engraved in the inheritance of the dragon. It was also the request of the evil dragon god, Tiamat, to the five-colored dragon. No matter how powerful a race was, if they completely ignored their descendants, they would not be far from extinction. As one of the top creatures in the many dimensions, the dragon race naturally did not have this flaw. However, the white dragon was different. Most of the time, the white dragon gave birth not because it had to shoulder the responsibility of reproducing, but only because it wanted to have fun and pursue the instinctive pleasure of reproducing. It only gave birth to baby dragons as a result. In particular, Garen's White Dragon Mother was a young dragon in her 90s. There was still some time before she officially became an adult. She was not prepared to take care of children. This was the first time the White Dragon Mother had given birth. On the one hand, she was still young, and on the other hand, it was the first time she was a mother. She had no experience to speak of. In Garen's opinion, his White Dragon Mother was too young. Although the scales on her body were a little rough, most of them were still smooth and reflective. When a young white dragon was just born, the white scales on its body would completely reflect light like a mirror. As it grew older, they would become rougher and thicker. However, Garen, who could not guess the White Dragon Mother's thoughts, could only smile awkwardly under her faint gaze. Then, he took out the last eggshell fragment that he had not swallowed. Come and read on our website Wuxia World site. Thanks. After poking the ignorant Hill, Garen returned this eggshell fragment to her with a pained expression. Hill thought that this was a fragment of Garen's eggshell. She tilted her head and glanced at her dragon brother before swallowing it without holding back. Without even thanking him, she turned around and continued to eat her eggshell. With the generally selfish mentality of the white dragon, Hill probably felt that Garen's act of giving the eggshell was very stupid. Even if Garen was nearly twice her size, it still could not stop Hill's disdain. At the same time, Garen felt that his hunger had not disappeared. The growth of dragons was extremely fast. The moment they were born, their bodies would fall into a growth state that desired all nutrition. Young dragons could even eat food that was several times their size. Under normal circumstances, when a baby dragon was born, the mother would prepare some prey for it to eat. Clearly, the white dragon mother was not competent and did not prepare anything for the cubs. The substance contained in the eggshell was not enough to satisfy a baby dragon with a shocking appetite. In particular, Garen, who was much larger than ordinary young white dragons. He was very hungry and the urge to eat soil gradually assaulted him. Dragons could eat almost anything. They had a stomach that could be said to be the furnace of everything. Meat, plants, metals, minerals, magical items, dragons could consume almost any substance. Their digestive system was so powerful that it was hair-raising. However, the taste of many substances was not delicious to dragons. Soil and rocks were also one of the foods that dragons could eat. They could also provide inorganic objects that could speed up the growth of scales and bones. Many baby dragons would eat soil when they were very hungry. However, dragons would usually rather starve than eat soil because they could not bear the shame. Arrogant dragons would never surrender to mild hunger. Crack. Due to hunger, Garen acted. He lowered his head and bit the flat ground. After biting down, he felt his dragon teeth ache, and only a shallow white mark was left on the ground. I can't bite through it. Sigh, it's really difficult to live like a dragon. Unlike the soft soil in the forest or wetland, Garen's birthplace was an endless ice plain. The nest he was in was completely in the shape of a winding snake. The surrounding walls and top were filled with mirror-like ice crystals. It did not seem to be formed naturally. There was a high chance that it was deliberately created by the white dragon mother with frost. Many white dragons liked such a nest. Even the ground of the nest was covered in a layer of ice crystals. The white dragon loved to build nests with ice crystals. The special structure of the white dragon's claws also had an anti-slip function. Due to the low temperature of the icefield, which was at -10 degrees Celsius for a long time, and the influence of the cold air emitted by the white dragon mother's body, these ice crystals were very hard, as if they had been protected by a spell. The hardness was similar to steel, and their durability was even better. When Garen grew up, he would definitely be able to bite it, but not now. The poor baby dragon could not even eat ice to satisfy its hunger, and its dragon teeth were hurt. Life is not easy, the baby dragon sighed. Garen bared his sore teeth. Then his eyelids drooped as he looked at the white dragon mother in a pitiful posture. He opened his mouth, stretched out his dragon claw, and pointed at the empty dragon mouth. "Give me something to eat, my cute and generous white dragon mother." This was what Garen thought. The structure of the baby dragon's vocal cords was relatively fragile, and it was not enough for Garen to speak the complete dragon language or the common language of the continent. Saying that extremely long true name already made his throat feel a little uncomfortable. It would take about 2 to 3 weeks before the baby dragon could speak normally and clearly. At the same time, Garen's obvious actions were useless. Not only did he not see any reaction, but the white dragon mother even looked at him like he was a fool. Chapter 3. Audacious Baby Dragon. Garen slowly moved his feet and approached the white dragon mother, trying to rub her head and act cute. For food, he would risk his life. He would use all his coquettishness. When he was still a human, the cats raised by Garen's family were like this. Usually, no matter how noisy they were, when they were hungry, they would put on a pitiful appearance and rub the back of his hand or pants. Then, Garen would be unable to resist giving them food and water. Garen hoped that this move would also work on the white dragon mother. However, perhaps just as most humans only felt that other creatures' cubs were cute and their own cubs were ugly, the white dragon mother looked at the stupid and cute baby dragon with a calm reaction. Her gaze was sharp and cold. She did not speak and only stared at Garen silently. It made him shiver, and he immediately did not dare to approach. The kinship between evil dragons is no different from nothing. Resentfully pretending that nothing had happened, Garen looked at the other 4 dragon eggs that were still intact. These eggshells were also swaying slightly, and fine cracks spread on the surface. The baby dragons inside were moving her body, wanting to break out of their shells. However, it seemed that this would still take some time. He did not know how many dragon brothers and sisters would be born in the end. Dragons could give birth to about 2 to 6 dragons at a time. The white dragon mother had given birth to 6 this time and was considered outstanding among dragons. The most common number of dragon eggs should be 3 or 4. About 90% of the dragon mothers were in this category. Including the similarly rare ones who had 2 eggs, dragons like the white dragon mother amounted to about 5%. When the other siblings are born, it shouldn't be too much for me to snatch some eggshells. The size of those eggs could only reach Garen's chest. The ones inside were probably all normal baby dragons. Garen lowered his head to look at his clearly much stronger and taller dragon body. He immediately became arrogant and felt that he could fight for alone. He subconsciously licked the corner of his mouth. Garen leaned against the wall and looked straight ahead as he secretly moved towards the dragon egg. The white dragon mother was still staring at him, so Garen had no choice but to hide his thoughts. However, he did not believe that the white dragon mother could stare at him without blinking. Even if he was discovered, perhaps the white dragon mother would still not stop him. After all, it was fine to steal Hill's eggshell. However, because he did not know her bottom line, Garen returned the smallest eggshell fragment. As soon as this thought appeared, the ground of the nest covered in hard ice crystals shook slightly. Garen turned around and saw that the white dragon mother had moved her body as if she was stretching her muscles and bones. She glanced at the other dragon eggs that were swaying slightly. There was no emotion in the pale yellow dragon pupils. This was not the first time Garen had seen this gaze. Even if the white dragon's intelligence was only at the bottom of the dragon race and its thinking method was closer to that of a beast hunter, compared to other races, the white dragon's intelligence was still not low. However, they preferred using their instincts to think. The white dragon mother, who was about to become an adult, definitely had intelligence that surpassed ordinary humans. She probably could not be bothered to pay attention to her cubs. Next, the white dragon mother slowly stood up. The shadow of her body immediately enveloped Garen, and the pressure brought about by her huge body assaulted him. It made Garen feel a little suffocated. Come and read on our website Wuxia World site. Thanks. After stretching her wings, the white dragon mother walked to the entrance of the nest with her heavy and huge body. She looked back and turned around. With a flap of her dragon wings, her huge figure disappeared into the snow outside the nest. Garen slowly moved his feet towards the entrance of the nest. After approaching, he focused his gaze outside the nest. The scene in front of him immediately made Garen gasp. Pristine snowflakes fell from the sky and landed on the ground that was already covered in snow. Whistling, a cold wind that was almost visible to the naked eye shuttled through the faint cracks of the glacier. The sobbing sounds resounded in this vast world that seemed to be formed by ice, snow, cold wind, and crystals. In the distance, the winter wolf that Garen could not see clearly was lying low in the snow, leaving claw marks. In the blink of an eye, it was covered by the snow. The frost tiger lay in ambush in the snow, only revealing a pair of dim and wild eyes as it patiently waited for its prey to approach. In this extremely cold world covered in silver, there were still a large number of tenacious creatures trying their best to survive. It intertwined into a beautiful painting of freedom. This was a scene that Garen had never seen before. He could not explain his current mood, but he was greatly shocked. Collecting his thoughts, Garen raised his dragon head and looked over. In the distance was a huge mountain range that seemed to have no end. It was as thick as a dragon's spine and was covered in snow, as if it was still reflecting a crystal-clear faint light. From east to south, it stretched for thousands of kilometers. It was composed of countless mountains and valleys, as if it was a barrier created by nature, separating the northern ice fields from the Warwick Duchy that belonged to humans over there. Northern ice fields, cold desolate desert. Due to the existence and uniqueness of the dragon inheritance, to a certain extent, dragons were creatures that were born into the world with knowledge. Garen only looked down from the steep cliff nest and the name of the area he was in appeared in his mind. Dragons could become one of the top creatures in many planes. Apart from their strong bodies, sharp claws, and powerful spell abilities, the dragon's inheritance that allowed them to be born into the world with knowledge was also crucial. The white dragon mother's nest was built on the cliff of an ice mountain, more than 500 meters away from the ground. After taking a deep breath of the cold air from 100 meters above, Garen stuck his head out and looked down. Through the dense snow, Garen only saw layers of thick white snow quietly rising. Recently, it had always been snowing heavily. The entire northern ice fields was covered in snow, and the true appearance of the ice plain could not be seen. He flapped his wide dragon wings slightly. He had a feeling that he might be able to land safely from 500 meters in the air. Without really trying to fly out of the nest, Garen slowly returned. Without the existence of the white dragon mother to attract his attention, Garen's gaze was immediately attracted by the object that was emitting various lights in the deepest part of the nest. Looking carefully, there were piles of excellent weapons, armor, scrolls, and all kinds of glowing gems. Crystal, agate, jade, diamond, most of them were ordinary gems, but many were surging with magic power. Diamonds were the most common. The white dragon liked to collect diamonds the most because the light reflected by the dazzling diamonds could make the nest filled with mirror-like ice crystals shine. Garen's platinum dragon eyes were shining, and for a moment, he was a little dazzled. He had also inherited the love and greed of dragons for treasures. Moreover, as a human in his previous life, Garen's greatest hobby was to watch his savings increase bit by bit. The greed of 2 lifetimes overlapped and erupted with shocking power at this moment. Garen subconsciously swallowed his saliva. His mind began to race as he boldly thought of how to turn the gems in front of him into his own. Chapter 4. Dragon Life in Danger. There are so many gems. I'll take one and the smallest one that's the least easily discovered. At this moment, Garen had already thrown away the thought of snatching his brother and sister's eggshell. The benefits of swallowing a gem were even more attractive than those eggshells. The energy contained in the magic gem could allow a baby dragon to grow faster and pass the baby dragon stage that was easy to die young. Even ordinary gems had components that helped the growth of the baby dragon's scale bones. The white dragon mother naturally knew, but the dragon's selfish nature and obsession with treasures determined that it was impossible for her to share her gems with the baby dragons. Under normal circumstances, although baby dragons loved treasures, they did not dare to have any designs on their mother's assets. It was not because of respect and filial piety, but because the difference between the two sides was too great and it was extremely easy to be discovered. If they were discovered, they might be beaten up. When the baby dragon grew to the age of a young dragon and its physique was strong enough, and it had a strong desire to collect treasures and territory, in order to ensure that the increasingly strong baby dragon would not pay attention to it, the dragon mother would bluntly chase them away. Garen's thoughts were already very firm. The period where dragons were most likely to die was the baby dragon stage. It was also because the dragon mother was not very responsible and the baby dragon was relatively weak. In order to pass the baby dragon stage as soon as possible, Garen thought of consuming gemstones. As the weakest young white dragon, he did not have any golden finger or system to accompany him. If he did not dare to take any risks, Garen felt that he might not be able to live until he became an adult. The probability of a young white dragon dying was too high. A weak dragon was a dead dragon. A dragon would not grow fat without gems. Bold dragons were well fed while cowardly dragons starved to death. Soon, Garen patted his dragon claw and thought of a feasible plan. He immediately ran to the entrance of the nest and observed it. There was still no sign of the white dragon mother in the snow. It seemed that she would at least need some time to return. Returning to the depths of the nest, the dragon sister, Hill, had already finished eating the eggshell. Her curvy dragon body squatted on the ground like a wolfhound. The dragon head with a smooth mask swayed with Garen's movements. It was obvious that it was staring at him curiously. In the nest, there were only the two dragons, Hill and Garen, and those gently swaying dragon eggs. The dragon eggs were boring, and she had nothing to see other than Garen. Garen knew that if Hill saw him taking the white dragon mother's magic gem, she would definitely not hesitate to tell on him when the mother returned and watch contentedly as he was expelled from the nest. My dragon life's first challenge. Borrow a gem from the white dragon mother's treasure vault. The first test is how to successfully shake off the witness. Garen's platinum dragon eyes narrowed slightly, and an unknown light flickered in them. Due to her outstanding intuition, Hill seemed to have sensed the malice aimed at her and swayed her long tail uneasily. Garen grinned at Hill and tried his best to appear friendly. However, the young and sharp dragon teeth in his mouth made him look a little cute and fierce. Under the gaze of Hill's wary dragon eyes, Garen slowly walked forward. He was as large as a lion as soon as he was born, much larger than Hill, and extremely oppressive. This malicious approach immediately made Hill retreat. Come and read on our website Wuxia World site. Thanks. Like a girl being forced by a delinquent, the female dragon, Hill, quickly retreated and leaned against the reflective ice wall. She shook her small dragon head in anger and roared at Garen, putting on a warning and threatening posture, revealing a mouthful of young white dragon teeth. The intelligence of the young white dragons was generally not high, and they were the lowest among the dragons who were also evil dragons. Even with the inheritance of the dragon, they still acted instinctively like wild beasts most of the time. As it grew older, the intelligence of the white dragon would slowly increase. When it was young, it would be similar to ordinary humans. Moreover, most adult white dragons could already use spells and had high intelligence to become mages. However, the current Hill was still in the stupid stage and was easily deceived. Don't blink, I will show you a treasure. Garen shook his tightly clenched dragon claws and slowly stretched out. His actions were obvious and immediately attracted Hill's attention. Just as Garen expected, Hill lowered her head and focused her gaze on Garen's dragon claw. Immediately after, with lightning speed, the dragon head with layers of armor suddenly leaned back. Its neck swung like a fully drawn bow, and then it suddenly smashed down. In an instant, the hard bone armor collided. Dwang! A crisp and powerful sound sounded in the nest. Thanks to the ice crystal wall with excellent reflexes, the sound of the bang sounded almost like an empty valley. The lingering sound lingered for a long time. The slightly swaying dragon eggs seemed to have been stimulated and shook even more intensely. The time needed to break out of the shell became slightly earlier. Opposite him, the dragon sister, Hill, did not say a word. Her limbs immediately went soft, her eyes rolled back, and she lay on the ground. She was knocked out by Garen's dragon head hammer. The life force of a dragon was extremely tenacious. With just a hammer strike, he did not have to worry about the safety of his dragon sister. Garen controlled his strength, and she would be unconscious for half an hour at most. Hill, dragons are sinister. You can't be deceived so easily in the future. With a thoughtful expression, Garen spoke sincerely to the unconscious Hill. He did not feel guilty for hurting his little dragon sister continuously. Immediately after, Garen excitedly rubbed his dragon claws and quickly ran into the depths of the nest filled with treasures. I've successfully passed the first obstacle. This is the second obstacle. How to make it difficult for the white dragon mother to discover the theft of the treasure. Garen raised his head and looked at the various treasures that could bury him. The evil color was reflected in his platinum dragon eyes. He took a deep breath as his mind raced. The memory of dragons was very developed. Even ancient dragons who had lived for 1,000 years could clearly remember the monsters they had hunted when they were young, the sky that they had flown through, the forest they had stepped through, the soil and rocks they had chewed, everything was clearly recorded. It was a terrifying amount of memories that could not be forgotten. With this memory and their greedy obsession with treasures, dragons would remember the number of treasures they had. Even if the most inconspicuous one was missing, they would still discover the abnormality. In summary, Garen thought carefully. If he did not want to endure the white dragon mother's anger, he had to satisfy a few conditions if he wanted to deceive her. Firstly, the gem targeted had to be isolated and at the bottom. It could not be placed with other gems, or else there was a high chance that a chain reaction would happen. Secondly, he needed a substitute that looked the same to replace the gap after the gem was taken away. An isolated gem at the bottom. Garen's pupils moved as his gaze wandered among the treasures and quickly locked onto his target. It was a diamond-shaped white crystal located at the left edge of the treasure mountain. It was the size of a baby's fist, and Garen felt a strong desire for it. Chapter 5. Illusory River. If it was a magic gem, he needed a substitute with the same magic power. Garen slowly walked towards this diamond-shaped white crystal and did not act rashly for the time being. Garen chose it not only because he was attracted, but also because of the ice-type magic power contained in it. Every breath the dragon took would absorb the elemental energy in the world. Most of the elemental energy would wash through the dragon's body and dissipate, promoting the growth of the dragon's scales and flesh. However, there would still be some remaining stored in their bodies that could react with some unique substances in the dragon's body and be spat out as a killing weapon when needed, which was the dragon breath. Therefore, the dragon breath was not a pure spell ability or spell-like ability. Ordinary spell resistance could not be effective on the dragon breath, and it was a powerful attack method that was very difficult to counterattack. Not to mention those good dragons and gem dragons, the other dragons that belonged to the same evil dragon faction as the white dragon were ranked in the order of average strength of the races: red dragon, blue dragon, green dragon, and black dragon. Their breaths were fire, lightning, poisonous fog, and acid, respectively. These 4 dragon species lived in volcanoes, sand seas, forests, and abysses. The white dragon living in the ice plain was the last. It was ranked at the bottom and was also the dragon that had granted the title of Dragon Slayer to adventurers the most. The white dragon's breath was an ice-type magic condensation. Frost dragon breath, ice dragon breath, or snow dragon breath. Different places would have different names according to different habits, but the meaning was the same. Garen paced on the spot and frowned. The curved dragon skin above the dragon eyes was the dragon eyebrows. Use the breath to spit out an ice crystal that's identical to the white crystal. At the same time, I have to adjust the density of my magic power to prevent the white dragon mother from discovering any clues. These did not seem to be things that a baby dragon could do. I can only take an ordinary gem without magic power. Garen was a little unwilling. Then, his gaze was firm as he opened his dragon mouth. Just like how fish were born to swim, as long as he instinctively controlled it, Garen successfully spat out a frost dragon breath. How will I know if I don't try? Even if I don't succeed now, there will always be a chance in the future. If she knew that Garen was so concerned about her treasures, the white dragon mother would definitely curse at him for being unfilial. I'll treat it as accumulating experience and practicing. That was what she thought, but as the baby dragons grew older, the white dragon mother's guard would only grow deeper. Therefore, Garen still hoped to succeed this time. Garen took a deep breath and stretched out his dragon claw, spitting out frost. Then, by adjusting the rhythm of his breathing, the degree of opening and closing of his dragon mouth, the amount of magic power he sent out, and other methods, he controlled the frost to condense into the shape he wanted. Because the white dragon mother would return at any time, Garen's mind quickly spun until it was almost smoking. Under such circumstances, Garen was pleasantly surprised to discover that he seemed to have an abnormal talent in subtle control of magic power, far surpassing the talent of an ordinary dragon. Under his control, the magic energy that should have been wild was surprisingly obedient and tamed. This was originally thought to be the most difficult challenge, but it was not as difficult as Garen had thought. His technique quickly improved. The frost in his mouth was concentrated in an area. From the initial irregular ice crystals to the decent rhombus shape, it only took a few minutes. So I'm a little genius. Garen stopped his actions and took a deep breath as he studied the diamond-shaped ice crystal in his claw. It already looked the same as the white crystal, but the degree of penetration was slightly inferior. At first glance, it was the same, but if one looked carefully, one would discover the difference. The dragon claw crushed it forcefully. Garen opened his mouth and ate it, unwilling to waste it. He ran to the entrance of the nest and looked out. There was still no sign of the white dragon mother anywhere. Garen was at the entrance of the nest. From time to time, he would look out and slowly adjust the transparency of the ice crystal. During this period, the dragon's sister, Hill, moved her tail and showed signs of waking up. Garen went over and swung the dragon hammer again, causing Hill's eyes to roll back and faint. A few minutes later, Garen looked at the diamond-shaped transparent ice crystal at the tip of the claw with a satisfied expression. Come and read on our website Wuxia World site. Thanks. He looked out of the nest and immediately ran into the depths. He carefully pinched the magic crystal with his 2 dragon claws. Throughout the entire process, Garen held his breath in case he touched other gems. If the accumulated treasures were messed up, the white dragon mother would definitely check carefully immediately. Picking up the magic crystal, Garen slowly placed the imitation ice crystal he had created back on the spot. His movements were gentle, like a tiger sniffing a rose. As expected of me, my talent is self-taught. Garen held the beautiful crystalline magic crystal and sniffed it lightly. The magic crystal did not smell of anything. He raised his neck and opened his mouth. Garen released his dragon claw and the magic crystal fell into his seemingly bottomless mouth. Gulp, Garen swallowed hard and his empty stomach immediately felt more at ease. At the same time, a chill quickly arose in his stomach and surged like a stream, leading to all parts of his body. Wherever the stream passed, it throbbed slightly, as if there were countless small hands and mouths gently massaging him. The white dragon liked the cold, which was a very comfortable feeling for Garen. It was as if he was on a sunny summer afternoon. After ending his day of exhaustion, he went to find a cute and gentle girl to do a special full-body massage. After that, he would drink a mouthful of frozen carbonated drink. His entire body felt so comfortable that it was unforgettable. Roar! Garen narrowed his eyes slightly and could not help but let out a rippling dragon roar. I have to digest and absorb this magic power as soon as possible. Dragon scales had a powerful magic resistance, especially to the corresponding magic power of their attributes. It was the nightmare of many mages that adult dragons were immune to most spells. As long as Garen closed his dragon mouth, even if the white dragon mother was in front of him, it would be difficult for her to discover the surging ice-type magic power in his body. However, Garen did not want to show too much abnormality. His body size and unique appearance were already obvious enough. If he continued to use his nostrils to vent his energy strangely, he would probably attract the suspicion of the white dragon mother. Garen would not underestimate the white dragon mother who was almost an adult, so he quickly ran to the nest with the cold wind whistling. He quietly lay on the ground and absorbed the magic power emitted by the magic crystal with all his might while observing the traces of the white dragon mother. Every time a portion of the crystal melted in the furnace-like dragon's stomach, it would emit waves of frost magic power, causing Garen to roar comfortably. This magic crystal was not considered high level and was also in the corner of the white dragon mother's collection. However, to a baby dragon that had just been born, it was considered top grade. 10 minutes later, in Garen's vision, a faint white shadow carried the snow that filled the sky and quickly flew towards the entrance of the nest that was hundreds of meters high. Her figure gradually became clear. It was the white dragon mother. Noticing that the white dragon mother was about to return, Garen's heart immediately skipped a beat. Although he felt that the white dragon mother could not discover the magic in his body through his dragon scales, he still had a guilty conscience. Garen wanted to commit the crime as perfectly as possible. Immediately, Garen tried his best to digest the magic crystal in his body. In a short period of time, the concentrated magic waves surged, causing his entire body to be numb and weak. Seeing that the white dragon mother's figure was getting closer and closer, there was still about a quarter of the crystal in Garen's body that he had not digested. With her speed, she would arrive in less than 30 seconds. Garen was anxious. Hurry, hurry, hurry. Faster. The white dragon mother's figure was already very clear. Even through the snow, Garen could see her cold pale yellow eyes. In an instant, the thin black scales around his neck flashed with a deep light. In his vision, the world of ice and snow that filled the sky froze. Time stopped at this moment as if a pause button had been pressed. Garen could clearly see the snow that stopped in the air, the cold wind that swept up the snow, and the lifelike stiff white dragon mother in the cold wind. What happened? In a daze, Garen looked up. He seemed to have seen an illusory river that drowned the entire sky. The river water with a mysterious aura was flowing at an eternal and constant speed. A huge dragon-shaped phantom circled above, like the master of the illusory river. It was staring at him with its platinum-colored bright dragon eyes. Chapter 6. Time Dragon. The huge dragon that covered the sky had silver-white scales that stuck to its flesh, abnormally wide dragon wings, and a huge dragon body that was as huge as a mountain. In front of it, the white dragon mother was as small and exquisite as a baby. Black scales were distributed on the huge dragon's body in a wave manner resembling tree rings. It was filled with a mysterious and unique aura. The dragon-shaped phantom smiled meaningfully at Garen. Then, it swung its tail and transformed into a white light that instantly shrunk and entered his body. At the same time, the magic crystal in Garen's body seemed to have experienced a long time in this short moment and disappeared. The magic wave also completely fused into Garen's body, increasing his foundation. At the same time, a large amount of new knowledge appeared in Garen's mind like the inheritance of a dragon, as if he had always known it. The River of Time, the Time ability, Time Dragon Reversal, the future him lent some time to his current him. Garen stared blankly at the disappearing dragon shadow, the cold wind that had begun to whistle again, and the falling snow and ice crystals. A realization immediately arose in his heart, and his mood rose and fell like a roller coaster. It turns out that I'm a time dragon in white dragon skin. Or rather, he was a pseudo-time dragon. In the records of the dragon's inheritance, not to mention those dragon beasts and subspecies with many races, there were 15 common true dragons in the main material plane, which was the plane that Garen was in. There were selfish, violent, chaotic, ferocious, and cruel evil dragons, also called colored dragons. They were the red dragon, blue dragon, green dragon, black dragon, and white dragon. The noble and kind good dragons respected by the righteous faction were also called the metal dragons. According to the ranking of strength, there were 5 types: the golden dragon, the silver dragon, the brass dragon, the bronze dragon, and the copper dragon. Among them, the golden dragon and the silver dragon were the noblest and strongest. They were usually gathered in the dragon lairs and dragon cities. The other 3 were mostly living in the sand sea, the bottom of water bodies, and yellow mountains. In addition, there were also the 5 types of gem dragons who remained neutral between evil and justice: amethyst dragon, crystal dragon, jade dragon, sapphire dragon, and topaz dragon. These gem dragons were very intelligent and had relatively gentle personalities. They generally did not like to participate in battles. Red dragon, blue dragon, green dragon, black dragon, and white dragon. Golden dragon, silver dragon, brass dragon, bronze dragon, and copper dragon. Amethyst dragon, crystal dragon, jade dragon, sapphire dragon, and topaz dragon. The above 15 types were the most common true dragons. Apart from that, there were also many other rare true dragons, such as the pivotal dragon, the heaven dragon, the calamity dragon, and so on. These kinds of dragons sounded ruthless at first glance but were fewer in number and difficult to find. There were also the last 3 special dragons. They were so rare that it was unimaginable. Even including the planes outside the main material plane that had endless worlds isolated by the crystal wall, it was unknown if there were more than 10 of them in existence. They were the Force Dragon, the Rainbow Dragon, and the Time Dragon that could breathe time, devour time, and pass through the past, present, and future. In the end, it could even become eternal like time itself. They were called legendary dragons. Under the circumstances of natural breeding, these dragons were extremely powerful at birth. They were almost at the top of the food chain. Those with strength below the gods were called legendary creatures. However, because they were extremely rare, the chance of natural reproduction was only 1 in a billion. The greatest probability of birth was still through mutation. Among the 3 legendary dragons, the Time Dragon was sometimes called the Calendar Dragon, the Epic Dragon, the Eternal Dragon, and so on. At the same time, it was considered the rarest and strongest legendary dragon. Garen digested the new information in his mind. With the help of the reflection of the ice crystals on the wall, he carefully examined the ring of black scales on his neck. In Garen's eyes, this ring of black scales was no longer only a useless decoration like a necklace. At this moment, it was filled with a different meaning. A ring might symbolize returning to the origin of all things, or it might represent the ring of time. It was one of the classic symbols of time. He was a time dragon. Come and read on our website Wuxia World site. Thanks. He was unable to become a legend at birth, but because he was a mutated dragon, his growth potential was extremely high. The upper limit was slightly higher than ordinary time dragons, and he had the power of frost that belonged to the white dragon. No wonder I'm so much larger than Hill. Even the red dragon, the leader of the evil dragons, is not as large as me when born. Garen took a deep breath and could not help but feel a little excited. As long as he became an adult dragon, he would be one of the creatures at the top of the food chain. The premise was not to be reckless and not to provoke those more terrifying existences. Not to mention those high and mighty gods, just legendary humans, demon lords, and devil kings all had the ability to kill dragons. The white dragon, who was considered weak among the dragons, should be even more careful. In this world that was filled with danger, less than 1/10 of the white dragons could live to adulthood. There were many examples of them dying from accidents in hunting, from the dragon's arrogance, and also from human adventurers who sought to slay dragons. Even if he became an adult, before he lived long enough, he was far from being able to dominate an area. As for the time dragon, it was completely different. The difference between the time dragon and the white dragon was like the difference between an adult dragon and an ordinary human. An adult time dragon had the qualifications to speak to the gods equally. A mutated time dragon, as long as I can grow up, perhaps I can become a dragon god, or even a main god of the dragon species. No, the goal is greater. I need to work hard and become the god above the gods. Garen felt that his body seemed to have become much lighter. It was a little light as he wantonly imagined an endless future. No matter what creature it was, the moment it was born, the future had endless possibilities. However, as it made choices continuously, the path narrowed, and these possibilities slowly decreased. In the end, they returned to nothingness. At this moment, Garen, who had just been born in the northern ice fields, had endless possibilities. Next, it would depend on his choice. Crack! Garen suddenly raised his hand and slapped himself. His first choice was to stabilize his mind. What am I talking about? Staying alive is the way to go. No matter how strong my potential is, I have to survive first. Those gods who have lived for millions of years are not to be trifled with. If I'm not careful, I'll be turned into a toy. Once the identity of the time dragon was exposed, many gods would definitely be eager to capture Garen. He did not want his skin and tendons to be skinned and turned into a time-type divine artifact, or his soul to be extracted and snatched from his body, or his soul to be enslaved and turned into a puppet that could not resist. Therefore, it was best to develop silently. Garen's dragon eyes flickered and he quickly formulated a growth plan for himself. The plan was very simple. He would survive in the northern ice fields until he was 100 years old. When he became an adult, he would probably have the power of a normal time dragon. He might even be stronger because of his special body. The path has to be taken step by step. Set a small goal first and live to adulthood. Dragons became adults at the age of 100. It sounded like a long time, but as long as there was enough food and a safe environment, they could eat and sleep. 100 years would pass quickly. Due to the harsh and cold geographical environment, the northern ice fields also had another name, cold desolate desert. As the name implied, it meant that there were few people in the cold desert. There were fewer species of creatures, and only a portion of creatures with cold resistance barely survived. However, to Garen, as long as he stabilized himself, it was a good place to grow. The only flaw was probably that the food resources were not abundant. Chapter 7. Slumber. The white dragon mother landed steadily. The ground of the nest shook slightly, and the huge and long dragon wings were folded on both sides of her body like a folding board. She looked at Garen in confusion as he suddenly raised his hand to punch himself. Then, she swung her tail and threw something down. A bang attracted Garen's attention. It was a huge, 6-meter long, 3-meter wide, irregular ice crystal. Garen was slightly stunned as he looked over. Inside the ice crystal was a bear-like creature with snow-white fur, a huge body, and a height of 4 meters. There was no trace of blood on its fur. Clearly, it had not experienced a tragic battle and had been frozen to death. The northern violent bear, in the northern ice fields, was considered a predator at the top of the food chain. They were huge and fought extremely fiercely. Moreover, they had some spell-like abilities. Spell-like ability referred to an ability that had an effect similar to a spell, but it was not a true spell. When using it, there was no need for long incantations, cumbersome actions, or some materials and equipment. It could be used with the user's mind and instincts. The concept was like the commonly known innate ability. However, in front of the soon-to-be adult white dragon mother, the northern violent bear was only prey. In the end, a true dragon was a top-notch creature in the various worlds and had a very strong dominance. So she went to prepare food for us. White dragon mother doesn't seem to be so unreliable, Garen thought. She took care of them, but not completely. This was probably how the white dragon mother treated the baby dragons. Soon, the white dragon mother moved her feet and lay down on the towering ice bed made of ice crystals. She closed her eyes and entered a resting state. Seeing that the white dragon mother did not notice the theft of the treasure, Garen heaved a sigh of relief. Because he had absorbed the energy of that gem, Garen felt full all over now. He was not hungry. Patting his stomach, Garen turned around and gnawed at the frozen violent bear. He was not hungry, but it did not affect him from continuing to eat. The ice crystal was not as hard as he had imagined in the white dragon's mouth. It shattered in his mouth like a snowflake. Mixed with fine ice crystals, Garen bit off a large piece of bear paw meat. Warm blood, tough bear meat, chewy fasa, and mixed with the crisp ice crystal fragments actually gave Garen a very delicious feeling. He had originally thought that there would be an unbearable smell of blood, but now, it seemed that the unique taste of dragons allowed him to completely accept consuming fresh blood. Soon, Garen buried his head and ate. Dragons were all big eaters, and their appetite seemed to never be satisfied. It was not until he finished eating the 2 arms that were filled with flesh and essence and ate more meat than his body size that Garen felt his stomach become bloated. At this moment, a weak dragon roar sounded not far away. Hill shook his head and slowly stood up. She was confused and felt as if she had lost a piece of memory, and her head hurt slightly. However, after seeing the food, Hill quickly forgot about it and rushed over with shining eyes. Garen found it funny and was about to tease Dragon's sister again when a wave of sleepiness from every cell in his body suddenly assaulted him, causing him to involuntarily close his eyes and be attracted by the cold aura of the ice crystal bed. Come and read on our website Wuxia World site. Thanks. Immediately after, Garen crawled onto the ice bed of the White Dragon Mother in a daze and fell asleep with her. The White Dragon Mother sensed Garen's approach and opened her eyes. She raised her dragon wings and was about to sweep him off the bed. However, after hesitating for a few seconds, White Dragon Mother put down her dragon wings, closed her eyes, and fell asleep. Perhaps this was the extent of her kindness. A week later, the snowstorm that had lasted for nearly half a month finally calmed down. The sky above the northern ice fields turned into a spotless clear color. The blue sky was like a mirror, clear and beautiful. However, the entire place was still covered in silver and snow, filled with a lonely and cold aura. Apart from the howling cold wind, there seemed to be no other sound. The orange sun hanging high above shone with barely warm light, causing this white world to seem to be covered in a layer of faint golden luster. Golden sunlight could be seen everywhere. The growth speed of the baby dragon was very fast, and its physique almost changed every day. A week after it was born, the muscles and bones of the baby dragon were already strong. Its claws and fangs had initial power, and it could leave the nest and try to hunt. Garen, the dragon's sister Hill, and the other two dragon brothers who were born later were standing in a row at the edge of the dragon nest cave and looking down. The White Dragon Mother had produced a total of 6 dragon eggs. 2 of them were not true dragons, but dragon beasts that had not received the dragon's inheritance. They were cruelly thrown out of the territory by the White Dragon Mother in front of the few baby dragons. They had probably died in the vast ice plain. Faint golden sunlight shone diagonally at the edge of the dragon nest and refracted through the ice crystals before landing on the baby dragons. The dragon's sister, Hill, had developed a little in the past week and was even stronger. At this moment, because of the sunlight, her body had an additional golden color that intertwined with the mirror-like smooth and bright scales on her body. She looked quite beautiful. As for the 2 dragon brothers, forget it. Garen stretched his wide dragon wings. With a gentle move of his enlarged body, he squeezed his siblings to the other side. Due to the fact that he had absorbed the energy of the magic gem, he had not opened his eyes in the past week. He was almost always in a sleeping state. He grew taller and looked like he was no longer on the same level as Hill and the others. A few hours ago, Garen woke up. When he discovered that he was actually sleeping beside the White Dragon Mother, he was shocked. However, when he saw that she did not move, he was relieved. On the other hand, the White Dragon Mother was still sleeping. She was still the same motionless pig who could not be moved no matter how the few little dragon cubs pushed and called. Garen felt that she could definitely sense the call of the baby dragons, but she was only unwilling to pay attention to it and continued sleeping. One could never wake a dragon who was pretending to be asleep. The violent bear meat that the White Dragon Mother had brought back last time had already been eaten by the baby dragons with huge appetites. Including Garen, they felt their stomachs rumble in hunger. They were now gathered at the entrance of the dragon's nest, which was 500 meters away from the steep ice cliff. They planned to leave the dragon's nest and hunt nearby. The White Dragon Mother could not be blamed for being irresponsible. This was because adult dragons usually would not give baby dragons abundant food. They would only give a portion that could maintain their daily activities and let the impatient baby dragons hunt small creatures themselves. This was to train their ability, claws, and body strength. Almost every adult dragon had experienced this. As a creature at the top of the food chain, a baby dragon born a week later had the strength to kill ordinary lions and tigers with its hard dragon scales and sharp claws. Chapter 8. Taking off. Garen lowered his head to look at the endless snow-white world and the snow-covered ground 500 meters away from the dragon's nest. He could not help but feel a little nervous. Compared to his siblings, who mainly relied on their instincts, because his intelligence was much higher, he was more suspicious and hesitant. He did not dare to take off directly. This was because Garen's previous self was originally a little afraid of heights. When he was high in the sky, he would often imagine jumping down and dying. Although he did not feel that way now, he was still a little hesitant. 500 meters high, if I can't fly well and fall. Garen gasped as if he had seen a large pile of meat paste. However, as a dragon, flying in the sky was destined. Running away could not resolve any problems. Garen took a few deep breaths of the cold air and suppressed the throbbing in his heart. Then, he looked at his dragon wings that were about the same length as his body. With a thought, the folded dragon wings waved like an arm, stretched out, and quickly flapped. As the dragon wings moved, the magical energy in the surrounding space moved like an elf. It surrounded Garen's body and produced a buoyancy. His thick lower limbs immediately left the ground and were more than 3 feet tall. His entire body floated up. The flight of a dragon actually relied on its passive spell ability. It was equivalent to having a permanent flying technique, and it was a very high-level one. Although the dragon wings were wide and powerful, according to the structure, they were clearly unable to support the body weight of a dragon. On the other hand, while Garen was still trying to fly, the dragon sister and the dragon brothers had already flapped their wings excitedly and jumped away from the dragon nest, flying wantonly under the blue and clear sky. On their first flight, they displayed complete flexibility, as if they were born with the ability to fly. "Garen, why aren't you here yet?" Hill skillfully spun in the air, then turned to look at Garen, who was several times larger than him, and spoke to him in dragon language. The sound was crisp and pleasant, like silver bells dancing in the wind. The two dragon brothers also looked at Garen at the same time and said in dragon language, "Garen, are you afraid?" Garen glanced at dragon brother number 1 and dragon brother number 2, whose names he did not memorize out of laziness, and snorted lightly. Is this the tone of speaking to an older brother? He looked up at the endless snow-white world and looked at the faint golden horizon far away. Suddenly, his dragon wings shook, and the entire dragon left the dragon's nest with a strong wind. The biting cold wind and scattered snowflakes pounced on Garen. Looking down, he was more than 500 meters above the snow-covered ground. The distinct snow was like sand, covering all the ground in his vision. The imagined fear and discomfort did not come. Garen was slightly stunned. Then, he felt that his mind was wide open and his vision was vast. A heroic feeling of being able to fly freely arose. He immediately wanted to soar and dance in the boundless ice world, enjoying the cold pleasure of the wind and snow passing through his body. However, there was one more thing to do before that. HMPH, let me teach you a lesson first. You need to learn how to treat other dragons with respect. Garen narrowed his eyes and looked at the two dragon brothers more than 10 meters away. Perhaps it was because of the white dragon's evil nature that Garen's personality had become not so friendly. Just like how his two dragon brothers could not help but provoke him, after being provoked, he also wanted to return the favor and teach them a lesson. Garen felt a subtle change in his personality compared to when he was a human, but he did not resist. Instead, he felt that it was more interesting. He chose to take the initiative to accept this change and felt that it was necessary to let the dragon brothers recognize who was the boss here. Come and read on our website Wuxia World site. Thanks. Dragon brother number 1 and dragon brother number 2 looked at each other and saw the meaning in each other's eyes. A second later, they flapped their wings at the same time and flew towards Garen from both sides. Dragons were creatures that respected strength, especially evil dragons. Their kinship was extremely thin. Even baby dragons would rely on fighting to confirm their status. Although Garen was the eldest brother and was even larger than them, if his true strength was not enough to suppress them, he would not be taken seriously by such proud creatures. Body size was not enough to determine everything. Dragon brother number 1 was slightly faster. His adult wolf-like body quickly crossed a distance of 10 meters, and his dragon claws grabbed at Garen's face without holding back. Garen lowered his head and his body that was already the size of a northeastern tiger collided with it like a heavy tank. Under his terrifying might, dragon brother number 1 clearly panicked. Bang! Dragon brother number 1 was sent flying. He was locked around the neck by Garen's dragon claws like a doll. Then, he was pressed to the white snow ground by Garen, forming a dragon pit mark. Then, he was beaten up. Dragon brother number 1 was unwilling to accept this. He straightened his neck and glared at Garen. "R.O., roar!" As soon as he spoke, Garen's dragon claw clenched his entire face and pressed it into the snow to rub it back and forth. Helpless cries sounded continuously. Although size did not represent everything, it was enough for him to beat up the baby dragon. Cough, although it was not something to be proud of, the violence in Garen's body was stimulated and he enjoyed it. Dragon brother number 2, who had originally charged at Garen with dragon brother number 1, immediately tucked his tail between his legs and cowered when he saw Garen instantly deal with him like he was beating a child. He flew dozens of meters in the air to watch the one-sided beating and did not dare to interfere. The exquisite and good-looking dragon sister, Hill, leaned over to dragon brother number 2 and said in a similar bewitching dragon language, "Why don't you help Charles? Otherwise, after Garen beats him up, you'll be beaten up." Charles was the name of dragon brother No. 1. Now, go help Charles and join forces to deal with Garen. You still have a chance. The intelligence of the dragon sister seemed to be slightly higher than ordinary white dragon young dragons, unlike the two silly dragon brothers. Seeing that Garen still dared to take the initiative to provoke them with his size, dragon brother number 2 hesitated for a moment before his expression turned ruthless. He swooped down and pounced at Garen. Crack! Garen swept his dragon wings and slapped dragon brother number 2 into the snow without looking back. Then, he scratched each of them and pressed down on their silly heads, letting them rub against the cold ground under the snow intimately. 100 meters in the air, Hill watched this scene and could not help but let out a happy dragon roar. Poor Tom was tricked by the Great Hill and got beaten up like this. The name of dragon brother number 2 was Tom. A few minutes later, Charles and Tom were taught a lesson by Garen. Their faces were bruised and swollen, and they rolled over in fear, indicating that they had admitted defeat. This also meant that they were willing to listen to Garen in the future and treat him as a true big brother. Garen let go of the silly dragon brothers and looked up at Hill. He said indifferently, "Great Hill, I heard everything you said just now." Hill's proud expression froze slightly, then she looked at Garen warily and said, "Garen, what do you want?" Garen pinched his dragon claws and said gently, "Now, come down and let me punch you twice. I won't pursue the matter. Or you can start running away and be caught by me like the two of them. I'll beat you up then." Chapter 9. Speed Acceleration. After hearing Garen's threat, Hill revealed a hesitant expression. Clearly, he was thinking about what choice to make. At the same time, Garen, who was on the ice and snow, had already let go of the two pitiful dragon brothers. He said to Hill, "I'm going to count to 3. If you still don't decide, I'll fly up and beat you up." In the next second, while Hill was still hesitating, Garen's dragon mouth grinned. 3. Boom. As the dragon wings shook, Garen took a deep breath and soared into the sky at an extremely fast speed. Before Hill could react, he had already flown in front of her. He raised his huge head forcefully and smashed it down on Hill's small and exquisite head. Ordinary baby dragons definitely did not have Garen's flying speed. In fact, even he had only just discovered it. When he was highly focused, the flow of time around him seemed to have changed slightly. The speed of his actions seemed to have increased, and it was extremely fast and agile as if he was in a state of acceleration. Ding! The visor that was like a mirror collided. Hill held her head and was sent flying a few meters. She cried out in pain and shouted, "You said you'd move after counting to 3. You're cheating." Garen chased after her and beat up the dragon sister. He said, "Yes, I only moved when I reached 3. What's wrong?" A few minutes later, the dragon sister was also pressed to the snow by Garen. She rolled over and begged for mercy, tacitly agreeing to his status as the boss. "These baby dragons won't listen if I don't beat them up." Garen stretched his muscles. Hill, Charles, and Tom, the 3 bruised and swollen dragons, looked at each other and saw the gloating in each other's eyes. However, when they saw the reflection of their appearance on Garen's armor, they could not help but glare at him. Bang, bang, bang. After 3 punches, Garen shook his dragon claws that were clenched into fists and said, "If you keep staring, I'll twist your head." The 3 little dragons shrunk their necks and did not dare to look at Garen. The proud and arrogant baby dragons were almost fearless. Only violent methods could subdue them. Garen hummed a small tune and suddenly felt that his dragon life seemed to be very good. The evil dragon's casual personality of honoring strength deeply satisfied him. A total of 4 baby dragons spread their wings and soared in the area a kilometer away from the dragon nest. They gradually scattered and searched for prey in their vision. In the territory of the white dragon mother with the ice cliff dragon nest as the center, powerful magical creatures or large beasts like dinosaurs or ferocious beasts were expelled and killed by the white dragon mother or taken in as servants. The closer they were to the dragon's nest, the safer it was. If not for being too unlucky, baby dragons were usually not killed near the dragon mother's dragon nest. Soon, Garen's eyes lit up and he saw a fox wolf. Fox wolves were not magical creatures, but beasts at the bottom of the food chain. Young dragons could easily crush them. He flapped his wings and dived, extending his dragon claws to grab the fox wolf. When Garen was highly focused, the feeling of the surrounding time flowing faster came again, and the speed increased suddenly. The fox wolf had just felt the aura of a predator. Before it could enter the snow, it was grabbed by Garen's dragon claw and its neck was broken. This fox wolf was similar to a normal wolf in size and was about 1.5 meters long. After Garen ate it, the hunger in his stomach decreased greatly. However, he still felt hungry. Because it was the high-speed stage of growing, the baby dragon's digestive ability was very strong, and it was also hungry very quickly. However, he was not in a hurry to continue looking for prey. Instead, he pondered over his ability. After a week of sleep, other than allowing Garen to grow larger, it also gave him an ability similar to time acceleration. This ability seemed to be passive. Garen did not understand the exact principle. He only confirmed that after his mind was highly focused, he would obtain an approximate 50% acceleration. It was not just to increase his movement speed. Come and read on our website WuxiaWorld site. Thanks. It was because the speed of time flow had increased on Garen's body, causing his overall speed to increase by 50%, including his attack speed, dodge speed, reaction speed, and so on. As for the time dragon reversal that he had unintentionally used last time, Garen wanted to take the initiative to use it to borrow time from the future. However, after trying a few times, there was no result. According to his few attempts, he suspected that it was not that he could not use it, but that his future self was too stingy and was unwilling to lend it. Forget about the time dragon reversal. Let's study this time acceleration ability thoroughly. With this in mind, Garen moved. As he searched for prey, he tested his newly obtained ability. Just like that, half a day passed. Logically speaking, it was night, but the sky did not change at all. This was caused by the unique geographical environment of the northern ice fields. Here, the cycle of day and night was different. They alternated in intervals of 6 months, which was half a year. Half a year was extremely bright, and the sky was always sunny. For the other half a year, the sky was forever dark. It was currently bright. Garen looked a little tired. He landed on the ice field covered in snow and pressed out a faint dragon-shaped depression. At the same time, his eyes were filled with thought. The limit of the acceleration effect is double the original speed, and I can even take the initiative to control it. I've used it many times in a short period of time. I don't feel anything in my body, but I'm mentally exhausted. I feel the exhaustion of staying up all night as a human. My head will become dizzy. I can only accelerate myself and not slow people down. After roughly figuring out the effect of this ability, Garen thought for a moment and planned to name it. However, before he could think, a name appeared in Garen's mind through the inheritance memory. Time manipulation. Garen was speechless. It's called time manipulation, but why can it only accelerate myself? He originally wanted to name it time acceleration, but since this ability already had a fixed name, he did not plan to change it. Time manipulation could only be used to accelerate, and the limit was only double. It was probably because he had just grasped it. In the future, he might be able to achieve an effect that matched this name. The current Garen was no longer hungry. With the acceleration ability of time manipulation, he had hunted a lot of food. Although most of the creatures living in this cold area were alert and vigilant, and even ordinary beasts could discover Garen's aura, they could not escape from his pursuit. Without staying for long, Garen flew towards the dragon's nest not far away. Before he arrived at the dragon nest, he saw 2 dragon brothers and a dragon sister. They were all dejected as if they had been dealt a blow. After seeing Garen, Hill took the initiative to ask, "Garen, how many have you caught?" Garen frowned slightly and said, "Do you want to be beaten up? Call me brother Garen." Hill was a little indignant, but she still called out to Garen weakly. Only then did Garen answer in satisfaction, "Not many, just more than 10. There are only wild beasts like fox wolves, white-haired tigers, and cold leopards." "About 10. Charles's eyes widened. "You must be joking." Tom was in disbelief. When Garen heard this, he knew why these little dragons were a little dejected. They probably did not catch much prey, so they felt angry and hungry. However, Garen felt that hunting was quite simple. Although these baby dragons had just been born, they had the strength to tear apart tigers and leopards alive. Why could they not catch these prey? Garen was a little puzzled. Coincidentally, a white python stuck its head out of the snow and was seen by Hill. Hill's eyes lit up. She immediately flapped her wings and accelerated, wanting to grab the white python from the air. However, before she could approach, almost the moment Hill moved, the white python darted into the snow like a frightened rabbit and disappeared. Chapter 10. Shifting Stars. Garen, who took in this scene, looked enlightened. He carefully looked at the baby dragons and could sense an obvious aura from them. It was the aura of a top predator in this world, the dragon's might. In the dragon's inheritance, it was more accurate to say that it was ferocious. Adult dragons relied on their dragon's might. With a thought, they could make many creatures in the territory unable to move and their minds were frightened. When fighting people of the same level, dragon's might could also play a certain role in suppressing the other party's mind. It was a very powerful supernatural ability. As for supernatural abilities, they referred to abilities that were not affected by magic resistance and were very difficult to counter and dispel. The dragon breath of the dragon race, including the time manipulation ability that Garen had just obtained, were all considered supernatural abilities. Young dragons also have dragon's might, but they can't control it freely. They aren't so strong that their prey can't move. Instead, they disturb their prey. After returning to the dragon's nest, the white dragon mother was still sleeping on the huge ice crystal bed, as if she would never wake up. Garen found a place to lie down. As he closed his eyes to rest, he slowly felt his aura. He was able to capture his prey because of the acceleration of his time manipulation. He forcefully used the huge difference in speed to capture the other party. Like the three small dragons, the dragon's might also subconsciously emitted. This was not good, especially when they were weak. The uncontrollable dragon's might would instead become a signal, allowing the enemy to follow the dragon's might to find the location of the baby dragon. The first lesson of a baby dragon was to learn to control its ferocious ability and dragon's might. It was not only Garen, Hill, Charles, and Tom were like him. They were all working to control the dragon's might and not let it leak casually. The difference was that after Garen realized that he needed to control the dragon's might, he only spent more than half an hour to gain control of it freely. This talent was one of the benefits of the Time Dragon's physique. In the introduction of the Time Dragon in the Dragon's Inheritance, there was a sentence, "Any knowledge, skill, or language belongs to the Time Dragon." What it meant was that any skill that could be learned and controlled through cultivation was easy for the Time Dragon to master. For example, when he borrowed the White Dragon Mother's magic gem, he easily learned the subtle control of magic power. Because it took a lot of mental strength to try and control time, after figuring out the release of the dragon's might, Garen closed his eyes and slept. This sleep was only for the sake of quickly recovering his mental state, not a dragon slumber that could promote the evolution of his body and obtain new abilities. A dragon slumber required enough time and energy reserves. It was not a process that could be undergone casually. Not long after, Garen was woken up. He turned around and saw the beautiful and huge white dragon mother stretching her dragon wings. Her light yellow dragon eyes were filled with satisfaction because she had slept comfortably enough. However, this satisfaction immediately disappeared after seeing a few baby dragons. It seemed that the white dragon mother did not like baby dragons, Garen thought. Immediately, the white dragon mother left the dragon's nest. After returning, she captured another magical creature that had already been killed and frozen. It was a winter wolf. This snow-white wolf was almost a magical creature below the dragon race. When the baby dragon's eyes lit up and they pounced at the food, they were stopped by the white dragon mother. She drew her sharp dragon claws across the wolf's body and divided it into 4 parts. The largest piece was pushed in front of Garen, and the smaller 3 were given to Hill, Charles, and Tom. Garen blinked and began to eat without holding back. Come and read on our website Wuxia World site. Thanks. A magical creature like the winter wolf was not something that baby dragons could come into contact with at this moment. Only the white dragon mother could provide it. It was a good food that could greatly promote the growth of baby dragons. The meat contained rich energy. If not for the fact that the white dragon mother had clearly divided the share, he would have wanted to snatch some more from his brothers and sister. As for the reason why the white dragon mother gave him the most, Garen knew it very well. He grew the fastest and was the most powerful among this batch of baby dragons. To the evil dragons who respected strength, even the food supply to the baby dragons followed this principle. The weak could only be ruthlessly eliminated. The 3 little dragons revealed unwilling expressions and stared at Garen's food with obvious greed in their eyes. However, with the white dragon mother around and having already suffered a huge loss in Garen's hands, they did not dare to snatch it at all. After delivering food to the baby dragons, the white dragon mother fell asleep again. He did not know what was so great about sleeping that she could not bear to wake up. After Garen finished eating, he rested for a moment. When he was full of energy and stamina, he flew out of the dragon nest and hunted alone. In order to grow quickly, he needed a large amount of food, the more the better. If the white dragon mother did not give him enough, he could only capture it himself. Fortunately, there were no powerful magical creatures near the ice cliff dragon nest, causing him to have fewer worries. Moreover, to be chosen by the white dragon mother as her territory, the hunting resources here were indeed relatively rich. When the 3 little dragons saw Garen leave the dragon nest to hunt, they quickly made the same choice. Garen relied on his physique that was stronger than ordinary baby dragons and the acceleration of time manipulation. Every hunt was filled with rewards. Only when his mind and stamina were a little exhausted did he choose to return to the dragon nest to rest. After recovering, he would begin a new round of hunting. Under the extreme daylight, time slowly passed. While hunting, Garen was still trying to figure out the other abilities of the time dragon. However, perhaps because he was not old enough, he did not obtain anything useful. Regardless, some combat techniques slowly developed as the number of hunts increased. As for the 3 little dragons, most of the time, they returned in a sorry state. However, as dragons, even the weakest white dragon among the 5 colored dragons was not an ordinary magical creature. After a few weeks, the 3 little dragons gradually learned to retract their dragon's might and became proficient in fighting underwater or under the ice. They no longer starved like before. The white dragon mother held an irresponsible attitude and only hunted a magical creature for the baby dragons every week. Every time this happened, the baby dragons would be the happiest. The flesh and blood of magical creatures were the best food for baby dragons. Be it energy or various nutrients, it was countless times richer than ordinary beasts. Without exception, Garen was favored and obtained the most share every time, causing the three little dragons to be envious, jealous, and helpless. Life became very repetitive next. It was not interesting, but it was safe and stable. Hunting, exploring abilities, waiting for the dragon mother to feed him, beating up the dragon brothers and dragon sisters since they could not help but provoke him once in a while, and sleeping. Time passed quickly. Such simple and fulfilling days went by. The sun rose, the moon set, and the stars shifted around in the sky. After experiencing the extreme night and day, when the entire northern ice fields was enveloped by the night, a 6-meter-long white beast with an 8-meter wingspan jumped out of the ice cliff dragon nest and soared in the whistling cold wind. Chapter 11. Plane and World. Garen's scales were brand new like a mirror, and there were no signs of time passing at all. His dragon claws were thick, his dragon wings were like sails, and his dragon tail was like a spear. His entire body emitted a powerful aura. The most eye-catching thing was his pair of platinum dragon eyes, as well as the closely connected and embedded ring of black scales on his neck. The baby dragons of the dragon race were between the ages of 0 and 6. However, Garen, who was only about a year and a half old and was still in the baby dragon stage, already had the body of an adolescent dragon, equivalent to the body of a dragon who had lived for more than 25 years. This growth speed stunned Garen. It was as if time was circulating much faster on his body. However, after understanding his own strength, Garen gradually accepted this monstrous growth speed. As he grew up after sleeping many times, in Garen's vision, this world was not just the sky, the ground, the snow, the living beings, he also saw an illusory river that other creatures could not see. This was the river of time. To be precise, it was a physical form of time, but it appeared to be a river in Garen's eyes. Perhaps in the understanding of other creatures, it was a huge tree that reached the sky or a breeze. The entire main material plane, no, all the planes, even the phlogiston layer between the plane's crystal walls, was in the river of time. The river of time enveloped everything. The falling snow, the flowing ice river, the cold wind. When Garen breathed, other than inhaling air and elemental energy, he would also swallow strands of the illusory river water of the river of time and obtain a unique power that Garen called the power of time. The power of time he obtained was also the source of energy he used for time manipulation. As for why he first grasped the time acceleration instead of deceleration or reversal, it was because the river of time would always flow forward. It was always much more difficult to go against the flow than move with the current. As a baby time dragon, he was like a strange creature loved by the river of time. With the help of the river, his growth speed was more than 10 times that of ordinary dragons. Moreover, other than making him stronger, the river of time did not leave any bad effects on him. For white dragons, the scales that were as bright as mirrors when they were born would gradually become rough and show signs of aging. However, Garen's scales were still as beautiful and resplendent as a mirror, as if they had never experienced the baptism of time. Only natural disasters and man-made disasters could kill the time dragon. The flow of time was harmless to them. At night, Garen, who had grown a lot, was a little worried. The white dragon mother has been looking at me more and more strangely recently. She probably doesn't want to raise me anymore. Without the white dragon mother, my stable and safe life will never return. Logically speaking, the dragon mother would at least raise the baby dragon until it passed the current stage and became a child dragon with a certain ability to protect itself. Only then would she chase it out of the nest and leave it to die. No matter how cold and cruel an evil dragon was, it would not let the baby dragon fend for itself. However, Garen, a baby dragon who was only a year old, already had the body size of an adolescent white dragon. The way the white dragon mother looked at Garen was filled with vigilance and impatience. It would probably not be long before she expelled him from the dragon nest. Although the current Garen already had a certain ability to protect himself and had also grasped a new ability other than time manipulation, he was still inferior to an actual adult dragon. In this dangerous world, he could only be careful after leaving the white dragon mother and tread on thin ice. Garen was already making plans for himself. From time to time, he would take the risk to fly to the edge of the white dragon mother's territory and look into the distance from a high place, looking for a suitable place to develop so that he could find a safe place as soon as possible after being expelled. A wandering life was not what Garen wanted. That was too dangerous. Under the night sky, Garen flapped his wings. The mirror-like dragon scales on his body did not attract attention because of the reflection. Instead, they reflected the night sky environment and turned into a very good camouflage. If someone with poor eyesight saw Garen fly through the night sky, they would most likely treat him as a black cloud. Come and read on our website Wuxia World site. Thanks. At this moment, in the northern ice fields, the night sky was dotted with spots. Stars and moons appeared at the same time. The scenery was beautiful, like a scene that could only be seen in a dream. Garen flew under such a night sky and felt that the surrounding air seemed to be much more lively. Although this was not the first time he had flown, the freedom of flying in the sky made Garen feel happy no matter what. A moment later, Garen flew to the edge of the White Dragon Mother's territory. Apart from the huge ice cliff that was 1,000 meters tall, the place where the White Dragon Mother was generally a relatively empty plain environment. Thousands of kilometers south was a continuous mountain range formed by countless mountains and hills. Countless magical creatures, humanoid creatures, and crypt monsters lived in it. The direction in which Garen flew was towards the vaguely visible huge continuous mountain range. If possible, he actually did not want to approach the continuous mountain range, because it was more dangerous than the northern ice fields. Garen had once crossed the 1,000-meter tall ice cliff and continued to move deeper into the northern ice fields. However, the further north he went, the colder and more barren the environment was. The creatures living there were pitifully few. In such an environment, Garen was not confident that he could find enough food. He had a huge appetite and had to eat food that was several times his weight every week to barely satisfy his needs. If he went deeper into the remote northern ice fields, perhaps he would starve to death before he was killed by the foreign enemies. If word got out that a time dragon had starved to death, it would make all intelligent creatures laugh their heads off. Although he was flying towards the southern mountains, he was only looking for a suitable place. Before he had enough strength, Garen did not plan to leave the northern ice fields. This was because the most dangerous creatures in this world were actually humans. One of the beautiful names that human adventurers loved very much was called the Dragon Slayer. Once the figure of a dragon was discovered, countless human adventurers would swarm over, wanting to become the hero who slain a dragon. Be it teeth, claws, or scales, the body of a dragon was a top-notch magic material. In the human world, it meant countless wealth. My previous kind is the most guarded against me now. Garen felt that fate was unpredictable, and the previous life's blue planet appeared in his mind. He thought that after he was strong enough, he might be able to return and show his power in public. This was not impossible. The rules of matter in different planes were extremely different. Because the rules of matter between Earth and the main material plane were roughly similar, there was a high chance that it was somewhere in the main material plane. In Garen's current understanding, a plane referred to the collection of countless worlds. These worlds were of different sizes and shapes. They might be a piece of land, a planet, a galaxy, or a vast universe. The relationship between the plane and the world was like a large bubble wrapped in countless small bubbles. The membrane that separated the bubble was called a crystal wall. Between the crystal walls was an amber liquid called phlogiston. Apart from powerful items like teleportation arrays, magic ships, and some special spells, some powerful creatures had the ability to directly travel through worlds and planes. The Time Dragon was one of them. Garen had a feeling that after he became stronger, he could definitely travel through the river of time and even head to the past and future. Back to the topic, he was still a baby dragon who was worried about being expelled. Garen circled in the sky and looked at the ground, searching for a suitable place to hide. A moment later, his eyes lit up and he locked onto an area. About 15 kilometers away from his current location, there was a small, winding ice river. Any dragon was a sea, land, and air creature. Garen felt that he might be able to live underwater for a period of time in the future. Be it concealment or safety, building a nest at the bottom of the ice river should be one of the best. Thinking of this, Garen decided to go near the small ice river to investigate and see if there were any creatures that he could not provoke, such as the frost giant, the winter wolf, and other ruthless figures. He turned to look at the location of the dragon nest and took a deep breath before leaving the territory of the White Dragon Mother. After leaving an invisible boundary, the pressure that was constantly emitted by a powerful dragon disappeared. Chapter 12. Time-plundering breath. The small ice river was about 15 kilometers away from Garen. With his speed, it would not take long for him to reach it at full speed. However, because he had left the safe territory of the White Dragon Mother, Garen maintained enough caution. He restrained his dragon's might and controlled his flying speed to prevent the whistling wind and sound from attracting the attention of powerful existences. However, after Garen flew for about 5 kilometers and was still 10 kilometers away from the small ice river, Trouble still took the initiative to find him. A huge eagle with a wingspan that was even larger than Garen swept past above him. After discovering him, its rapidly moving body paused for a moment before it flew towards him without any hesitation. Garen heard the commotion and looked up. This white-feathered guy with wings wrapped in wind appeared in his vision. Magical creature, white feather ice wind eagle. Garen's heart skipped a beat, but he was not too nervous. This was not the first time he had encountered magical creatures. In the territory of the White Dragon Mother, there were only no very powerful magical creatures. There were still many ordinary magical creatures. In the past year, Garen had killed some, but most of them were super small magical creatures like ice shard snakes and wind-breathing birds. The white feather ice wind eagle in front of him was large in size. At first glance, it was even larger than Garen. Swish! With a miserable sound, the white feather ice wind eagle flew towards Garen like a fighter jet. At the same time, its wings shook, and a cold wind immediately grew. Mixed with a large number of small ice needles, they fell towards Garen like a storm. A mere flying beast. Although I don't want to cause trouble, it doesn't mean that I'm easy to provoke. I can use you to test my new ability. Garen did not want to make a commotion because he was afraid of attracting the attention of creatures like the White Dragon Mother, not the white feather ice wind eagle in front of him. He snorted softly, opened his dragon mouth, and spat at the white feather ice wind eagle. The frost breath that did not belong to the white dragon stunned the white feather ice wind eagle slightly. In its vision, Garen seemed to only be spitting, but he did not spit out any dragon breath. Was this little white dragon stupid? The white feather ice wind eagle thought in confusion. Immediately, an invisible and intangible linear wave swept past the white feather ice wind eagle. It let out a sharp cry of fear, and its body quickly lost its strength. Its eyes became muddy, and its originally bright feathers became dim. The circulation of its magic became extremely obscure and slow. At the same time, its body suffered irresistible energy damage. Its feathers were torn, and its flesh and blood flew everywhere. This was the new ability that Garen had recently obtained belonging to the Time Dragon, a dragon breath called Time Plundering Breath. The invisible dragon breath that spewed in a straight line was difficult to see with the naked eye. Because it was a supernatural ability, ordinary detection magic could not sense it. After regaining its senses, the white feather ice wind eagle hurriedly dodged and left the attack range of the Time Plundering Breath. Garen shut his mouth. Due to the huge consumption of the Time Plundering Breath, he did not continue to pursue the other party with his dragon breath. He only activated the accelerated state of time manipulation. The speed of time around him doubled, and his body immediately became extremely strong and agile, completely different from his body size. The cold wind and ice needles brushed past Garen's body, but he agilely dodged them. Immediately, the white feather ice wind eagle, who had been heavily injured by the Time Plundering Breath, felt its vision blur and saw Garen's figure approaching. This is the price for launching a sneak attack. Garen slapped his two dragon claws over in an ear-piercing posture. The speed of his dragon claws was extremely fast, and they heavily slapped the head of the white feather ice wind eagle. Come and read on our website Wuxia World site. Thanks. Crack. Garen clearly felt that some flesh and bones were slapped into meat paste by his dragon claw. Next, he grabbed the headless corpse of the white feather ice wind eagle and flew to the ground to eat. The meat of magical creatures had always been very nutritious. As he ate, Garen recalled the battle process. The dragon breath that belonged to the Time Dragon had two effects. One was to let the other party age at a speed of 2 years per second. The speed of aging depended on Garen's age. Every year that Garen aged, the speed of aging would increase by 1 year per second. The second was to produce a supernatural injury relative to Garen's age. It was very difficult to resist with ordinary spell shields or his own spell resistance. The expenditure was mainly the time that Garen usually consumed, coupled with the complicated proportion of all element energy. Supernatural abilities, spell-like abilities, and spells were all difficult to use in an anti-magic area. Without the foundation of elemental energy, it was very difficult to use. Most importantly, the other party can't see anything. After being struck, the white feather ice wind eagle dodged in fear, but it was already too late. When I live to 1,000 years, with a dragon breath, the other party will age 1,000 years in a second. Wouldn't it directly die of old age? Garen was very satisfied with the effect of the Time Plundering Breath and happily finished the flesh and blood of the white feather ice wind eagle. Next, he reorganized his things and flew towards the small ice river again. He did not encounter any accidents along the way. Following the direction of the small ice river, Garen moved back and forth and gradually confirmed that this was an ice river about 20 kilometers in length. Moreover, there was no trace of the white dragon's old enemy, the frost giant, nor were there powerful magical creatures like the winter wolf, the green-footed dragon snake, and the northern violent bear. There were only some biological groups like the terror lizard, white hound, and tidal crab living near this ice river. Although they knew some spell-like abilities, they could not pose a threat to Garen. In the future, I'll usually live under the ice river and use them as my servants. I don't have to hunt personally anymore. Let my servants contribute food to me. There are probably creatures in the ice river. I can. Garen looked at the winding river and made plans in his mind. However, no matter what, it was the safest in the White Dragon Mother's territory. Building a nest and surviving was only the last resort. A moment later, he flapped his dragon wings and returned to the dragon's nest. Sigh, White Dragon Mother, I'm a 1-year-old baby dragon. I hope you don't treat me so cruelly, the 6-meter-long Garen thought. Some time later, he returned to the dragon's lair. White Dragon Mother was not here. Garen heaved a sigh of relief. The dragon brothers and sister were all here. Compared to Garen, the difference in their sizes was getting greater and greater. They were completely different from dragons of the same age. Their bodies were only the size of cows and horses now, so they did not dare to act rashly in front of Garen and had been beaten up many times. Come here and massage my back. Garen lay on the ground and narrowed his eyes. At the same time, he spoke to his 2 dragon brothers and 1 dragon sister. After going back and forth, he was a little exhausted physically and mentally. The dragon brothers and sister were expressionless, but they walked to Garen's side with familiarity and used their dragon claws to massage his back. Their actions were natural and fluid, and they were extremely skilled. It was obvious that they had been forced by Garen to do this many times. Garen closed his eyes comfortably and enjoyed the true dragon's massage while slowly recovering his stamina and energy. Immediately, the White Dragon Mother returned and brought prey. It was a large python more than 10 meters long with residual magical fluctuations in its body. It was also a magical creature. Garen immediately opened his eyes and leaned forward to wait for the White Dragon Mother to share the food. The White Dragon Mother glanced at Garen, then looked at the 3 baby dragons who looked aggrieved and were made to look weak by Garen. A strange emotion gradually appeared in the pale yellow dragon's eyes. Chapter 13. Expulsion. This time, the White Dragon Mother only divided the prey into 3 portions and gave them to the 3 little dragons, not to Garen. The 3 little dragons were overjoyed. At the same time, they looked at Garen proudly, as if saying that he had fallen out of favor and was going to go hungry. Garen did not mind the gazes of the 3 little dragons, but his heart skipped a beat. He knew that the White Dragon Mother was already thinking of expelling him. Fortunately, he had already prepared in advance. Otherwise, if he was suddenly expelled without any preparation, he would live a very dangerous wandering life. As expected, 3 days later, on an ordinary snowy day. When Garen ended the hunt and returned to the dragon's nest, he was blocked by the White Dragon Mother, who was standing at the edge of the dragon's nest cave, not letting him in. Garen, you already have the ability to survive alone. It's time to leave my territory. The White Dragon Mother stared at Garen coldly and spoke in dragon language. So the White Dragon Mother can speak. Garen was slightly stunned. Looking at this beautiful and ferocious beast, a rather complicated feeling arose in his heart. The first sentence he heard from the White Dragon Mother was a cold and heartless expulsion notice without any warmth or emotion. It seemed that to the White Dragon Mother, he was already an enemy she had to be wary of. After all, they had been together for more than a year. Garen was not really an evil dragon and his emotions were not that indifferent. He still had some feelings for the White Dragon Mother. Unfortunately, she did not think much of it and treated the current Garen as an existence that would threaten her status. Leave my territory. If you appear in this area again in the future, I'll treat you as an enemy. In order to declare her sovereignty and show her strength, the White Dragon Mother slapped her dragon claw angrily. The huge force shook many cracks in the dragon's nest. Boom. At the same time, clusters of crisscrossed sharp ice crystals stretched out and surged towards Garen. Garen knew that the White Dragon Mother would expel him. However, he did not expect her to be so ruthless and manic, directly attacking him. Caught off guard, the cold and hard ice crystal cluster collided with Garen's body, and the powerful impact sent his entire body flying. After flying dozens of meters in the air, Garen barely stabilized his body. An obvious crack appeared on the white scale armor that was struck head-on, and waves of pain sounded. Get lost! The White Dragon Mother roared again. The wind in the northern ice fields was biting cold and oppressive. It whistled and blew on Garen's body, but it was not 10% as cold as the White Dragon Mother's attitude. Garen endured the pain and said nothing. His expression sank slightly. Without any hesitation, he flapped his dragon wings and raised his body. He crossed the ice cliff and continued north, flying towards the nesting location he had chosen. During this process, his angry mood gradually cooled down. Turning around to look in the direction of the ice cliff, Garen's gaze was cold and he was silent. If he was directly asked to leave, there was no problem. The ice cliff was the territory of the White Dragon Mother, so he would not have any complaints about being expelled. However, it was a little unacceptable for Garen to be beaten before being expelled. Garen retracted his gaze and firmly remembered the White Dragon Mother. Before long, Garen left the territory of the White Dragon Mother and arrived at the small ice river under the night sky. Looking down at the flowing river, Garen flew down and disturbed a group of terror lizards living nearby. The terror lizard was called a lizard, but it looked like a crocodile. Moreover, it was a large crocodile about 4 meters long and 2 tons in weight when it was an adult. Its body was covered in a thick layer of scales, and its claws were sharp. Its intelligence was not low and was rather cunning. There were a total of 33 terror lizards in this group. The largest terror lizard leader was already 5 meters long. Just from its body length, it was only slightly shorter than Garen. As soon as it saw Garen, the leader of the terror lizards surrounded him with a group of them. It raised its head and stuck out its long and sensitive tongue. It hissed and its pupils constricted into vertical lines. Garen's eyes were calm, and his platinum golden dragon eyes shone brightly. His dragon wings suddenly spread out, and an 8-meter-long wingspan blocked the moonlight, forming a huge shadow on the snow-white ground. The size displayed completely suppressed the terror lizards. Whoosh! Come and read on our website Wuxia World site. Thanks. Coupled with his actions, the invisible dragon's might emitted from Garen's body and swept past the group of terror lizards in the blink of an eye. The terror lizards immediately became flustered and anxious. The terror lizard leader barely resisted Garen's dragon's might, but under his silent and calm gaze, it gradually began to retreat. As it retreated, it roared and spat out a bright fireball, but it exploded into sparks when Garen's dragon wings swept past. There were no injuries on Garen's dragon wings, as if what he swept away was not an explosive fireball but a breeze. The magic immunity of a dragon was quite terrifying. If it was a simple white dragon, it could be extremely immune to cold damage. It would be more afraid of fire damage and would not dare to face it head-on. However, as a special time dragon, Garen had a high magic immunity trait that nearly nullified all attributes. From that fireball, Garen only felt a little warm. This attack exhausted the last of the terror lizard leader's courage. It slowly lay on the ground and whimpered softly, not daring to look at Garen anymore. The other terror lizards had already been lying on the ground earlier. Some had even peed in terror, either trembling or staying motionless. After putting away his dragon's might, Garen waved at the terror lizard leader. The crocodile-like lizard leader was stunned. Then, it took heavy steps and carefully approached Garen like an armored car. It lowered its ferocious head. Garen stretched out his dragon claw and touched the head of the terror lizard leader as if he was playing with a pet. It felt rough and grainy. The texture was actually quite comfortable to stroke. The terror lizard leader did not resist at all and happily enjoyed Garen's touch. To a true dragon, subduing servants was a very simple matter. When the dragon's might was displayed, it could basically make the other party give up resisting. Sometimes, even creatures of the same strength could not resist the dragon's might. This was not only an aura but also a supernatural ability. Some creatures would even take the initiative to find traces of a true dragon and take pride in being its servant. The biggest example was the kobolds. These fellows with extremely thin dragon blood in their bodies were humanoids that blindly worshipped true dragons. After the terror lizard leader submitted, the other terror lizards stood up one after another. They surrounded Garen and lowered their heads to roar as if they were offering their loyalty to him. This group of terror lizards was already considered Garen's servants. They were lackeys, spies, and when necessary, food reserves. Before long, Garen did the same thing and took in more than 40 white hounds not far away. He was in the middle and upper reaches of a small ice river. Garen planned to build a nest in the ice river, so he did not plan to let go of the nearby creatures. He would either kill them or take them in as his servants. A white dragon with an 8-meter wingspan soared in the sky and continuously moved along the ice river. Its platinum dragon eyes looked down at the snow-white world below. A few minutes later, Garen was stunned and looked puzzled. He saw a relatively strange creature gathering in the tribe. After thinking for a moment, Garen flapped his dragon wings and his body brought about a violent wind as he sped towards the place he saw. Below, translucent silver-white creatures that seemed to be made of ice crystals raised their heads and looked at the approaching dragon in fear. Bang! Garen landed on the ground and carefully sized up this humanoid tribe living near a small ice river. To be precise, it was the elementals. In front of Garen were about 70 ice houses. The construction was rough and simple, but it was filled with a rough sense of beauty. The residents of these ice houses were human-shaped creatures. They were between 1 to 2 meters tall and looked like ice pieces that had become spirits. Their facial features were three-dimensional and distinct as if they had been carved by someone, but they were so strange that they could make subtle expressions. Their appearance was very exquisite and beautiful, with a gender-neutral beauty. Water elemental lifeforms, Garen pondered. When he saw these guys, he immediately recognized them as water elemental creatures, but when he got closer, they were completely different. The bodies of water elemental lifeforms were basically semi-fluid, but these lifeforms were ice crystals. They're probably mutated water elemental lifeforms. Because there were no records of such creatures in the dragon inheritance, Garen gave them a name, Northern Ice Spirit. Chapter 14, Failed Creation. Garen was surprised and happy to see a tribe of elemental lifeforms gathered in the northern ice fields. He was happy because elemental creatures were basically intelligent creatures and had the ability to communicate, unlike the terror lizards and the white hounds who were unable to accurately understand Garen's instructions. If he took the northern ice spirits in as his servants, it would be much more convenient for him to give orders. The reason why Garen was surprised was that elemental lifeforms were very rare in the main material plane. This special life form mainly lived in the inner planes that did not belong to the main material plane, but was very much related to it. The composition of the main material plane was very balanced. All kinds of energy and elements existed, so all kinds of rich biological races were born. However, the inner plane was a place of pure energy elements. A kind of inner plane only had one element or energy leading it, and the environment was simple and dangerous. The 6 great inner planes were respectively earth, water, fire, air, wind, positive energy, and negative energy. The elemental lifeforms in the main material plane are most likely remnants of summoning magic. Perhaps a mage abandoned his summoned creatures. With the environment conditions of the main material plane, it's almost impossible to naturally give birth to elemental life. While Garen was thinking, the tallest northern ice spirit walked up to him and said in the common language with fear and respect, "Great true dragon, it's our honor to have you here. May I ask what your instructions are?" As expected, it was intelligent. Garen's eyes lit up. He looked at the northern ice spirit in front of him and said in a low voice, "This ice river will be my territory in the future. You will serve me as my servants and offer everything you have. As for me, the true dragon Garen, the future master of the ice fields, will provide you with the protection of a dragon." Garen, who had just lost the protection of the white dragon mother, had to provide protection to other creatures in the blink of an eye. After hearing Garen's words, the northern ice spirit did not show any resistance. Instead, it knelt down in surprise and said, "It's the supreme honor of the Ice River tribe that the great true dragon is willing to take us in as your servants." What it meant was that it was very excited to have a true dragon like Garen as its backer. Garen was very surprised. He originally thought that he had to fight and defeat them before he could subdue this group of northern ice spirits. This was because, in Garen's impression, elemental lifeforms were basically all spellcasters with good combat strength. Moreover, their personalities were relatively arrogant and they looked down on creatures with flesh and blood. Although he was a true dragon, it should be relatively difficult to make an elemental creature submit to him with a shake of the dragon's body. Garen thought for a moment and said to the northern ice spirit in front of him, "Tell me your name." "Master, your humble servant is called Roy Ice River." "Then, Roy, show me your ability now." Garen took a step forward and gestured for Roy Ice River to attack him. If he was not wrong, this group of northern ice spirits might be relatively weak compared to ordinary elemental creatures. Otherwise, they would not be so proactive and excited to be taken in as his servants. The strongest expert of the Ice River tribe, Roy Ice River, looked troubled and did not dare to attack Garen. Garen waved his dragon wings impatiently and said, "Don't waste time. I won't pursue your sin of attacking a true dragon." Only then was Roy Ice River relieved. He raised his ice crystal arm and condensed a crystal dagger in his hand before shooting it at Garen. Crack! The frosty dagger landed on Garen's dragon scales. As expected, it shattered into pieces and did not cause any damage to him. Come and read on our website Wuxia World site. Thanks. Garen looked at Roy Ice River in encouragement and said, "Very good. Continue." However, under Garen's gaze, Roy Ice River lowered his head awkwardly and said, "Master, I can only use this dagger attack." Garen, due to the harsh weather, 90% of the icefield creatures had a very high frost resistance. Garen was directly immune to the damage of the ice dagger and was not even scratched. He could only use a trash spell ability, and it was an ice attribute attack. In the northern ice fields, he could definitely only survive as the lowest level creature. In terms of strength, the northern ice spirit could not even defeat the terror lizard. After pondering for a moment, Garen asked, "How was your tribe born?" Roy Ice River revealed a respectful expression as he replied, "1,000 years ago, a respected mage created our ancestor and left us on the ice fields." Created, and not summoned. This meant that the northern ice spirit was not born naturally. Garen guessed that this group of elemental lifeforms was most likely the product of a failed experiment by an unknown mage. That mage might have wanted to create an elemental life form that could use powerful frost magic. After discovering that the northern ice spirit was weak, he decisively abandoned it. No wonder the White Dragon Mother did not take these guys in as her servants. She doesn't fancy the strength of the northern ice spirits, right? Garen thought to himself. At the same time, he decided to give these pitiful elemental lifeforms a chance to work for him. It was not good to be so weak. With this thought, Garen spat out the frost dragon breath. A large number of ice crystals appeared with the cold wind, condensing into an ice pool with a diameter of a few meters under his subtle control. Ordinary white dragons definitely could not do this, but Garen was already used to it. With the time dragon physique, he was favored and blessed by the elements. To be more precise, he was like the master of the elements. The elements that were cold and difficult to control to other creatures were as enthusiastic as fire in front of Garen. With a casual thought, they would faithfully execute his orders. There was no hesitation, and the elements in the space near Garen would even become active or depressed according to his mood. After getting out of the ice pool, Garen pierced his fingertip and squeezed out a few drops of boiling dragon blood. Roy Ice River realized what Garen wanted to do and his breathing immediately became heavy. He knelt on the ground and said to Garen in a fanatical tone, "Master, the Ice River tribe will become your most loyal servant and crush all enemies for you." The dragon blood dripped into the ice pool and almost melted the ice. Immediately, Garen got some water from the meandering ice river. The ice pool was immediately filled with light red diluted dragon blood. "This is enough for your tribesmen to transform." Garen lowered his eyes and said calmly. If they accepted his bloodline, the other party would become dragon blood creatures. True dragons had a special blood vessel called the base blood vessel. It was a very unique and powerful biological tissue. It was thought to be the core meridian of a true dragon using elemental power, giving a true dragon powerful spell-like ability and supernatural power. It was also the most effective way to distinguish a true dragon from various pseudo-dragons. The dragon blood flowing in the base blood vessels was extremely invasive. Even elemental lifeforms could transform. The creatures transformed from dragon blood were collectively called dragon blood creatures. They would worship the master of the dragon blood to the greatest extent from the bottom of their hearts. The dragon blood creatures were also the true core servants of the true dragon. Those that had not been transformed were mostly treated as food reserves or cannon fodder. Will my dragon blood give them a bit of the power to affect time? Garen thought to himself and waited. As time passed, the northern ice spirits bathed in Garen's diluted dragon blood one after another. There was a faint dragon's might aura on their bodies, and they officially became dragon blood creatures. Next, the northern ice spirits pledged their allegiance to Garen in groups. Their faces were filled with the joy of new life, along with reverence and loyalty to him. At this point, he had his first batch of intelligent servants. Chapter 15, Stability. 2 months later, the originally calm Ice River tribe became much livelier. Near the rising and falling ice houses, the figures of the terror lizard, the white hound, and the tidal crab continuously passed through. They got along very well with the northern ice spirits. Garen chose the location of the nest to be at the river near the Ice River tribe and gathered the other subdued servants here. The strength and potential of the northern ice spirit that had received the dragon blood transformation had increased greatly. However, what disappointed Garen was that these were all displayed in ice spells. None of the northern ice spirits displayed the ability to affect time. What they accepted seemed to be only the white dragon bloodline, and they did not obtain a trace of the time dragon bloodline. However, after his initial disappointment, Garen was quickly relieved. If it was so easy to obtain a bloodline that affected time, the time dragon would not be treated as a legendary true dragon. There seemed to be huge beasts surging under the cold and deep river, causing a surging wave to rise on the surface of the meandering ice river. An 8-meter-long white shadow could be vaguely seen under the water. It was Garen. In a short 2 months, although he did not obtain any new time-type ability, his body had expanded greatly. His muscular dragon body was 8 meters from head to toe, and his shoulders were 1.6 meters tall when he was on all fours. His wingspan was nearly 10 meters, and he had grasped a spell-like ability that only adolescent white dragons could possess. This growth speed was enough to shock all the true dragons. His main food now was the giant feet yak captured by the hunting team formed by the northern ice spirit with the terror lizard, the white hound, and other servants. The giant feet yak was 4 meters long and weighed 3 tons. When it ran, the sound was like thunder. It was not to be trifled with, but it was not a match for Garen's servants. 90% of the Ice River tribe's members were busy hunting food for Garen, but they could only barely satisfy him. From time to time, he needed to hunt some magical creatures to eat. On the other hand, as the lord of this place, it was not like Garen did nothing. For example, when the hunting team encountered some powerful magical creatures, Garen would attack and kill them after confirming that he could deal with them. Or when a powerful ferocious beast coveted the tribe and the Ice River tribe was helpless to deal with it, Garen would also attack at his own discretion. Such situations were very rare. It had only happened once in 2 months. At this moment, Garen was chasing a group of fish under the ice river. This was a group of strong, fat, and long ice river sharks of about 2 meters in length. Although their mouths were filled with interlaced fangs, they did not have any spell-like ability and were only ordinary beasts. Under Garen's agile pursuit, they were completely helpless, like fish on a stick. This ice river shark tasted very good. The meat was delicious, cold, and easy to capture. It was a food he liked to eat very much. However, because there were not many, Garen only ate them as a treat to satisfy his craving. Crack! After biting 2 ice river sharks at the same time, Garen chewed slightly and ate them. The remaining ice river sharks panicked and hurriedly fled. As for Garen, he did not continue to chase. He only savored the delicious taste and turned to dive into a dragon nest at the bottom of the river. The dragon nest was built in the deepest part of this ice river, about 50 meters away from the river. It emitted a faint cold light at the bottom of the dark river. This was created by Garen after spending a day excavating and digging a pit. Then, he used his frost dragon breath to coat it with a layer of sparkling ice crystals. Although it was a little bent, it was in an L shape. The deepest part of the dragon nest was where Garen slept. The structure of the dragon's eyes was special. There was a waterproof membrane under its eyelids, and its pupils had a crystal structure that could gather light. It could also gather enough light in the darkness to see in the dark. Although it was very dark underwater, it could not block Garen's vision. Come and read on our website Wuxia World site. Thanks. To him, it only seemed a little dim, but he could still see things clearly. In the deepest part of the dragon nest, Garen learned from the white dragon mother and built an ice bed that could accommodate him. Because the temperature of the river water in the northern ice field was very low, the ice in this water was extremely difficult to melt. He only needed to spend a small amount of effort to maintain it. On Garen's large ice bed, it was not empty. There was also a tattered armor filled with rusty iron ingots that were difficult to remove and a similar rusty sword. After lying on the ice bed, Garen played with the rusty armor and sword, feeling the dense time energy contained in them. As he gently rubbed it, he revealed a satisfied expression. These 2 things were dug out of the sand at the bottom of the river when Garen was building the cave. At first glance, Garen was attracted to them. What he liked was not them themselves, but the traces of time left on them. To Garen, such items that had a long history were even more attractive than gold coins and gems. Of course, gold coins and gems were also attractive to Garen to a certain extent, but they were not as special as special items that had experienced many years. If there were gold coins or gems that had been passed down for a long time, it would be best. Standing beside this collection, Garen felt that the speed at which he devoured time had vaguely increased. When he used abilities like time manipulation and time-plundering breath, he had to consume the power of time. The speed at which he devoured time was a relatively important factor to Garen. I can bury them and dig them out again after a long time. Then, they'll contain more traces of time, Garen thought to himself. However, because he had too few in his collection at the moment, he was unwilling to really do this. Next, Garen hugged his beloved collection and began to close his eyes to sleep. He quickly digested the few giant feet yaks and ice river sharks he had just eaten. The total weight of the food was slightly heavier than Garen's body weight. Dragons could eat creatures that were more than their weight at once. Half a day later, Garen was almost asleep. He opened his eyes and reluctantly left the ice bed. He placed the rusty armor and sword that were filled with the traces of time beside him. Coupled with the fact that the dragon's tail was already 8 meters long, he passed through the water like a nimble fish. The dragon wings were folded on both sides, and Garen quickly left the water in a shuttle-shaped posture. Whoosh! The crystal-clear water droplets that filled the sky slid down the white scales, causing Garen's strong dragon body to look like a god that had descended to the mortal world. When the few northern ice spirits saw Garen, they lowered their heads respectfully and said, "Praise the great true dragon." After Garen treated this place as his territory and took the northern ice spirits as his servants, their lives improved at a visible speed. Creatures like the terror lizard and the white hound that could originally hunt them as toys had now become existences similar to pets. The protection of a true dragon, even if it was underage, was a rare thing. After receiving the protection and dragon blood transformation, the northern ice spirits paid with their own manpower. They were elemental lifeforms and did not need flesh and food. They could only survive by absorbing the ice elements that were abundant in the air of the northern ice field. It was very easy to feed them. As for their hunting gains, meat-like creatures were used to feed the brainless servants like the terror lizards. Fat and delicious meat like the giant feet yaks were given to Garen as food. Garen did not respond to the praise of the few northern ice spirits. As a true dragon, he did not need to respond to his servants' respect. He just needed to accept it. Waving his dragon wings, Garen left further north and flew to a place far away from the small ice river where no servants could see. He used his dragon claw to dig through the snow, revealing the grayish-brown frozen ground below. Then, he dug a small pit in the frozen ground. Chapter 16. Ogre. Looking left and right, after seeing no other creatures around, Garen turned around and pointed his noble dragon's butt at the hole he just dug. Next, he held his chin covered with thorns with a dragon claw, and looked deeply at the flawless night sky in the distance, exerting a little force while thinking about the dragon life. Puff. Dragons excrete like bows and arrows, full of energy. After a thunderous sound, Garen's dragon face showed a relieved expression. He ate a lot, and after absorbing the essence and nutrients, there was also a lot of waste accumulated in the body. After a few minutes, Garen left the precious dragon droppings where the white hound would be ecstatic. He coughed lightly, but didn't turn his head back. At the same time, the dragon's tail swept away, sweeping away a large piece of snow, covering the precious dragon dung. Alas, there are no toilets in the wilderness, so I have to settle for it. Serious dragons will fly from time to time on their way to high altitudes, and occasionally they will hit one or two lucky ones, giving them the opportunity to get close to the real dragon's breath. But even though Garen had turned into a dragon, he still had a bit of shame in his heart. He felt that it seemed a little inappropriate to solve physiological problems in the wild. High-altitude throwing was really difficult for him, but there is no good way now, unless one day he can survive without blood and only relying on time or elemental energy to survive. It's the least noticeable and safest way to settle in a glacier, but Garen wouldn't want to find them in his lair one day. After removing the burden on his body, Garen was ready to leave here and return to the location of the glacier territory. Before leaving, he suddenly felt an aura approaching from behind, and his eyes suddenly condensed, and he turned to look. A sturdy humanoid creature with a height of 9 feet and about 3 meters was quietly approaching him. It solidified. Uga Bone Shatter is an ogre from the Bone Shatter tribe, a small gathering of ogres with a total population of about 40. It has just come of age and needs a tough prey to prove its mettle and strength, to show off its muscles to other ogres, to gain a higher status in the Bony Shatter tribe, and to choose a mate. Uga Bonebreaker has always thought of herself as smart. No other ogre was smarter than the two-headed ogre who used spells, the leader of the Bony Shatter tribe. In a group of not-so-intelligent ogres, Uga Bony Shatter always felt out of place. As for the smarter leader, Uga Bone Broken felt that it was because it had 2 heads and only one of its own, so it was acceptable to be inferior to the other. One day, seeing the two-headed ogre leader who could connect with female ogres at will, and command other ogres, Uga Bonebreaker had a bold idea in his heart. If Galleon knew what he was thinking, he would describe it in an appropriate sentence. The man should take his place. After this idea appeared, it grew like wildfire in the heart of Uga Bone Broken. According to the tradition of the Bone Shatter tribe, adult ogres have the opportunity to challenge the leader. After defeating the leader, they can replace him and become the new leader. But the two-headed ogre leader is the most powerful leader the Bony Shatter tribe has ever known, and it even has a throne made of challenger skulls. Uga Bonebreaker will not be as reckless as other challengers, and he intends to wait until the leader is old and challenge him when he is weak. But before that, Uga Bony Shatter needs to prove that he's a true adult ogre, and he's going to get his rite of passage. HMPH, the strong Uga can even hunt giant dragons. Uga Bonebreaker bragged to the clansmen, and then, under the adoring eyes of other ogres, strode away and set foot on the ice field outside the tribe. Along the way, Uga Bonebreaker relied on the ogre's strong body and a much smarter mind than ordinary ogres, either creating traps or sneaking ambush, killing many hunters on the ice field. But it's not very satisfying. Because, the two-headed ogre leader once killed an ice storm snake that was almost 10 meters long and the thickness of a bucket, which was more powerful than all its prey. Until just now, after it left the Bone Broken tribe for 100 miles, it actually saw a small white dragon that was excreting. Uga Bony Shatter knows the power of true dragons, even if they are the weakest white dragons. Turn your head and leave, when nothing is seen as the best choice. But at the thought of his own rhetoric having a real chance of success, at the sight of ogres crowding him, at the favor of the fat and bloated ogre beauties, it decided to use the thick wooden mace it carried with it to sneak attack the little white dragon in front of it. As long as the sneak attack is successful, it has a chance to realize its dream. The history of the Bone Shatter tribe will depend on my name, Uga Bone Shatter, because I hunted a real dragon when I was an adult. Uga Bone Broken fantasized in his mind, and at the same time, he walked quietly, approaching the little white dragon cautiously. But it just had this idea, and before it took a step, it saw the little white dragon suddenly turn his head, and his eyes were full of murderous intent. Uga Bone Broken was stunned, and then filled with all kinds of records about evil dragons, he became terrified. A reluctant smile squeezed out of its face, and said to Jialong, "Honorable true dragon, Uga Bone Broken is just passing by here, and there is no malice." You reading www.ukonshu.com. As he said that, it quietly hid the wooden mace behind him, but somehow there was a kind of intention to hide it. Garen turned his head, and the dragon body also turned, facing the creature in front of him. 9 feet, nearly 3 meters tall, humanoid, with dark black rough skin, thick and powerful body, with muscles all over, white pupils with black eyes, a fishy smell, mouth full of fangs, wearing simple tanned rough animal skins, holding a sledgehammer of jet black wood with dried blood. Seeing himself being discovered, the ogre muttered a language that Galen didn't understand. There are only dragon language and common language in the inheritance of the dragon. The large humanoid creature like the ogre speaks the language of the giant, and the canon does not understand the language of the giant, so he does not understand it. After the ogre finished speaking, an extremely ugly smile appeared on his face. Laugh at your mother. The last time Kanan was so angry was the last time. There was no good expression on his face, and in an instant, his wings approached, and his mouth was the frosty breath that covered his face. Many people think that dragon breath is the normal ability of dragons, and it is a means of consumption, similar to giant tail sweep, dragon wing flapping, and some real dragon spells. But this is a misunderstanding. Dragon's breath is not an ordinary skill, but a dragon's signature that is extremely powerful and extremely difficult to resist. It is equivalent to a big move that any creature must take seriously. Even an adult dragon can't keep breathing for long. Jialong's hand is fried. Under the horrified gaze of the other party, the frosty breath radiating out in a cone instantly covered the ogre's body, freezing it in thick ice crystals. Chapter 17. Giant Language. In midair, a white figure waving dragon wings and a whistling cold wind quickly returned to the sky above the territory. Looking at an open space with no dependence, Garen let go of the dragon's claws. Bang! The large block of ice crystals caught by his one claw fell, smashing the ground into a depression, and the movement attracted the attention of many polar ice spirits, but when he saw that his lord came back, he acted as if nothing had happened. Things are gone. In the ice crystals, the ogre's body was lifelike, with a terrified expression on his face. Jialong folded his dragon wings and fell down, looking at the ice crystals in front of him. He didn't kill the ogre, he just froze it, and it was alive because of Galleon's mercy. As for the reason for this, it wasn't that Garen suddenly found the ogres pleasing to the eye, but that he restrained his anger at the moment he exhaled, thinking that ogres were social creatures that lived in groups and rarely appeared alone. The appearance of an ogre means that there is an ogre tribe in this area. The ogre tribe. This extreme Arctic field really does not allow long to live. Jialong didn't want to wake up after hibernation, and found that his territory was served by ogres, and then he was surrounded by a group of ogres, sprinkled with onion, and garlic and boiled in a pot. He looked at the frozen ogre in front of him, and after a little thought, he controlled the ice crystals into magical elements and gradually melted away. Putong. The ogre fell to the ground with some frostbite marks on his body, but his excellent physique made it open in just a few minutes. He opened his eyes and looked at his surroundings in a daze. When he looked up and saw the dragon body of Garan, the ogre seemed to be frightened. It casually threw away the big wooden club and bowed to Garen, speaking a giant language that Garen didn't understand. With dragon claw resting on his chin, Kanan looked at the ogre kneeling on the ground in front of him, feeling a little strange in his heart. This ogre doesn't seem so stupid. In the legacy of the dragons, there is a record of the race of ogres. They are most reminiscent of their reckless, impulsive and clumsy dispositions, as well as strong bodies that can adapt to most climates. In Noah continent, which is the continent where Garen is located, the footprints of ogres are almost all over forests, swamps, deserts, tundra. It is a very classic race. After thinking for a while, Jialong's dragon wings stretched, and the shadow shrouded the body of the ogre. When the ogre shivered, Garen said in No's common tongue, "Do you speak common tongue?" The ogre raised his head blankly when he heard Garen's voice. Looking at its reaction, Garen frowned secretly, knowing that this guy must only speak a giant language. Since the language is not fluent, it is difficult to inquire about the information of the ogre tribe, and it will not be of much use to keep it. It is better to add a meal to the dread lizards and white hounds in the glacier territory. The ogre smelled fishy and looked extremely ugly, and Garen couldn't stand it. Thinking of this, Garen's eyes gradually became more dangerous as he looked at the ogre. Sure enough, this ogre was not as stupid as other ogres. He keenly saw what Galen was thinking, and his face stiffened immediately as he spoke eagerly. Garen's eyes moved slightly when he heard some words with high repetition rate. Real dragon, forgive me. For some reason, it was the first time I heard giant's language, and I didn't know anything about it before, but it was just to match the current environment, and after listening to the ogre say a lot, Garen was sure that he understood the meaning of some words. He once again recalled the legendary records of the Dragon of Time in the Dragon's Inheritance. Any knowledge, skills and language belong to the Time Dragon's own skills. I seem to have a great talent for languages. Garen realized this, and gradually restrained his murderous intentions. As for why he only realized this now, it is because the knowledge of the inheritance of the dragon is not all stuffed into the dragon's brain, but more like a treasure house hidden in the mind. When triggered in a specific environment, relevant information will naturally emerge in the heart, which is a condition-triggered knowledge inheritance. At the same time, the ogre sensed the fading of the deadly danger, and breathed a sigh of relief. But as soon as it stopped begging for mercy, it was stared at by Garen's sharp platinum dragon eyes, and he bowed his head again in fear to beg for mercy. After thinking for a moment, Garen stopped the ogre begging for mercy, and communicated with the ogre with gestures and a few words he had just learned. After all, they are intelligent creatures. Although they cannot speak the language, they can understand some general meanings through gestures, etc. Besides, Garen has just learned a few words in giant language. It was difficult at first, but it gradually became easier after the ogres learned that Galleon was trying to learn his own language. Garen pointed to the ground, and the ogre was stunned for a while, and then spit out the giant language, Barakan. Meaning of the earth. He looked up at the sky again, and the ogre understood, looked at the dark cloudless night and said, Locus. Sky. In this way, time passed slowly, and Garen was learning a new language curiously like a child who got a new toy. He understands the vocabulary one by one, and then relies on the vocabulary to extend the cross-linked sentences. He masters more sentence patterns and grammar, and the more basics he knows, the faster the learning process. After just 3 days, Garen has been able to communicate with the ogre in simple language. Although his giant language is still a bit obscure, it is completely sufficient for daily communication. During the whole learning process, he did not have the slightest impatience. Instead, he felt excited and joyful because of the new knowledge he had acquired. The pleasant feeling was even so good that Garen was a little surprised. On the other hand, Garen was amazed at his talent in language, and he could roughly understand a language just by dictating it from an ogre. If I had this ability in my previous life, even just the pleasure of learning new knowledge. Speaking of which, he has now mastered 5 languages. Dragon language, knows common language, giant language, Chinese, English. There is no need to speak Chinese, and he has a certain basic background in English. At this time, relying on Sharonlong's talent in language, he can master it at a deeper level without a teacher. Thinking of this, Garen couldn't help shaking his head, leaving the past behind. After making up his mind, Garen looked at the haggard-looking ogre, and said in giant language, Uga, how many people are there in your bone-broken tribe? At the same time as he spoke, he beckoned and motioned for the extreme north ice spirit to carry a food for the dread lizard and the white hound. A pot of fat ice worms wriggling. These ice worms live under the snow, and they rely on eating snow to survive on weekdays, but their meat is still plump. Under the guidance of Garen, the Arctic ice spirits kept them in captivity and used them as the daily food for pet animals. As long as you don't shy away from the fat and juicy body, it tastes pretty good. Garen occasionally eats it as a snack. The mouth is cold and cold, the meat is delicious, and it also has a fresh fragrance of snow water. Chapter 18. Bone Crusher Tribe. Uga Bonebreaker, who had been hungry for 3 days, devoured the ice worm and replied to Garen at the same time. Well, we have a total of 44 people in the bone-shattering tribe, including a 2-headed ogre leader, 22 male adult ogres, 10 female adult ogres, and 11 juvenile ogres. This 25th boy unceremoniously betrayed his tribe's information. 2-headed ogre. Garen was shocked. In the race of ogres, most of them are reckless ogre warriors like Uga Bonecracker who play with big clubs, but occasionally a subspecies with great wisdom and ability to master spells will be born, known as ogre wizards. An ogre wizard is not necessarily a double-headed ogre, but a double-headed ogre must be an ogre wizard. In addition to a strong physique, he also has the ability to cast spells. Because he has 2 heads, he can use 2 threads with 1 heart and 2 thinking, much stronger than the average ogre wizard. In the Noah continent, only those who can cast spells have the right to speak. The mage who masters spells above the 9th level is the humanoid nuclear bomb. They are respected wherever they go, and a single word can influence the decision-making of the kingdom. The most respected identity is always the mage. Reality is not a game, and there is no need to consider occupational balance. A wealthy mage in Noah continent can defeat more than a dozen soldiers of the same level and win, and in addition to fighting ability, spells can also do many strange things. Such as teleportation array, city shield, alien summoning and so on. Two-headed ogre, that would be troublesome. According to Garen's understanding, the average teenage dragon and the two-headed ogre would not have much chance of winning, and if the two-headed ogre mastered advanced spells, it would be even more difficult to deal with. As for ordinary ogres, although all of them are strong, they do not pose much threat to him. Thinking of this, Jialong looked thoughtful. After pondering for a while, he asked, "How far is the bone-broken tribe from here?" Uga scratched his head and said, "It's not far, only more than 50 kilometers. More than 50 kilometers is a relatively long distance for ordinary people. But whether it's a creature like Galleon or an ogre, it's a small number." Without waiting for Garen to ask again, Uga's next words changed his face slightly. "Clansmen in the tribe occasionally hunt near this glacier. There is a water source here, and there are many prey coming and going. Creatures of different races have different habits and customs. Ogres are a race that likes dirty and messy, and they don't like water. Otherwise, when Galen discovered the small glacier, there must have been ogres occupied." At the same time, Jialong tightened his eyebrows, and his heart sank. That doesn't mean that he may face the threat of the ogre tribe at any time. The usual time is fine, but if the ogre finds the lair while sleeping, it is a very dangerous thing, and the double-headed ogre needs to be vigilant. Garen thought for a while, then said solemnly, "Tell me all the information you know about the abilities of the two-headed ogre leader." Uga's eyes lit up, and he knew that Jialong wanted to deal with his own leader. Under Jialong's strange gaze, he was very happy. "Our leader is called Sarah Bone Shatter, and he is about the same height as Wuga." A few minutes later, Uga Bonebreaker told Garen the information about the two-headed ogre in great detail, and looked at Garen expectantly. Garan pondered for a while, but said nothing. After a while, he looked at Uga Bone Shattering intriguingly, and said, "Tell me, why are you so active in telling me information?" Uga Bone Broken scratched his head embarrassedly, and grinned seemingly foolishly, because Uga wants to be the leader, he is the biggest obstacle to Uga. After a pause, Uga Bone Broken kneeled on the ground sincerely, and said to Garen, "Great True Dragon, if you can kill Sarah and make Uga the leader of the Bone Broken tribe, Uga Bone Broken will be able to use in the name of the Sun God, I swear to you that the Bony Shatter tribe will respect you and be driven by you." Sun God. Garen was slightly taken aback. When will ogres worship the Sun God? Isn't it the **** of strength or the **** of courage? Besides, there is no real sun **** in Noah continent. Jialong was a little puzzled. In his dragon inheritance, the sun **** does not exist in the Noah continent. But Garen didn't think much about it. After all, there are many gods in Noah continent, and there are countless various beliefs and religions. Maybe this, sun god, is a new **** that has emerged recently, so there is no record in the inheritance of the dragon. But no matter what, daring to swear in the name of God, whether it is a true **** or a false god, is a no-brainer. Those who break the oath will be cursed by the gods. In a world with gods, swearing in the name of gods is the most solemn contract, but it is not something that can be said casually. As for what Uga Bony Shatter said about killing the leader of the two-headed ogre, Garen was a little moved. Because according to the description of Uga Bony Shatter, although the two-headed ogre leader can cast spells, the only spell it has used is a forked lightning beam. Think about it, how can spells be so easy to master? The two-headed ogre is a rare subspecies, but it is not a very special magical creature. After gaining a certain understanding of the two-headed ogre through Uga Bone Broken, Yu read www. Ukanshu.com Galleon is already figuring out a strategy to deal with it. How can others sleep on the side of the couch? And a tribe of vicious ogres who eat everything. Of course, it would be a good thing if this tribe was in his own hands. Its overall strength far surpassed all of Garen's current dependents. After conquering it, he could solve many things for Garen. In the current glacier territory, although the strength of the ice spirits in the extreme north has been transformed into dragon veins, their strength is increasing day by day, but after all, they are still too weak when they are just starting out. With the addition of the ogre tribe, the strength of the glacier territory can be greatly improved. If you encounter a little trouble, you don't have to take action to solve it. In addition, with the growth of his body, he eats more and more, and the hunting results of his family members are already a little difficult to satisfy Garen's appetite, and he needs more family members. Before the next sleep, destroy or conquer this ogre tribe. After a short thought, Garen made a decision. He looked at Uga Bone Shatter, His face did not change, and asked plainly, "How does the strength of the adult ogres in the Bone Shatter tribe compare to yours?" Uga Bone Broken was stunned for a while, and said, "Apart from the leader, Uga is already the strongest ogre. Although it has just grown up, it has already defeated ordinary ogres in the tribe, otherwise it would not have the idea of replacing the leader." Garen looked at Uga's body. 3 meters tall, with hard, bulging muscles under a simple tanned hide coat. Adult ogres are roughly between 2 and 6 to 3 meters tall. The size of Ga. Bonebreaker is indeed a big man among ogres. Chapter 19. Cold Mist Technique. Lord True Dragon, are you thinking about how to deal with ordinary ogre warriors? Every creature will occasionally give birth to different species. Uga Bonebreaker has a wisdom that is not inferior to that of ordinary people, and is much smarter than ordinary ogres. For Uga Bone Shatter, what happened these few days was a dream. First of all, he was thinking about provoking the real dragon, and he was about to be buried in the belly of the dragon. Then he found out that the real dragon did not kill himself, but made the ogre learn the giant language in just a few days, giving it a chance to replace the two-headed ogre. It wants to be the leader almost crazy, and naturally it will not miss such a good opportunity. What's more, succumbing to a real dragon, even an underage real dragon, is not a shameful thing. Jialong nodded calmly, seeing Uga Bone's expression of hesitating to speak. He said solemnly, "If you have any thoughts, just say it." He had already seen the difference between Uga Bonebreaker and ordinary ogres, and he did not underestimate its brain. Uga Bonebroken nodded happily, then patted his chest and said to himself in a dull voice, "Uga knows Sella's hobbies and habits, and can trick him out of the tribe. As long as Lord True Dragon can kill Sarah, all the ogres in the Bone-Broken tribe will become your loyal servants." Jialong looked at Uga in amazement, secretly saying that he is really a good boy. In order to be the leader, he would not hesitate to sell the entire tribe directly to the dragon. If that two-headed ogre knew that he had spawned such a 2-5 child. Garen shook his head and mourned the two-headed ogre. After thinking for a while, Garen asked a lot of information about the two-headed ogre, and then asked Uga Bonebroken to point out the general direction of the Bone-Broken tribe, and let it stay in the glacier territory temporarily. Then the dragon wings shook, and the figure disappeared into the vast night sky. In the air, Garen lowered his head and glanced at the glacier territory that had turned into a black spot, then withdrew his gaze and flew towards the Bone-Broken tribe. He didn't leave any restrictive spells on Uga Bone Shatter, and Garen didn't know any spells at the moment, and he didn't restrict Uga Bone Shatter's movement, but just verbally kept it in the glacier territory. This is also a test to see if this ogre really wants to use the power of Garen to become the leader of the tribe. If it is really smart enough, when Garen returns to the glacier territory, it can still be seen staying in place. Otherwise, Garen could only find a way to destroy the bone-shattering horde, rather than subdue it. Call. At an altitude of thousands of meters, the whistling of the cold wind can be heard incessantly. Without the aid of spell abilities, an adult dragon can fly at full speed for several days. If the speed is controlled, it can continue to fly in the air for half a month, and with the help of high air currents to glide and save effort, as long as it is not boring, it can even fly for a whole year. This kind of terrifying endurance is because the dragon has a powerful heart as the source of power. There are 4 huge ventricles in the dragon's heart, which are constantly pumping, providing endless power for the dragon's body. Because of the strength of the dragon's heart, some scholars who study dragons even describe that if a hard rock is placed in the ancient dragon's heart, the dragon's heart only needs 1 beat to squeeze it into powder. Jialong's dragon wings with a wingspan of 10 meters are fully stretched out, gliding and moving with the help of the airflow in the air, and the speed is not very fast. He is just a little dragon, and it is still impossible to fly at full speed for several days. In order to maintain the physical strength that can cope with accidents, Garen chose the most labor-saving glide. Although the speed is much slower, it is more secure. Not in a hurry. Because of the unique polar night environment, the polar ice sheet has been shrouded in darkness at this time, and it is difficult to tell the time. However, Garen has an excellent perception of time and space, and is sensitive to the passage of time and the transformation of space, and will not misjudge time. He looked down and saw a strange small depression. The ice sheet basin as a whole presents a bowl shape, and there are faintly scattered black dots in it. The real dragon has super distance vision, as long as there are no obstacles in the middle, and when you concentrate, you can see scattered snow thousands of meters away. Garen looked around, and clearly saw that those little black spots were simple and rough houses, built with random piles of stones, and there were also strong ogres erecting large buildings around them. The bonfire of the iron pot is distributed around. The thick yellow soup was tumbling in the big iron pot, and occasionally the limbs of some unknown icefield beasts floating up could be seen, which looked very scary. Ogres, although they are called ogres, do not only eat humanoids. They eat all the living things that are weaker than themselves and can be hunted. Some ogres located in the deep mountains and old forests, maybe they have never eaten humanoids in their life. In the center of the bone-broken tribe, in a large stone house with several layers of animal skins on the top, there is a 3-meter-tall ogre praying devoutly to a wooden spherical black sculpture. There are words in the mouth. The dark, rough skin, the characteristic black whites and white pupils are no different from other ogres. The only difference is that it has 2 heads next to each other, one large and one small. Both heads close their eyes slightly, praying to the sculpture. Suddenly, the 2-headed ogre seemed to sense something, and Yu reading www.ukanshu.com suddenly opened his eyes. The eyes of the big head shone with more wisdom than the eyes of the small head. It picked up a slender staff from the weapon rack in the room, a large mace stained with coagulated blood, strode out of the room, and looked around suspiciously. After finding nothing unusual, the 2-headed ogre raised his head, and his 4 eyes looked towards the night sky at the same time. But apart from the clouds and fog that had no sense of existence, there were only stars in the broad field of vision. "Boss, what are you looking at? Is there food in the sky?" An ogre approached, looked up like a 2-headed ogre, and asked strangely after seeing nothing. The 2-headed ogre's big head had blue light flowing in its eyes, and continued to stare at the night, only to withdraw after a few minutes. The 2 heads looked at each other, and then shook his head. "It's nothing, just a little illusion." After speaking, he returned to the stone house, put away his weapons, and continued his devout prayers. Following the prayer of the double-headed ogre, in the world that ordinary people cannot see, there are threads of black mist extending from the sculpture, touching the body of the double-headed ogre like tentacles. Every touch made the body of the 2-headed ogre tremble slightly, and the pious color on the ugly face became more intense. High in the sky, Garen was surrounded by a bleak cloud that seemed to merge with the night. He watched the 2-headed ogre rush out of the house and looked suspiciously in the direction around him, his heart stunned. This 2-headed ogre is not weak, and can vaguely perceive me from such a distance. If it wasn't for the spell-like ability Cloud Mist that he mastered after waking up from the last sleep, Garen would have been exposed. Chapter 20. Walking on the Ice. Cloud Fog Technique can create a cloud of fog that confuses vision and perception, and can block some spell detection abilities. It is a spell-like ability that White Dragon can master when he is a teenager. Time to understand. Of course, his current size is not weaker than a normal teenage white dragon at all, and even slightly exceeds it. Without dispelling the Cloud Mist technique, Garen hovered over the bone-shattered tribe for a moment, carefully examining the situation of this tribe. 10 minutes later, he nodded indifferently, confirming that the number of adult ogres here is indeed as UGA said, and there is no false statement. After thinking for a while, Garen turned to leave, but did not return directly to the glacier territory. Instead, he searched back and forth within a 20-mile radius around the bone-broken tribe. He didn't fly very fast, and his eyes looked down carefully, scanning the various terrains of the ice field. Garen is looking for a suitable ambush location. Although dragons are naturally powerful, they don't like to expose themselves directly and have a hard steel personality. On the contrary, dragons like sudden attacks such as falling from the sky or breaking out of the ground. Although scaled and winged, many features of dragons are more feline than reptilian. Time passed bit by bit, and after about an hour and a half, Garen's body stagnated, his eyes showed joy, and when the dragon's wings were retracted, the clouds and mist all over his body were dissipated, and he swooped down. Soon, Garen landed on an extremely smooth ice surface, turned his neck, and looked around. At his feet was a lake covered with ice crystals, covering several miles. In the Arctic icefield, because of the low-temperature environment, a lake with little flow like his feet is easy to freeze. Only in the warmest short time of the year will the ice crystals melt and the lake water is exposed. This kind of place is the most suitable place for the white dragon to ambush. Because there has been no blizzard recently, the snow on the ground is not so thick that it can hide the dragon's body. If the ogre is ambushed in the water, the ogre is tired of water, and attacking from under the ice becomes the best choice. After landing on the ice, Garen moved his body carefully, and was surprised to find that the ice could support his weight. At first he thought the ice was hard enough, but after walking more neatly and even running for a while, Garen realized he had made a mistake. He can move freely on the ice without any influence, mainly relying on the body of the dragon. The moment Garen's dragon claws touched the ice surface, a peculiar force was created to support the body, and the scale claws increased the friction, allowing him to move freely on the smooth ice surface, even more than on normal ground. Time is quicker, coming and going like the wind. Walking on ice belongs to the unique ability of the white dragon. Extraordinary ability refers to the ability to be completely unaffected by spells, unaffected by anti-magic or non-magic areas. Garen's ice walking is mainly due to the unique body structure, such as abilities such as supervision and dark vision, not spells or supernatural powers. After gliding and having fun on the ice for a while, Jialong shook his dragon wings, soared into the sky, and returned to the glacier territory. It took him several hours to go back and forth. If the ogre Uga Bone Broken wanted to take the opportunity to escape, he should have been out of the glacier territory by now and escaped. However, when Garen looked down from the sky, he still saw a familiar tall figure. Uga Bone Broken is competing with Roy Glacier, the ice spirit of the extreme north. Slightly trembling, not weak. On Roy Glacier's face made of ice crystals, an anthropomorphic look of fear appeared. As soon as it stretched out its hand, the elemental power in the surrounding space fluctuated and converged instantly, and a series of ice cones shot out from the palm like a machine gun, many times stronger than the ice dagger shown to Galen more than 2 months ago. It's a pity that the dense ice picks fell on Uga bone-shattered skin, which only made it grin in pain, leaving white marks on the rough dark black skin, but it didn't really break open. The ogre's skin is very tough, a fleshy one. The ice picks shot by Roy Glacier are difficult to leave a real effective injury. A few seconds later, Uga Bone Broken took big strides and rushed to the extreme north ice spirit, grabbed Roy Bing with one hand, laughed loudly, and said in giant language, "Little one, I won, think about it. You're still a long way from winning the future leader of the bone-shattering tribe." Roy Glacier couldn't understand Giant's language, but looking at his expression, he roughly guessed the meaning of Uga Bony Shatter's words. Although it lost, it was delighted with its increasingly powerful ability after becoming a dragon-bane creature. You must know that before this, if it saw an ogre, it would be difficult for it to give birth to the idea of fighting, so it could only detour and stay away, but now it can barely fight. Not admitting defeat, Roy Glacier, whose entire body is made of ice crystals, just said in distress, "Put me down, I admit defeat." The ogre is very powerful. It is like playing with things that weigh several tons. When it is caught in his hand, Roy Glacier has the feeling that he will be crushed into ice at any time. Although the polar ice spirit is in the magic power, you won't die if you get smashed before running out, but it's a bad experience all in all. Uga Bone Broken raised his head proudly, reading www.ukonshu.com because he couldn't understand the common language, he didn't know what Roy Glacier was talking about, he just continued to laugh. Roy Glacier was about to make some gestures to make the ogres understand, when suddenly his face brightened, and he looked behind Uga Bone Broken with awe. Uga Bone Broken's expression froze, and he saw the shadow extending from behind and covering his own shadow. He gently let go of Roy Glacier, then mechanically turned his neck and turned his head slowly. "Lord Junlong, you are back." A smile appeared on Uga Bony Shatter's ugly face. It was shocked inwardly, and found that the real dragon was huge, but when it fell, there was no sound of wind. There was no expression on Garen's face, and he said, "You seem to be getting along well with my family." Uga Bone Broken scratched his head and said embarrassedly, "The other ogres in the tribe are too stupid. Your relatives are as smart as Uga. I like to communicate with them." Although the language is not fluent, it is only the communication of gestures and movements, which makes Uga Bonebreaker feel that the Arctic ice spirit is better than the ogres in the tribe. It also gave birth to the idea of learning a common language, and a strong desire to communicate with other intelligent creatures. Garen ignored the ogre, looked at Roy Glacier, and encouraged him, "Although you are not yet an opponent of the ogre, there is still a lot of room for improvement in your strength, and you will not be weaker than it in the future, continue to work hard." A simple word of encouragement made Roy Glacier look grateful. Inspiration from a real dragon is not common. Immediately, Jialong clasped the shoulders of Uga Bone Broken with a claw, and the dragon's wings shook in its doubtful eyes, and took it away. The ogre's weight of several tons was like a toy under the dragon's claws, and it was quickly shivering, taken to the sky. Chapter 21, Ambush. Garen was flying high in the sky holding an ogre, and even with his physical strength, he couldn't help but feel a little tired after a long time. As for the cold wind in the high sky, it does not have much impact on Uga Bone Broken. The ogres living in the extreme Arctic icefield are only wearing simple rough animal skins, and have already evolved high cold resistance. But it still trembled, not daring to look down. Seems to be a little afraid of heights. As long as a creature that cannot fly is caught and taken to an altitude of thousands of meters, the sound of the wind is whistling in the ear, and the life is all in the other's thought, there will be no fear at all. As long as Garen slipped his hand and threw the ogre down, it would definitely be smashed into a rotten, indistinguishable racial meat sauce. Taking some flightless and stubborn prey to high altitude and then throwing them to death is one of the usual methods of dragons. A real dragon can completely pick up creatures that are similar to their own weight, or even heavier than themselves. If he didn't want to conquer the ogre tribe, Garen didn't need to fight recklessly, just relying on his ability to fly, throwing something in the sky from time to time and smashing it down, he could make him suffer. After some time, Garan brought Uga Bony Shatter to the ice of the ice lake. The ogre's legs were weak, and he walked a few steps tremblingly, only to feel that his brain was still in a blank state, dizzy, as if he hadn't come down from the sky. After a few minutes, it slowly returned to normal. After seeing that the ice layer was thick enough to support the ogre's weight, Garen showed a satisfied expression on his face. In this way, this place is more suitable as an ambush location, at least he can successfully deceive the other party to come over. After seeing Uga Bony Shatter's sanity recovered, Garen pointed to the ice layer under his feet and said, "Bring the two-headed ogre here, and your mission is complete." As for how to deal with the two-headed ogre, Garen did not say clearly. Uga looked at the vast expanse of ice, nodded, and said, "I know here, at my speed, it will take 4 hours to travel back and forth from the bone-broken tribe." After a pause, it looked at Garen and said, "Lord True Dragon, are you going to deal with the Sarah leader immediately? Then I'll set off right away." The voice was full of impatience, and Uga Bone Broken wanted to replace the leader of the two-headed ogre, thinking about going crazy. Jialong's eyes were calm, and he couldn't see any changes in his emotions. He just tapped the dragon's head and said, "Stop talking nonsense, and leave as soon as possible." After speaking, Garen thought of the 2 weapons he was carrying when the two-headed ogre came out of the house, and added, "When you bring it, try not to bring it with a weapon." He has always been very strong in execution. Since he has decided to kill the two-headed ogre that threatens him, he intends to implement it immediately after finalizing the plan. After all, the longer the time passes, the easier it is to add unexpected variables. Uga Bone Shattered nodded excitedly, and said, "Yes, great true dragon. Uga will not disappoint you." Garen waved his dragon claw, indicating that Uga Bone Shatter could start moving, but Uga Bone Shatter no longer hesitated, turned around and left quickly, and the figure gradually disappeared into the vast darkness. Bang! The sturdy dragon stomped heavily on the ice layer, and the cracks suddenly extended like spider webs, and then the ice layer shattered along the cracks, revealing the quiet lake below. Garen took a deep breath, then moved his body, pulled off the ice floes, and submerged under the lake. The ice-cold lake water that can freeze a person to death in a few seconds has no negative impact on Jialong, but it makes him feel comfortable and cool, and his mind is shocked. Call. Frost dragon breath spewed out, resealing the ice surface, and Garen's figure disappeared into the lake water under the ice layer. The solitude and loneliness returned to the top of the ice. The white dragon's scales are similar in color to ice and snow. When moving under the ice, there will not be a slight fluctuation of light and shadow. The scales close to the body will silently gather water currents. In the polar ice field, the white dragon is the most terrifying and strongest. Big hunter. Under the ambush of the white dragon, not many prey could survive, let alone the power of the time dragon. The two-headed ogre is no exception. Somewhere under the ice, Garen waited patiently. If a creature steps on the ice, even if he can't see the opponent, he can instantly determine the opponent's position, number, and approximate weight through a slight vibration. Under the protection of Bai Longyang, the more than 1 year of hunting time has not been in vain. As a qualified white dragon hunter, Jialong has already learned these abilities. Uga Bone Broken left the range of the ice lake and walked quickly towards the depression basin where the Bone Broken tribe was located in his memory. On the way, it killed a sturdy white-haired tiger and used it as a prey to complete its adulthood ceremony. The white-haired tiger is just a relatively huge ordinary beast, and it is not worse than the two-headed ogre's original prey. 1.5 stars, but Uga Bone Shatter can't care so much anymore. It carried its prey excitedly, and strode back to the Bone Broken tribe. The sharp-eyed ogres saw Uga, and immediately greeted him. A large number of ogres climbed up from the ground or walked out of the house to watch Uga Bone Broken and his prey. From the beginning to the end, the giant white-fronted tiger with hanging eyes, which is nearly 4 meters long, has strong muscles and sharp claws, which has attracted the praise of many ogres. Uga, you are already a qualified adult ogre. The sun **** will be proud of you and always look after you. After a while of praise, the ogres unceremoniously dragged Uga Bone's prey away, peeled it, cut it into pieces, and threw it into a large iron pot. Uga Bone Break didn't respond to it. www.mtlnovel.com. The prey obtained by the ogre adult ceremony is to be shared with the adult ogres in the tribe, which means that he has become a member of the adult ogres and is no longer a weak food that needs shelter. People are demonic. And just as the white-haired tiger was being dragged away, Uga Bone Broken walked towards the luxurious stone house covered with animal skins by the two-headed ogre leader. It was in a hurry, and it looked like it was in a hurry. It didn't even knock on the door, and broke into the stone house in front of it. Boss, I found traces of human mages. As soon as he entered the door, when the two-headed ogre showed dissatisfaction and wanted to teach Uga a lesson, Uga Bone Broken first said something that made the double-headed ogre look happy. The two-headed ogre took a step forward, and its 2 heads and 4 eyes stared at Uga Bone Broken at the same time, and its body a little higher than it brought it extremely strong pressure. Uga Bone Broken, are you sure? The big head of the two-headed ogre was especially excited, while the small head looked indifferent, just as if thinking of something delicious and drooling. Uga Bone Broken nodded his head wildly and said, I'm sure. The two-headed ogre calmed down for a while, and then the big head asked, how is the strength of that human mage? Uga Bone Broken thought for a while, and hurriedly said, better than Uga, but definitely not the leader of your opponent. I found the human mage in the east. He was fighting a storm leopard and didn't find me. Also, although the human mage defeated the hurricane leopard, but he was injured, he would definitely not be able to run very far. After hearing Uga Bone Shatter's words, the two-headed ogre stared with a big head and scolded, then what are you doing, you idiot, why don't you show me the way? Chapter 22, Sneak Attack. Although the Arctic icefield is in the polar night time, the earth does not appear dark, it is still a white world wrapped in silver. The snowflakes and ice crystals reflect the starlight and moonlight, and the Arctic icefield is beautifully reflected, just like the daytime. Only in some narrow ice valleys, there is a thick darkness. In the whimpering cold wind, 2 3-meter-high humanoids were moving quickly on the snow. It was Uga Bonebreaker and the two-headed ogre. The two-headed ogre held a large black mace in his right hand and a staff in his left hand, running forward like an armored vehicle, and the speed was completely inconsistent with its seemingly bulky body. Uga Bone Shattering next to it was galloping at the same speed, turning into 2 black lines in the snow-white world. Because they were afraid that the human mage would run away and the trail would be hard to find, the two-headed ogre only moved with Uga Bone Shattering, the leader of the road, and applied the quick walk technique on himself and Uga Bone Shattering, which greatly increased the moving speed. When passing a slightly raised snow surface, call. The snow exploded like a cannonball buried in it, and the crystal-clear snowflakes all over the sky rushed towards the double-headed ogre. A fierce light flashed in the eyes of the two-headed ogre, looking for death. The jet-black mace in his right hand smashed out, with violent power and a howling wind, in the middle of a beast like a raptor that sneaked over from the snow. Bang! The beast wailed, and its body was knocked out like a tattered toy. The blood was sprinkled, and the blood was dotted in the snow, forming a coquettish red and white pattern. The two-headed ogre continued to move forward without even looking at it. Uga Bone Broken secretly swallowed and followed closely behind. During the period, some unsightly ice creatures followed the momentum and launched attacks and raids. They were either smashed into flesh by a jet-black mace, or turned into ashes by magic, which only caused insignificant obstacles to the double-headed ogre. Uga Bone Broken saw the scene of the two-headed ogre showing great power, and felt a little uneasy in his heart. It's not quite sure that Galen can beat the two-headed ogre now. But it wants to be the leader, there is no other way to go. The double-headed ogre is in its prime, and after it gets old, Uga will also get old, and he can't wait for the day when the strength of the double-headed ogre declines. Seeing that the outline of the frozen lake was faintly revealed, Uga Bone Broken suddenly remembered Garen's last warning before he left, and his eyes rolled. A few seconds later, Uga Bone Broken broke the silence on the way, and said to the two-headed ogre, "Boss, I think your weapon seems very heavy, do you need me to help you carry it? If you encounter that human mage in a while, if you have complete physical strength, you will be able to take it down easily." When the two-headed ogre thought about it, this was indeed the truth, and he did not think that the ogre next to him was uneasy and kind. It gave the rather heavy jet-black mace to Uga Bony Shatter to carry, but the staff in his left hand remained tightly in his hand. Uga Bone Broken took the initiative to reach out to help it, but was rejected by the stern gaze. It was afraid that the two-headed ogre would see the clue, so it did not dare to say anything, just carried the heavy black mace and followed the double-headed ogre. The ogre moved on. After a while, 2 ogres stepped on the ice. The two-headed ogre looked at the endless ice layer in front of him, his big head frowned slightly. Uga Bone shattered behind it, carrying a jet-black hammer, his eyes were slightly dazed. Because in its field of vision, there is a vast area around, and there is no shadow of any creatures, not to mention the more obvious dragon body of Garon. The two-headed ogre didn't know Uga Bony Shatter's careful thoughts, so he hesitated for a moment, then stepped on the ice a few times before actually walking up, and slowed down a bit because the ice surface was too slippery. Uga Bone broke and followed in an uneasy mood. Suddenly, the low voice of the two-headed ogre rang in its ears, saying, "How far is it from where you found the human mage?" Uga Bone Broken did not hesitate, and said with the words he had prepared a long time ago, "Cross the frozen lake and walk about 1 kilometer further." The two-headed ogre nodded, didn't ask any more questions, and continued to walk on the ice. At the same time, they did not find that in the lake below the ice layer, a cloud and mist that merged with the lake was surrounded by clouds and mists, covering the breath and the figure of the dragon, and slowly moved to the two sides of the ogre's travel route, 100 meters ahead, and then wait quietly. Garen's eyes were calm, motionless, and even his breathing stopped, like a lifeless dragon-shaped sculpture. The moment the ogre stepped on the ice, he knew that the other party was coming, so he restrained his breath more carefully and waited for the most suitable time to attack. The flow of time seemed to slow down, and the ogre approached the ice layer where Garen was located step by step, and was not too alert to realize that there was a dragon ambushing here. Garen was silent in his heart, calculating the distance between the other party and himself. 200 meters, 150 meters, 100 meters, 20 meters, 10 meters. When he felt the trembling of the ice layer at close range, a platinum gold dazzling light burst out from Jialong's dragon eyes, and the whole body suddenly burst into flames. At the same time, the spirit-suppressing dragon's might burst out unscrupulously, penetrating the ice layer and covering the surrounding area, 100 meters of space. Kacha kacha! In an instant, dense cracks appeared on the ice layer. Reading www.ukanshu.com. At the moment of the change, the body of the double-headed ogre froze under the influence of Longwei, and when he came back to his senses, he was about to bounce away from the broken area. But it was too late. It only took a short while for a pair of dazzling platinum dragon eyes to emerge from the breathtaking dragon's mighty burst to the ice layer breaking. Call. A large piece of frost and dragon breath spewed out from diagonally below, mixed with broken ice flows and sharp ice cones, covering the two-headed ogre like a white storm. Sneak attack. Garen came prepared and calculated with no intention, and with one move, he severely wounded the double-headed ogre and sealed it in ice at the same time. The horrified expressions on the two heads were still vividly preserved in the ice crystals, and the tattered body was full of wounds punctured by ice picks. Bang! The ice layer shook violently, and Garen's entire body flew out from below and landed near the ice crystal. The crystal-clear water splashed down his scales, and the power of the dragon coming out of the water made Uga Bone Broken stunned. Jialong landed on the intact ice layer that was not broken next to him, and looked at the two-headed ogre frozen by the frost dragon breath. Knowing that the other party still had a breath, he opened the dragon's mouth again and spewed out a more deadly plunder, line of time. He has envisioned mixing the two dragon breaths, but it is currently difficult to achieve. At the same time, bulging veins suddenly appeared on the tattered skin of the two-headed ogre, like black blood vessels, squirming violently under its skin. When the line of plundering time was about to touch the ice crystal, with a bang, the ice crystal exploded, and a large black mist extended out at the same time, trying to drown Garen. Chapter 23. Evil Power. In these black mists with claws and claws, Garen felt an extremely evil, strange, chaotic, and crazy aura. He was stunned inwardly and did not dare to neglect, and activated the time manipulation at the limit of 3 times the speed. His body suddenly turned into a white shadow, and he still had the energy to grab Uga's shattered bone, avoiding the black mist that permeated. As for the thread of plundering time that was spit out just now, there was no feedback that it hit the opponent. The power of this breath is strange, but it needs an age bonus. Jialong, a little dragon younger than 2 years old, is a little difficult to exert the true power of plundering the line of time. This doesn't seem to be a serious magic. Jialong looked at the black fog covering a space of about 10 meters in diameter, and a trace of fear flashed in the dragon's eyes. He keenly felt that this thing was extremely dangerous and was definitely not a product of ordinary spells. Because in Garen's perception of the elements belonging to the dragon category, at the moment when the black mist appeared, the various attribute elements in the air were like avoiding snakes and scorpions, and they were unwilling to touch them at all. Any elemental energy that has not had time to dodge is absorbed by the black mist and becomes a part of it. Do two-headed ogres have this ability? How can it feel so evil, like a chaotic force from the abyss or hell? Garen's heart trembled. The bottomless abyss and the 9 layers of **** are the 2 outer planes ruled by demons and demons, respectively. The countless worlds in the main material plane have their legendary records. Of course, for these existences dedicated to destruction, the records are almost entirely negative warnings and reminders. Even the arrogance of dragons left a warning in the inheritance of dragons not to provoke demons and devils easily. After feeling the ominous and evil aura in the black mist, Garen had deep doubts in his heart, and turned his head to look at Uga Bone Broken. Uga Bone Broken stared blankly at the changes in front of him, completely dazed. It seemed that he was completely unaware of the black fog ability of the two-headed ogre, and ran away from Garen and the two-headed ogre, and resisted the two-headed ogre's jet black mace. Boom! A dull voice suddenly sounded from the black mist, like the powerful heartbeat of a giant beast. The black mist shrank a bit. Dong dong dong. After the first heartbeat sounded, the strong heartbeat sounded incessantly, and the black mist kept shrinking rhythmically at the same time, and was about to gather into a ball. Garen didn't want to sit back and watch the other party change, and opened his mouth to spew out the frost dragon breath again, but the black mist flickered like a living thing, moving laterally to avoid the frost dragon breath, and at the same time shrinking again. Trying to use the thread of plundering time again, the opponent also sensed its existence and avoided it in advance. Seeing this scene, Garen's heart became more cautious. With his dragon wings unfolded, he already had the idea of flying away immediately when the situation turned bad. But the two-headed ogre in the black mist seemed to see through the mind of Garen. Boom! The magical aura in the shape of a white beam of light penetrated the black fog, shot up into the sky, and finally spread rapidly in all directions in the air of dozens of meters, covering an area of the sky in an instant. At the same time, Garen only felt his body sink, as if he was bound in some way. He felt something wrong and waved his dragon wings to take off, but apart from a gust of wind, the heavy dragon body had no tendency to fly. Block the sky, which can inhibit the flying ability of creatures. One of the most popular dragon-slaying spells. Because he had not learned systematic spell knowledge or mastered the means of dispelling spells, Galen was a little passive for a while, but he was not flustered because he just couldn't use his flying ability. Canon's strength is not shown in flight. The creator of all things, the great and lofty sun god, your humble believer Sarah Bonebreaker, will offer you a dragon's heart as a tribute. Please grant your believers the power of the sun, help your believers slay dragons with blood, and spread your immortal reputation to the world. A low-pitched and **** prayer came from the black fog. When the last syllable fell, the black fog that had shrunk several times finally disappeared completely. To be precise, it was completely submerged in the double-headed food. The body of a demon. Because the two-headed ogre was speaking in common, Garen understood it. He was stunned in his heart, and he didn't expect this guy to use magic. Divine magic is a devout believer of gods. Through day and night prayers, he can get in touch with the gods far away in the outer planes. The magic that is performed through the unique power bestowed by the gods has various strange and powerful effects. The two-headed ogre who knows magic is not even recorded in the inheritance of the dragon. However, how can the magic given by the sun **** be so evil and chaotic? Speaking of the sun god, almost 99% of the first images of intelligent life are vitality, fiery, light, and life. Jialong is no exception, but no matter how he sees it, there is no way to link the magic performed by the two-headed ogre with the sun god. There was a strange smell everywhere in this matter, but Garen had no time to think about it. Because in his field of vision, a two-headed ogre with black lines like wriggling blood vessels on his knees was loosening his clasped hands and slowly stood up. His 2 heads and 4 eyes were all fanatical and addicted. Blood stared at Garen looking back and forth. Those black blood vessels on its surface, if you look closely, you can see that it seems to be a pattern formed by black mist, and it is wriggling like a living thing. The injury caused by the dragon breath of Jialong Frost before has been healed under the power of this strange black mist. In addition, behind the double-headed ogre, there are 4 thick and long black fleshy tentacles, which are stretching out with their teeth and claws. The whirling kept turning. It looks scalp-tingling. What the **** is this? Galen has already concluded that the gods that the two-headed ogre believe in are definitely not serious existences. He took a deep breath, and when the dragon spit it out, it was the surging ice-blue frost dragon breath. While breathing the dragon's breath, Garen activated the highest level of time acceleration that can be achieved so far, triple speed. Consuming a large amount of time power, he extended the effect of triple speed to the dragon's breath. The speed of the frost dragon's breath was unbelievably fast, just like the previous raid on the two-headed ogre, making it difficult for people to dodge. However, the two-headed ogre was almost killed by a sneak attack, and it was obvious that he had been prepared for the most famous attack method of dragons. It danced with its staff, one big head said obscure incantations, and the other small head opened its stinking mouth, and a fiery red pentagram engraved with complex runes appeared in this mouth. Forward. Call. The surging fire element was sucked into the mouth of the little head like a tired bird returning to the forest, and it turned into a magium like crimson light, and even ignited a flame in the mouth, making the temperature around the two-headed ogre rise steadily. Open black lens bracket dragon breath imitation technique red dragon breath close black lens bracket. In an instant, a powerful flame of dragon breath spit out from the mouth of the small head, was rapidly enlarged by the magic circle, and finally collided with Garen's ice blue frost breath. Chapter 24. Intense Battle. Bang! Invisible shock waves burst out from the collision point of the dragon's breath with two attributes, one cold and one hot, and spread out in all directions, pressing out looming gaps in the ice layer. Looking at the flame dragon breath displayed by the other party, Garen was very surprised. He knew that the effect of the spell was extremely magical, but when he saw that the other party actually possessed the spell that allowed him to obtain the dragon's breath, he couldn't help but feel a little shocked. Not far away, Uga Bone Broken nervously watched the two-headed ogre collide with Garen's dragon breath, his face turning red and blue for a while. It can clearly see that although the flame dragon breath is unexpected and menacing, its real power is obviously not comparable to the real dragon's breath. It is suppressed by the frost dragon breath and pushed back a little bit. The head ogre was getting closer. Lord True Dragon, kill Sarah Boney Shatter. Uga believes in your strength. Uga Bonebreaker silently prayed for Garen in his heart. After seeing the strength of the leader with his own eyes, it has no hope of taking away the leader's position, and can only rely on Jialong to have a chance. On the other hand, after a few seconds, Garen's frost dragon breath was almost able to engulf the two-headed ogre, but while the little head was breathing out the dragon's breath to fight Garen, the big head was not idle. It kept chanting obscure spells all the time, and took advantage of this time to complete another spell. Open black lens bracket flashing close black lens bracket. With a swish, a bright magical aura burst out from the body of the two-headed ogre. Before being swallowed by the frost dragon breath, a flash appeared, and the teleportation appeared diagonally above Garen's body. Garen frowned, raised his head, and the frost dragon breath spit out cold wind and ice crystals, sweeping towards the two-headed ogre. But the two-headed ogre flipped over in the air, dodging the obvious breathing, and at the same time, the black tentacles extended and became longer, like a huge four-legged spider, and slammed towards Garen's head. In close combat, the dragon's breath is not easy to use, so Garen stopped wasting his magic power uselessly and closed his mouth. His eyes were strange, with a strange look on his face. The sturdy hind limbs and the dragon's tail supported the body, and Garen stood up instantly. The dragon's claws set off a howling and harsh wind, and the sharp-edged claws cut to the double-headed ogre in the air. The entire process was smooth and fluid, and the movements were incredibly sensitive, as if they were in a completely different time flow from that of the two-headed ogre. Kanan, who drove 3 times the speed, was not afraid of melee combat at all. Bang! The extremely fast claw deliberately avoided contact with the black tentacles, and landed fiercely on the waist and abdomen of the two-headed ogre. The dragon muscles burst out with strength, making the two-headed ogre 1 head taller than Galleon. The body flew out. If the two-headed ogre hadn't reacted at the end, and protected the key point with black tentacles, Garen would have died on the spot. Even so, Garen's sharp dragon claws left 4 massive, disembodied wounds on the two-headed ogre, revealing the steaming internal organs. But what made Jialong stunned was that when the two-headed ogre was injured and flew out, the blood vessels of the black mist on its body squirmed frantically, intertwined like threads of living creatures, sewing up those terrible wounds. This ultra-high-speed regeneration ability is probably one of the effects of the magical technique it just cast. With the idea of taking advantage of its illness to kill it, although Jialong was shocked for a moment, he jumped up without hesitation, the dragon wings unfolded high, and smashed into the two-headed cannibal with a breathtaking momentum. Magic. Swish. The two-headed ogre flickered, and its body disappeared in place. Jialong stepped on the ice layer heavily, because he was going all out. The ice layer he penetrated instantly, and a high water wave like a waterfall was set off with a thud. When Galen found that he missed his target and jumped out of the water, he looked at the two-headed ogre who had recovered from his injuries not far away, and felt a little bit of trouble. He has found out. The division of labor between the two heads of this guy is very clear. One is responsible for controlling the body to fight with Garen, while suffering from pain, dizziness and other negative states, and the other is to cast spells with utmost concentration regardless of it, which is equivalent to a combination of a warrior and a mage. But these are small problems. The most difficult thing is the strange magic that is full of evil. The two-headed ogre was extremely terrified. It thought that it was just a shot at dealing with a teenage white dragon, but Garen's incredible speed made it almost impossible to believe its own eyes. Is this still a white dragon? How can there be a white dragon that comes and goes like the wind, so fast that it can fly? It continuously casts spells, and the magic also has a certain load on the body and mind, so it cannot continue to fight, and compared with a dragon's endurance and magic power, it is undoubtedly an act of courting death. Thinking of this, the two heads of the two-headed ogre looked at each other with a look of determination. When Garen saw this scene, he froze inwardly, knowing that the two-headed ogre might have to make more moves. He also faintly felt that this guy seemed to be in contact with him, but in fact the current state could not last long. The creator of all things, the great and noble sun **** is above, please bless your believers to defeat the dragon and offer sacrifices for you. After praying sincerely from the heart, the big head of the two-headed ogre simply closed its eyes, eliminated all distracting thoughts, chanted the spell with one heart, and cast its most powerful spell. And the little head controlled the body possessed by the power of the black mist, and was ready to stare at Garen. With the increasingly solemn incantation, strands of elemental energy began to gather in the heaven and earth, and there was a faint sense of numbness in the air. Uga Bone Shattering, who was within the scope of the spell, touched the sparse on his forehead, hair, and found that they stood up quietly. Garen felt the lightning element of the riot, www.mtlnovel.com, and immediately set off, not wanting to give the opponent a chance to cast spells. Beneath the glossy and reflective scales, the steel-like muscles instantly exerted strength. Garen landed on all fours, rushing towards him like a big cat, and used dragon wings to accelerate in the middle as fast as a white lightning bolt. The distance of dozens of meters arrived in an instant, the dragon's wings spread high, and the dragon's might spread from the body overwhelming, causing the body of the two-headed ogre to stagnate slightly, and even the spell casting stopped for a moment. Stab it! In the shrill airflow, the ruthless dragon's claws are fully open, grasping the big head of the two-headed ogre. The big head, who was wholeheartedly casting powerful spells, could no longer use blink, but its body, under the control of the small head, reluctantly fought back with Garen. Although he could only vaguely catch Kanan's movements, if he was just on the defensive, he could barely do it. The stout arm was raised horizontally, blocking in front of Garen's dragon claws. Bang bang! In a series of dull crashing sounds, Garen beat the two-headed ogre back again and again, and the flesh on both arms spattered, revealing the bones of Bisenson's arms. The two-headed ogre looked very embarrassed under the onslaught of Kanan's triple speed. In terms of body size, the two-headed ogre is 3 meters tall, with a stocky body, live muscles and thick fat, while Garan is about 1.6 meters tall at the shoulders. Compared with Garan, it is similar to ordinary humans and a Siberian tiger difference. But it's not completely powerless. The 4 black tentacles are like 4 pitch-black snakes, and the greasy eyeballs are now all staring at Garen, making Garen feel cold all over his body, and he doesn't dare to touch him at will. Chapter 25, Thunderstorm. Call out. In the sound of breaking the air, the black tentacles sensitively wrapped around Garen's dragon head. Their goal has always been clear, that is, they want to drill into Garen's head. In this way, Garen, who is quite afraid of him, dare not be touched by the black tentacles. Nearly half of his attention was devoted to dealing with the raid of the black tentacles. Time passed bit by bit. Because of the high-intensity battle, he kept himself in a state of triple speed, and Galen's mind gradually became tired, and only less than 50% of the power of time stored in the body remained. When the power of time obtained by swallowing the river water is completely consumed, it will be difficult for him to maintain the acceleration state before he has enough replenishment. Based solely on the abilities of the white dragon at the youth stage, it is obviously not the opponent of the two-headed ogre. Jialong calculated silently, intending to give up the plan to kill the two-headed ogre and retreat temporarily after the power of time dropped to about 2 layers. It wasn't that he couldn't kill the two-headed ogre, he just didn't want to get hurt. If it was a pure onslaught regardless of defense, the two-headed ogre would have been torn to shreds by Garen. This guy is acting weird. The tentacles condensed by the black mist felt very dangerous, so that Galen didn't even want to touch it. But just a few seconds later, the body of the two-headed ogre seemed to be in great pain due to some kind of load. Garan keenly grasped the flaws of the two-headed ogre. He smiled grimly, and the dragon tail swept across the legs of the two-headed ogre like a steel whip, overturning its body to the ground. Before the two-headed ogre could get up, Garen's limbs were heavily pressed up, and the dragon's claws clasped its arm, making it difficult to move. At the same time, Jialong opened the dragon's mouth, and the cold force of ice blue was gathering in his mouth, and aimed at the big head of the two-headed ogre that has been preparing spells. Boom! The frosty dragon breath gushed out like a river. At the same time, the two-headed ogre struggled violently, and the force of the trapped beast shattered the ice layer, and both fell into the ice lake at the same time. The demon was almost frozen. With this struggle, it has plunged itself into a more dangerous situation. In the icy lake, Garen's movements were completely unaffected, and it was a little faster. The icy blue dragon breath pierced through the lake, freezing to the bone, wrapping the upper body of the double-headed ogre in it. If Garen hadn't tightly grasped the double-headed ogre, its body would have been knocked out by the surging impact of the dragon's breath. Being outputted by the full-power dragon breath at close range, the two-headed ogre could no longer resist. The body, including the black tentacles behind it, were frozen into life like ice crystals in an instant, and the thickness of the ice crystals continued to increase. Garen could clearly see that the two-headed ogre had not completely died. The black mist blood vessels on the body were squirming crazily, and the black tentacles behind him were shaking at the same time. But just like a Saint Seiya never suffers a loss on the same move twice, Garen continued in one breath, exhausting all the power of frost, not giving this guy the slightest chance to resist. The aura of the two-headed ogre showed a cliff-like decline, and it didn't take long for it to completely dissipate and die completely. Looking at the two-headed ogre who finally died, Garen let out a long sigh of relief. After he came back to his senses, he only felt a chill in his throat, and it was extremely dry, as if an ice cube was stuck in his throat. This is a side effect of using Frost Dragon's breath for prolonged periods of time regardless of the body. I'm still too young. If I grow up a bit, I can easily kill this guy by using the thread of plundering time. Garen once again desperately wanted to improve his strength. This world is really dangerous. I thought it was just an ordinary two-headed ogre, but it will cast strange magic and powerful spells, and his luck is too bad. After thinking for a while, Garen carried the body of the two-headed ogre, swam up from the ice lake, broke the lake, and stood on top of the ice again. It's okay not to come out. Once he came out, the sight in his eyes made Garen's eyes widen. In the sky about 500 meters high, I don't know when a black thundercloud with a diameter of tens of meters and more than 100 meters appeared. There were silver-white lightning flashing and dancing wildly, and it was still absorbing the elements in the surrounding air, energy becoming more powerful. Open black lens bracket thunderstorm technique close black lens bracket. This completed the spell before dying. The momentum is indeed amazing, but no one is controlling it, and there is no threat. As for the intelligence information that UGA Bone Shatter said before, Garen has completely ignored it now. Looking at the appearance of UGA Bone Shatter, it is obvious that he does not know that the two-headed ogre is so powerful. The lightning beam that will only be forked. The double-headed ogre hides its strength quite deeply, and for some unknown purpose, it does not even reveal its own clan. Maybe it's to guard against the betrayal of 2 or 5 boys like UGA Bone Broken, UU Redding WWW, Ukanshu, Kamso left a lot of hands. Really a cautious two-headed ogre. Garen rubbed his head, soothing his somewhat tired mind, and at the same time looked at the amazing black thunderclouds in the sky. The spell to block the sky was over. He swung his dragon wings and his body suddenly floated 3 feet in the air, but Jialong didn't move away immediately, instead he watched the thunderclouds dancing wildly with silver snakes with great interest. He was not under the range of the black thundercloud, probably because the two-headed ogre was too hasty before he died. This spell was cast outrageously, and the position floated a few hundred meters away. Soon, the black thundercloud absorbed enough elemental energy, and there was a rolling muffled thunder. It was as if someone was beating a drum beside his ear, which was deafening, and there was also a trace of anxiety in the air. Boom! A thick and long lightning silver snake fell, although only for a short moment, but this moment illuminated the night like day. With the fall of the first lightning, the spell officially kicked off. The lightning carried the power of high temperature and paralysis, falling one after another, dispelling all the surrounding darkness, turning extreme night into extreme day, and thunder in the dark clouds. Rolling and flickering at the same time. It wasn't until 8 minutes later that the lightning feast came to an end, and the thick black thundercloud slowly dissipated. Jialong looked at the spell that imitated Tianwei, and his eyes were full of brilliance, and a hint of yearning gradually rose in his heart. He only has the spell-like ability and supernatural ability that he is born with. The real spell is still an unknown and esoteric realm for Garen, and for the unknown realm, he likes things that have gone through a long time. There is a natural desire to explore within. Chapter 26, Dragon's Might. Taking a deep breath of the cold tundra air, Garen withdrew his gaze and glanced at the dead two-headed ogre. It was still frozen in ice crystals, and the expression on his face maintained the unwillingness and fear before his death, and it was lifelike. The black mist blood vessels and the black tentacles behind him had disappeared, as if they had never existed. But the evil aura that once made Garen deeply fearful still haunts his mind until now. How did the two-headed ogre come into contact with this sun god? The brief thought was interrupted by a roar full of excitement, and UGA Bone Shattered excitedly ran over, threw himself to the ground at Jialong, and said in an excited tone, "Lord True Dragon, you really killed Sarah. The bone-shattering tribe will become your strongest arm, clearing all obstacles for you." Garen glanced at UGA Bone Shatter, who was carrying the jet black mace, but there was no obvious expression on the dragon's face. However, in his heart, he was quite satisfied with this ogre with a relatively high IQ. The jet black hammer that UGA Bonebreaker is currently carrying has a faint blood-colored aura surrounding it, and Garen can feel the flow of the surrounding elemental power. This is not an ordinary weapon, and if the two-headed ogre is fighting Garen with this jet black mace and staff at the same time, it really won't necessarily be able to solve it like this. It is a spellcaster, but that powerful physique is also a key strength component. Go, follow me to the Bone-Broken tribe. Jialong let out a dragon roar, and the sound was rolling, shaking the air. Immediately, he grabbed UGA Bone-Broken and the two-headed ogre that had been frozen to death in the ice crystals. He waved his dragon wings, and his body was suddenly lifted to 1,000-meter altitude. Thumbnail. In the bowl-shaped basin terrain, the ogres of the Bone-Broken tribe continued to surround the cauldron, picking their nostrils and scratching their feet. As for the staple food in the pot, it was the white-haired giant tiger that UGA Broken Bone had just hunted back. It was cut into pieces and thrown into it randomly, as well as some indistinguishable plants and other pieces of meat. Ogres mainly eat meat, but they are full-fledged omnivores, and generally do not like to eat raw blood food directly, but will cook food if conditions permit. Some ogres were eagerly discussing which one was better, UGA Bonebreaker or the leader. Because of the entire Bone-Broken tribe, only UGA Bone-Broken and the double-headed ogre reached a height of 3 meters, one head taller than the other ogres. Most of the ogres were about 2 meters tall. UGA is definitely not the leader's opponent, the leader can use spells. Not necessarily, UGA is just an adult, and it may grow longer. The chief is old. The ogres held their own opinions and chatted around the cauldron. After a while, the sharp-eyed ogre vaguely saw that there seemed to be a small white spot in the night sky high in the sky, and it was gradually enlarging. Huh, that looks like a dragon. The ogre rubbed his eyes, and when the little white dot became clear in his field of vision, he opened his mouth wide in horror, and could even put a big fist in it. Dragon, dragon, dragon. There are dragons in the sky. A group of ogres raised their heads following their gazes and saw the figure of Garen. Bright and new white ice armor, dazzling platinum dragon eyes, ferocious minions, and a mysterious ring of black scales. Long Wei rushed towards the face, making the ogres were breathing hard. However, the ogres were brave and ferocious in their bones. After discovering that Garen was not an adult dragon, they went back to the house and picked up their weapons, mainly big sticks, and 1 or 2 carrying giant axes. They were on guard, staring at Galleon as he descended toward the bony-shattering horde. In the air, Garen looked at the performance of these ogres, and there was a strange color in his eyes. After a while, he had been lowered to several dozen meters in the air. Before he could fully land on the ground, an ogre picked up a boulder, his arms burst out, and threw it violently towards him. It's not too brave. Garen spewed out a mouthful of frost and dragon breath, and the large grinding stone that flew towards him was instantly frozen in the icy blue dragon breath, stagnant, and then fell back with the dragon breath wrapped in it. Call. Frost dragon breath swept past the first ogre, freezing it into an ice sculpture. The new official took office for 3 fires. In order to stand up first and deter this group of ogres, Jialong showed no mercy at all. The frozen ogres were completely dead. Reptiles, if you dare to attack a real dragon, you will have to pay the price of your life. Garen roared in a low voice, speaking giant language. At the same time, he threw out UGA Bony Shatter and the two-headed ogre leader. Bang bang, UGA Bone Broken got up and yelled at the stupid-headed compatriots, "Do you want to die? You actually shot at the great real dragon. The Sarah leader is dead, and now, the Bone Shatter tribe will be under the control of the true dragon." When the other ogres saw that Jialong had instantly lost a strong man in the tribe, they were a little scared in their hearts, but when they heard UGA Bone Shatter's words, they looked at each other, and Yu reading www.ukanshu.com was a little afraid to move. Garen maintained the mystery and majesty that belonged to a real dragon. After falling to the ground, he just stared at the ogres in front of him calmly, without speaking. UGA Bone Broken became his microphone. Relying on Longwei, he smashed the jet black hammer heavily on the ground, and said, "I've finished speaking, does anyone object? If you don't want to belong to the real dragon, there is only one way to die. Those who are willing to surrender, bow down to the great true dragon. After that, I will lead the Bone Broken tribe, under the command of Lord True Dragon, to spread the prestige for Lord True Dragon." This guy gave Garan the feeling that he was a relatively qualified scumbag, and he could help him manage the ogre tribe in the future. Garan couldn't be bothered to talk to the reckless and simple-minded creatures like ordinary ogres. Most of the ogres were caught in the might of Garen, and after hesitating for a while, they all knelt down and declared their surrender. Jialong watched this scene quietly, and after all the ogres, regardless of gender, young and old, worshipped under his dragon wings, he said solemnly, "In the future, the Bone Broken tribe will become my family and my minions. remove obstacles for me, tear up the enemy. The dragon's voice had a high-spirited feeling, and with the dragon's might, the ogres buried their heads even deeper. The bone-shattered tribe had never really fought a dragon, but the records about dragons handed down from their ancestors made them well aware of the power of dragons. Although they were forced to surrender helplessly, most of the ogres had a kind of obedience in their eyes that they didn't even notice. Make them less resistant. As for the brave ogre who died first, no ogre ever gave him another look. Chapter 27, Sun God. After subduing the bone-broken tribe, Garen looked down at the lifelike corpse of the two-headed ogre, his eyes moving slightly. He thought for a while, then turned to Uga Bone shattering next to him and said, "Come with me." Uga Bone Broken became a dragon, and after the ogre above the 40 ogres, the excitement on his face was visible to the naked eye. He thought that everything in front of him was bestowed by Jialong, and he said in awe, "Okay, master." The buildings of the Bone Broken tribe are basically houses made of stones, scattered in a bowl-shaped basin. The piercing cold winds of the extreme Arctic field are blocked by the basin barrier, making the temperature here a little more comfortable. For most creatures, it is a good place to settle. Kanan walked towards the two-headed ogre's house while inspecting the situation of the Bony Shatter tribe. He had seen the residence of the two-headed ogre when he was detecting the enemy before, so he knew the location, and after a minute or two, he came to a 2-foot-tall stone house. The 6-meter-high stone house covers an area of 100 square meters. It looks like a black stone monster crawling on the ground. The door is only 4 meters high. Considering the size of a two-headed ogre, the size of this stone house was just right. As for the proportion of the dragon's body, except for the dragon's wings and the longer neck, the proportions of other parts are similar to those of the cat family. With Jialong's body, after closing the dragon's wings, it can enter the stone house properly. Walking into the stone house, Garen looked at the layout inside. There are all kinds of animal skins on the ground, and the air is filled with a faint smell of beasts. There is a large stone bed against the wall, which is also covered with animal skins, and some ogres are carved on the wall. The history has been passed down. The cultural imprint of. Garen glanced roughly, and his eyes were quickly attracted by a pitch-black wooden sculpture. The moment he saw this pitch-black sculpture, Garen froze inwardly, and serious fear appeared on his face. It is a spherical sculpture, supported by a vine root-like base below. As for the appearance of the sculpture, at first glance, it seems to be a black sun sculpture with a circle extending around it. Outward flames. But if you look closely, you can see that it is actually a dense tentacle with countless eyeballs on the tentacle. On the body of the sun sculpture, there are also densely engraved eyeballs. Although it is simple, it is as lifelike as a living thing, which makes people shudder, and a strange and evil atmosphere blows. Uga, what is this? Jialong didn't look sideways, and asked Uga Bone Shatter. Uga Bone Broken blinked and said, "Master, this is the sun that our Bone Broken tribe believes in." It is said to believe, but although its tone is respectful, it is not from the heart, it is just verbally saying that it is believed, and it does not have the piety and fanaticism of the two-headed ogre leader. Jialong was stunned and said, "You call this thing the sun god? No matter how you look at it, it is a sculpture of an evil god, and it cannot compete with the 8 poles of the sun who should be in charge of light and life. How heartless would it be to regard this thing as a sun god?" Suddenly, a strong curiosity arose in Garen's heart, and he wanted to carefully observe and study the pitch-black sculpture. After a few seconds, he didn't even notice it, his eyes gradually blurred, and at the same time, he stared straight at the dense eyeballs on the sculpture, moved his limbs, and his body approached step by step. Uga Bone Shattering looked at Garen's movements strangely, feeling that there was something wrong with Garen's state, but he didn't dare to disturb him. At the same time, a whisper appeared in Kanan's mind. The weird thing is that he had never heard of that language, but he understood what it was saying. He was born in the Black Mist, and he is also the creator of the Black Mist. He brings darkness, he brings light. He wrote life, he wrote death. He is the creator of all things, and he is the supreme sun. The sun, how can the sun bring darkness? Kanan suddenly woke up. After coming back to his senses, he was shocked to find that he was less than 2 meters away from the pitch-black sculpture at some point in time, and he was stretching out his dragon claws, wanting to touch the sculpture of unknown origin. Call. Longyi was shocked, and Jialong, like a cat whose tail was stepped on, turned on 3 times the speed, and turned back to the door in an instant, staring at the sun sculpture, fully alert. It can actually affect my mind. The dragon's spirit is extremely tough. It has a basic blood vessel structure in its brain, and it can even directly exempt a large number of spiritual spells. Even the release of Longwei benefits from a tyrannical spirit. Time Dragon is one of the best among them. You can't see the existence of the river of time. But now it is influenced by an inconspicuous sun sculpture, how can it not shock Garen? This must contain a lot of evil **** power, otherwise it will never affect him. Jialong looked solemn and thought to himself. If he can't break free from the whisper, I'm afraid he will gradually be influenced and become a faithful believer of this, sun god. Uga Bone Broken was completely unaffected, looking at Garen's reaction with a strange look on his face. He didn't understand what his master was doing. Garen didn't have time to pay attention to Uga Bony Shatter's gaze. He looked at the sun sculpture and felt that the tentacles seemed to come to life. As he opened his teeth and danced his claws, the eyeballs seemed to be spinning, turning into vortices, and he heard the sound again. Whispering in a low voice, he couldn't help but want to get closer, and his eyes began to blur. Fortunately, Galen was mentally prepared. This time, I just noticed that my mind was abnormal, and I immediately broke away from it, and my eyes returned to calm. The bizarre performance of the two-headed ogre is the root cause of it. Evil god. Not a character I can provoke and touch now. He vaguely guessed that the sun sculpture was affecting the mind of the creature by looking at the eyes above it, so he quickly turned his head and stopped looking at the sun sculpture. Sure enough, after not looking directly at those eyeballs, those strangeness disappeared. Jialong's eyes moved slightly, he closed his eyes, turned his head and spewed out icy blue dragon breath, which sealed the sun sculpture layer by layer. www.mtlnovel.com quickly turned it into an indiscernible large opaque ice cubes of things inside. Opening his eyes little by little, looking at the ice cubes, Garen was no longer affected. He breathed a sigh of relief and solemnly said to Uga Bone Broken, "Where did this sun sculpture come from? Are there any similar ones in other rooms, and how did you believe in this sun god, so that you know tell me everything?" Uga Bonebreaker was unclear, but he still gave information about the sun sculpture according to Garen's order. A few minutes later, Garen had a thoughtful expression on his face, thinking about what Uga Bony Shatter had said. It does not understand the specific origin of this sun sculpture, because it was brought back suddenly by the two-headed ogre after a certain outing, sun god. However, according to what Uga Bone Broken said, except for the two-headed ogres who were really devout believers, the other ogres were all just believing. Garan was silent, thinking about what to do with the sun sculpture. As soon as he thought that this thing had something to do with God, he became extremely vigilant in his heart. The **** who holds the authority of the world is the most powerful immortal creature in the endless world of many planes. Not to mention that he is only a young dragon now. Even if he is 100 years old, he needs to be cautious when facing gods. 5 evil dragons. After immortality and chaos, the Dragon Queen Tiamat, whose name has resounded in countless worlds, has spent countless years and witnessed the glorious rise and demise of countless civilizations. But in the realm of gods, she is only a weak divine power, which shows how terrifying and powerful the power of gods is. Of course, she is a dragon first, and then a god. The average medium divine power is not necessarily an opponent of the Dragon Queen. Chapter 28. Principle of Casting. This sun sculpture also comes from the evil god. Evil gods refer to those gods who are cruel by nature, regard life as grass, and mainly harvest life and devour souls. For any intelligent life, evil gods are extremely dangerous existences. In the records of Noah continent, there are evil gods. There are even church organizations that believe in evil gods, such as human sacrifice, soul trading, sacrifice of cities, etc. These madmen who believe in evil gods can do it. Of course, the Church of the Heretic God is basically in a state of darkness, and once it appears, it will attract the joint encirclement and suppression of many forces. However, Kanan scoured the information on the evil gods of the Dragon Legacy, but still couldn't find any content related to the sun sculpture. Compared with the known evil gods, a statue of an evil **** of unknown origin is obviously more worthy of vigilance. Of course, Galen was just vigilant, but not too frightened. Most of the gods exist in the outer planes. It is not a simple matter to enter the main material plane. At most, they come incarnations, or they can exert a little divine power through certain connections, mainly through believers, influences. After thinking for a few more minutes, Garen temporarily withdrew his gaze and stopped looking at the frozen sun sculpture. Inside the two-headed ogre's stone house, something caught Garen's attention. He moved his pace and walked to the only big gray wooden table in the stone house. Strange jars and utensils on gray wooden table, glassware with green juice in it, stump of unknown creature. On one side there were 5 yellowed books on the corner of the table, which seemed to be some years old, but it did not make Garen feel attractive, indicating that the existence time was not too long, and it was not an antique. Garen picked up the first book with his dragon claws, and after reading the words on it, he couldn't help but feel happy. Open black lens bracket Encyclopedia of Apprentice Tricks close black lens bracket. The text above was No's common language, so he could understand it. Could it be that? Jialong's eyes were fiery, and his eyes shifted to several other yellowed books. Open black lens bracket Principle of Casting close black lens bracket. Open black lens bracket Mary Paladin close black lens bracket. Open black lens bracket Conjuration and Transformation Spell Summary close black lens bracket. Open black lens bracket Magic Book close black lens bracket. After reading the cover names of the 5 books, Garen found that there was a strange book mixed in. Picking up the Mary Paladin with a weird expression, Garen first let Uga Bone, who was waiting beside him, leave, then opened the cover, carefully flipping through it with dragon claws, and quickly read it with interest. Because of his unforgettable reading speed with 10 lines in one eye, Kanan can read very quickly. This book has a total of 56 pages, and there are many vivid illustrations in it. The whole text adds up to no more than 100,000 words. It didn't take him long to read it. At first, Garen just had the mentality of reading a forbidden book, but to his surprise, he really found a lot of useful knowledge from this Mary Paladin. The main content of this book is about the gorgeous story of a paladin wandering on the continent of Noah, with a princess from a small country, a noble beauty, and a high cold elves, and even conquered a female red dragon as a mount, and had faith in the goddess talks in dreams. In general, it is a harem novel in the style of Long Ocean. However, the customs and secret cultures of Noah continent described in it are not recorded in the Inheritance of the Dragon. Galen judged based on known knowledge that many of the contents in this book, although exaggerated to a certain extent, are generally true and believable. Putting down the Mary Paladin, Garen's face became serious, and he picked up another book with a black cover. Open black lens bracket Principle of Casting close black lens bracket. Looking at the contents of the book, Garen's eyes lit up again, and he immersed himself in it for a while, and at the same time read it out in a low voice. A spell is an independent magical effect, a process of reshaping the magical energy permeating the multiverse, and finally manifesting in a specific area in a specific way. When casting a spell, the caster will mobilize the invisible but ubiquitous native magic, interweave and fix it into a fixed shape, make it vibrate and rotate in a specific way, and then release it to achieve the intended effect. Spells can be used as a convenient tool, weapon, or protective enchantment. They can inflict or smooth damage, they can create or remove certain states, and they can draw or impart life force. The level of a spell roughly indicates its strength. 0-level tricks can be activated only by thought, but high-level spells require the full energy of the caster. Some special spells require countless materials, even the life force of the caster. Before a spellcaster can use a spell, the spell must be inscribed in his consciousness, or the power of the spell must be stored in a magic item. There are countless spells, runes and incantations. After a long evolution, most of them are the most effective means of communicating elemental energy. The most commonly used runes and incantations are Soxa Zu Delta A. An effective magic circle must have magic core, magic ring, basic spell, radiant star map, magic citation, small circle on the radiant star map, runed magic power, sun, moon, star texture. Compared with the 10 lines in one eye and 10 lines when he read the book before, Jialong carefully memorized every character in his heart, word by word. For unknown areas of knowledge, he is very solemn. Through the book Principles of Spellcasting, he gradually gained a clear understanding of the concept of spells. This book does not record the specific spell model, but you read www.ukanshu.com, but it clarifies what a spell is, and also marks the recitation and effect of common rune spells, as well as some basic patterns of magic circles, mainly a simple 3-pointed star array. After reading it, Kanan felt a lot of gain. Acquiring new knowledge, no matter what this knowledge is, always brings joy to Kanan's heart, and there is an unprecedented sense of satisfaction. This is the joy of the spirit and the joy of the soul, which makes Garen feel excited to the point of trembling. The dragon claw holding the book trembled slightly. I have infinite time and unforgettable memories. I am an immortal dragon. One day, all knowledge of many planes will be known and understood by me. Jialong's eyes became clear and bright, and the platinum dragon pupils shone brightly. For a long time, Garen was actually a little confused and didn't know what to do. Just stay alive and gain enough power. That's just going with the flow, not a real inner desire. When he came to this unknown world and reincarnated into a dragon, he had the mentality of surviving with stability and just getting by, but now, he has determined his ideal and his own path. This idea first appeared when he first learned giant language and felt the excitement of mastering new knowledge, but it has only been confirmed by Garen and recognized himself. Although this ideal may sound unrealistic, Because even God is not omniscient. The legendary asterisk 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 above the gods is not omnipotent either. But so what? What can be achieved? Is it still called ideal? The confusion in Garen's heart was swept away, as if he saw the sky when he opened the clouds. Chapter 29, Dragon's Hand. Time passed bit by bit. Jia Long happily absorbed the knowledge content of several books, and his eyes were full of serious and solemn colors. 3 hours later, Garen put down the last book, Summary of Conjuration and Transformation Spells. Among these books, only this one and the other, Apprentice Tricks, had corresponding spell models and spells. A specific spell rune. Immediately, Garen let out a long breath of cold air and closed his eyes slightly. It was pitch black in the field of vision, but Garen's spirit was all concentrated, bit by bit sketching a palm-shaped spell model with 5 fingers bent, controlling the mental power to portray basic runes and spells in the model. Because Garen's mental power is very powerful, the process of engraving the spell model in consciousness is easy and simple. In just a few minutes, a lifelike palm-shaped spell model appeared in Garen's spiritual world. It was extremely clear. Every rune and every texture transition on it was extremely clear. 0 ring trick, Hand of the Mage. There is no one of the most commonly used tricks. Almost 99% of the wizards will be the first to engrave the spell model of the wizard's hand in their consciousness. Because the 0 ring trick is very simple, it can be performed directly by meditating. Garen opened his eyes and stretched out his dragon claw, targeting a glass vessel on the table. The magic stored in the blood flowed, and the elemental energy in the air was aroused, forming a translucent palm. Grasping the glassware from the air, picking it up a little wobbly, the strange green inside the juice was bubbling and gurgling from the shaking. Interesting. Like a child who got a new toy, Garen put down the glassware and began to point left and right. One by one translucent mage hands held different objects and danced around Garen. If a human mage saw this scene, he would definitely be shocked. Just using it for the first time, you can actually cast the same spell multiple times, and you can control it with ease. Just by virtue of this skillful mage hand, Garen is qualified to serve as a lecturer in some small magic academies. After a while, Garen stopped playing, put everything back in place, and pondered, because he felt that the mage's hand was a little weird and seemed to be inconsistent. After a few seconds, Garen figured out the crux of the problem. The mage's hand looks like a human palm, but he is a dragon, and a dragon uses human-like palms instead of heroic and domineering dragon claws, which is of course a bit strange. Thinking of this, Ganon had an idea in his heart. He closed his eyes again, immersed in the spiritual world. Well, to have nails as sharp as knives, and indestructible scales. Garen transformed the magic model of the hand of the mage, gradually turning it into the appearance of his own dragon claws, with runes and magic spells embellished on the lines, forming the outline of sharp dragon claws covered with dragon scales. The dragon's claws are slightly open, and the fingertips are sharp, as if to hold the world in his hands. There is an unspeakable domineering feeling. Opening his eyes, Garen excitedly poured magic into the spell model. Call. The elements in the surrounding space tossed, and upon the call of Garen, a gust of wind formed. But after a gust of wind, there was nothing left. Galleon failed, but he was neither surprised nor discouraged. The model has changed, it has become more complex, the lines that transmit magic power have increased, and the number of rune nodes also needs to be increased. Garen looked at the dragon claw model and quickly found the reason for the failure. He inscribed the corresponding runes on the dragon claw model again, and gradually perfected it with repeated attempts. After about 20 minutes, Garen took a deep breath and examined the lifelike dragon claw model. Every scale on it was clearly drawn. However, because of the filling of a large number of runes, the hand of the mage, who was originally a 0-ring juggler, became unable to perform it only by meditating in his heart. Omega D Lane Ta. Jialong spit out a somewhat obscure spell, and the surrounding air rippled and wrinkled, and then 2 seconds later a ferocious dragon claw the size of a basketball condensed. Feelings come. How many spells should I count as a mage's hand? Kanan looked at the dragon claws formed by the convergence of elemental energy and muttered. Next, he aimed at the ground, controlled the dragon claw and patted it down. Bang! A dull thunderous sound was heard along with the splashing earth and stones, and the ground shook violently at the same time, which was almost the same as the sound of Garen's own slap on the ground. When the dust dispersed, there was a dragon claw mark deeply branded on the ground, tearing the hard as iron ice ground 3 inches deep, and there were many fine cobweb-like gaps extending beside it. Garen blinked, followed by a look of joy on his face. Amazing, awesome, Garen, as expected of you. He couldn't help but praise himself. The battle of the real dragon mainly relies on the powerful physique, rich spell ability and natural supernatural ability. When an adult real dragon is fighting, Yu reading www.ukonshu.com especially likes to use the dragon body to oppress the enemy, and then use the magic ability to assist the battle, but the more ancient the real dragon, the less dependent on the minions, but the more profound it is, of magical attainments in battle. In the later stages, spells can do more damage than the dragon's flesh. The real dragon is the darling of the elements, and is very good at casting spells. The time dragon is the most outstanding existence. Every time dragon, in addition to its own time system ability, will learn countless spells. Looking at the damage caused by the dragon's claws, Garen thought that it belonged to the category of third-level spells according to the relationship between spell power, number of runes and spell levels and spellcasting principles. Upgrading the ring into a third-level spell is already my original creation. It's not appropriate to call the hand of the mage again. According to the spell naming rules of Noah Continent, his spell, to be precise, should be called Karen Dragon Claw. Canon's Dragon Claw sounds weird, so it's called Dragon's Hand. Garen is no longer limited to the hand of the dragon spell, he slowly engraved the zero-ring trick models into his consciousness. Illumination, Arcane Mark, Detecting Magic, Dancing Light. Whether it is useful or not for Garen, he will not refuse anyone who comes, and all of them have constructed spells. Model. The number of zero-ring tricks is not too large. There are only 9 kinds of them, and most of them are useless. The only thing that made Garen more concerned was the trick of the cryptic mark. This trick can mark the personal imprint on the object, and the item marked with the secret imprint can also have a certain connection with the owner from a long distance. In this way, he can really bury or discard some things and find them again after a long time. Chapter 30. Time Mark. However, the arcane mark can be removed by some spells, and Garen improved it a bit. When he cast the secret seal, he injected a trace of the power of time. A very small amount, only equivalent to the power of time that Garen swallowed with one breath. But that alone was enough to produce the effect that Galen wanted. Unless the other party also masters the power of time and can detect the existence of the long river of time, otherwise, the imprint cannot be lifted no matter what. In addition, because Garen is sensitive to the power of time, and with the help of the mighty power of the river of time that surrounds all planes, he can vaguely perceive the location of the mark even if he is separated from different planes. The more power of time injected, the clearer the perception. He named the improved spell Time Mark, the specific level, because of the powerful tracking and locking effect. He felt that it could even be ranked in the 9th level. Of course, no lethality at all. After mastering the apprentice's tricks, Garen turned his attention to the conjuration and transformation spell summary. In this book, there are more than 20 spell models in total. These spell models, as the title suggests, belong to conjuration and transformation. Garan rubbed the frosted chin scales and thought to himself, the dragon's hand uses a lot of basic runes of the transformation system, which belong to the transformation system. The imitation dragon breath cast by the two-headed ogre before is also a transformation system, and the thunderstorm and dark clouds summoned are a conjuration system. Through the introduction of the principles of spell casting, Garen learned that spells are divided into 8 academic factions. Protection, conjuration, prophecy, enchantment, evocation, illusion, necromancy, alteration. Each school of spells has unique effects and has a base set of runes and incantations that are distinct from the spells of other schools. The basic runes and incantations of the 8 schools of magic are equivalent to 8 different languages that are extremely profound, down to the essence of the world. This has led to the fact that ordinary spellcasters spend their entire lives choosing only one school of magic, and choose to die on one path, because only one school of magic is enough for a lifetime of study. Even for immortals, it would take a long time to do a thorough study of a school of magic, let alone ordinary creatures with short lives. The higher the caster, the more single the path. Only the dazzling existences, the darlings who are loved by the elements, dare to learn multiple schools of magic at the same time. Garen has a physique like an elemental father, plus the idea of knowing all knowledge and truth. Of course, it will not be limited to the study of one school of magic, and it will not be limited to spells. It is only what he can access now. Not much stuff. Most are 1st to 3rd level spells, and 4th and 5th level spells have only single digits. Dragon Breath imitation of the 4-ring transformation system, Giant Transformation. The Fire Pearl of the 4-ring conjuration system, the Cold Pearl. There is only one 5th level spell, the Thunderstorm spell of the conjuration system. Because of his unforgettable memory, the content of conjuration and transformation spell summary has been imprinted in Garen's mind, and he doesn't need to open the book to know this. The two-headed ogre doesn't count its physique in magic, it's simply a spellcaster, and belongs to the median mage. Galen recalled the spell abilities it cast during the battle with the two-headed ogre. Spells from 1st to 3rd level belong to lower level spells, and the mage who masters 3rd level spells at the highest level is called lower level spellcaster or lower level wizard in Noah continent. And so on. 4 to 6 rings belong to the middle, and 7 to 9 belong to the high. The further back the spell level is, the greater the gap between each level. As for the high ranking, it is the legendary mage, who masters at least 9th level legendary spells. Although the 9th level spells are very strong, most of them do not belong to the category of legendary spells. Only individual 9th level spells are legendary spells. 90% of legendary spells are above 10th level. Not to mention the current Jialong, even if Jialong and Bai Longyang fight together, there is a high probability that they will not be the opponent of a legendary spellcaster. Of course, the existence of this level is not so easy to encounter. Garen's consciousness was only swept away by the dragon breath imitation technique. Because another transformation spell of the 4th ring, the giant spell, aroused his interest. Jialong stretched his dragon wings and stretched his body, and the mirror-like scales shone, reflecting the various utensils in the stone house. He looked at his appearance and was very satisfied with the appearance of the handsome boy in the dragon, but he was not very happy because of his current body shape. The giant technique should allow me to temporarily grow longer and thicker. Garen thought of the illusory giant dragon entrenched on the river of time, and yearned for his future self for a while, not knowing when the current self would reach that mountain-like terrifying body. Taking a deep breath and calming down, Garen suppressed his excitement and turned his attention to the frozen sun sculpture. Before studying formal spells, he intends to get rid of this weird thing first. In fact, when learning the zero ring trick, Garen was partly thinking about how to deal with the sun sculpture, and he was a little undecided. This sculpture from the evil **** has a strange power, which makes him indulge in it unconsciously, but this performance just shows that it is a treasure. www.mtlnovel.com, it's just that the power is a little evil. The kinda black fog power that can repair the body at super high speed makes Jialong a little jealous. He has a strong thirst for knowledge, and he knows that the power is evil, but he still can't help but want to understand and study it. The dragon's body has a good regeneration ability. As long as some injuries are not too severe, it is almost enough to sleep. However, it is a bit difficult to achieve high-speed regeneration in battle. Garen felt coveted because of this. But because of the vigilance of the sun sculpture, Garen thought about it and felt that it was probably a trap, designed to lure creatures who were bewitched by power. Studying sun sculpture, it is inevitable to be affected by its strange power. Garen didn't want to become a believer of the evil **** for no reason. He thought about it, and finally decided to destroy it. Coveting the temporary power from the evil god, capsize in the gutter is not what he wants. UGA, come here. Garen shouted in giant language, and the sound waves rolled. Soon, along with the dull footsteps, the figure of UGA Bone Broken appeared in Garen's field of vision. Master, what's the matter? After UGA Bonebreaker saluted, he asked Garen respectfully. Garen stretched out his dragon claws, pointed at the sun sculpture, and said in a flat voice, "Take this sculpture out and smash it." He didn't want to do it himself, and he didn't even want to use the dragon's hand to touch it in the air. The ghost knows what strange abilities this evil **** sculpture has, which will indirectly affect him. UGA Bone Broken was stunned for a moment, and seemed to want to ask the reason, but in the end, he didn't say a word under Garen's calm gaze. Yes, great master. Chapter 31, Tricky. UGA Bone Broken walked to the side of the sun sculpture step by step, then raised both hands and picked it up with a bit of difficulty. Because of too much force, blue veins like earthworms appeared on his forehead. The sun sculpture is not big. It was originally a sphere with a diameter of about 1 meter, and the base below it is not big. However, due to Garen's careful handling, it is now enclosed in a very thick ice crystal, and the weight has increased by an unknown amount. Coupled with the icy biting frost ice crystals, UGA Bone Broken couldn't help shivering. In order not to be frostbitten, it used the strength of milk to quickly carry the sun sculpture to the outside of the stone house, and placed it heavily on an open space. The large ice crystal block attracted the attention of the ogres. Jialong watched UGA Bone Broken contact with the ice crystals at close range, but nothing happened, and his eyes were thoughtful. UGA was also unaffected when looking at the eyeballs on the sun sculpture. Me, and the devout two-headed ogre, have all been affected. Is it only for species with spellcaster talent? Garen shook his head and didn't think about it any longer. Anyway, he made up his mind to destroy this thing. What effect it does, and what kind of creature it works on, has nothing to do with Garen. Taking a step, Garen left the stone house and appeared outside. Brand new mirror-like scales, dragon wings with distinct facet, sharp dragon claws. Just as Garen appeared, let the ogres gathered here there was a hint of fear in their eyes, and it was obvious that they had not recovered from Garen's previous actions. At the same time, a thunderous sound echoed above the ogre basin. Bang! Looking at the sound, it was Uga Bone Broken holding the jet black hammer that he got from the two-headed ogre. He raised his arms high, slammed it hard, and landed on the frost ice crystal. When it used its full strength, the jet black hammer was covered with blood, which greatly enhanced its strength. There were dense cracks on the frost ice crystal, but it did not shatter directly. Under the gazes of so many fellow clansmen, Uga Bone Broken blushed, raised the jet black mace again, and fell heavily. Bang, bang, bang. The thunder-like sound was endless, and the frost ice crystal was slowly destroyed by it to the position of the sun sculpture body. In Garen's expectant gaze, Uga Bony Shatter's arms twitched, and the jet black mace brought a whistling wind and fell to the body of the sun sculpture. Clang! The sound of a symphony of gold and iron resounded, echoing over the ice field. Under the stunned gaze of Uga Bone Shattering, the jet black hammer was bounced up by the huge shock force, shattering the mouth of Uga Bone Shattering, blood gushing out, and it almost came back and smashed its own head. And the sun sculpture does not move at all, and there is not even a trace of white print on it. Jialong's eyes narrowed, and he secretly thought that this thing is really not so easy to destroy. He avoided meeting the eyes on the sun sculpture, looked around again, and said solemnly to the ogres who were already eager to try, "My relatives, use all your abilities, use your wisdom and strength, and put this." The sun sculpture was smashed and destroyed. The voice paused for a while, and Jia Longlong roared into the sky, and said in a high voice, "The successful one, I will give it the bloodline of the real dragon." When the number of family members was large enough, Jialong decided not to transform the Dragon Vein family at will as before. He wanted to use the Dragon Vein transformation as an incentive to stimulate the enthusiasm of the family members. The extreme northern ice spirits took a big advantage. At the same time, the ogres were all excited after hearing Garen's words. All the ogres of the Bone Broken tribe were eagerly staring at the sun sculpture. Although ogres are stupid, they are intelligent creatures after all and have their own cultural heritage. They know what Dragon Vein creatures are, and they know that this is a rare opportunity. Some ogres who are a little cautious, even think that if they get the opportunity to transform Dragon Veins, they can challenge Uga Bone Broken after their strength increases greatly, instead of its leader position, became the first ogre under Dragon Wing. After Garen spoke, looking at his fellow clan who were eager to try, Uga Bone Broken took a deep breath, turned to Garen and said sincerely, "Master, please give Ugar a chance and let me try again." Its words are very uneasy, because it is afraid that the performance just now will lower its status in Garen's heart. Garen didn't speak, and nodded slightly. Uga Bone Broken was overjoyed and thanked Jialong. "Thank you for the trust of the master, Uga is very grateful." Immediately, it turned serious, separated from the ogre crowd, and began to retreat step by step, until after retreating more than 20 meters away from the sun sculpture, it stared at the sun sculpture. Uga Bone Shatter's body moved, holding the jet black mace tightly, and began to run. The weight of several tons made it leave faint footprints on the ground with every step, and it was ferocious. When they were still 4 meters away from the sun sculpture, Uga Bone Shattered with a roar, jumped high, clenched the jet black hammer with both hands in the air, held it high above his head, and used the power of falling and sprinting towards the sun sculpture. Smash! With such an all-out strike, even Kanan would not want to be hit. A second later, the jet black mace was wrapped in blood and landed on the corner of the sun sculpture. Collapse! The entire ground trembled violently, and the frost ice crystals burst into large pieces of ice, which fell on the surrounding ogres, causing their skin to be slightly red and swollen. But they didn't care about the pain, and stared at Uga Bone Shatter and the sun sculpture without blinking. Call out! The jet black hammer flew out of his hand in the surging tide like anti-shock force. Blood dripped from Uga Bone Shattered's broad palm, and his face was slightly pale, and he froze in place, his face full of disbelief. In front of it, the sun sculpture was smashed 3 feet below the ground. But what is incredible is that it still hasn't been damaged in the slightest, as if the full blow of the ogre, Uga Bone Shattering, is just as insignificant as the breeze. Jialong's heart froze, and he couldn't help looking at the sun sculpture. The feeling of being attracted came again. The eyeballs seemed to turn into black hole vortexes, attracting his mind, but the vigilant Jialong blinked his eyes. After a while, he broke free and stopped looking at it. "I'm sorry, Master, Uga failed and betrayed your trust." Uga Bonebreaker looked at Garen with a pale face. Garen's expression remained the same, so that no one could see his expression at all. "Do your best." After a simple response, Garen looked at the other ogres who were eager to try, and said solemnly, "You all have a try." Next, the ogres tried with excitement and left with disappointment. Some wiser ogres, after discovering that their brute force, which they have always been proud of, can't work, set up the sun sculpture to burn on a bonfire, or threw it into a large iron pot to cook, exhausting their small heads. But without exception, it didn't work. The sun sculpture silently let the ogres toss. Chapter 32, Netherald 1. The Troublesome Thing. Kanan looked at the sun sculpture, averted his gaze to avoid being bewitched, and fell into contemplation. Just relying on physical means seems to have no effect on the sun sculpture. It can't be destroyed, just throw it into a corner somewhere. Garen shook his head, feeling that it would be a pity to just throw it away. After all, it is an item related to God. He vaguely feels that although this sun sculpture is strange, if used well, it may bring unexpected effects. After a while, Garen withdrew his gaze, the dragon claw groped his chin, and said secretly, the most urgent task now is to figure out what kind of creature the sun sculpture will have an effect on. According to the current information, he and the two-headed ogre were both influenced and bewitched. Ordinary ogres were not affected in the slightest by the sun sculpture. In addition to being indestructible, it seemed to them to be an ordinary wood sculpture. UGA, carry the sun sculpture over there. Garen pointed to a large blank space. After UGA moved the sun sculpture over, he looked at Jialong and seemed to want to say something, but the Jialong dragon wing in his field of vision shook, set off a howling wind and soared into the sky, disappearing into the night in the blink of an eye, disappeared. Ganon flew at high speed and returned to the glacier territory. The white dragon grabbed an ordinary polar ice spirit and flew it away into the sky without saying any reason. In the air, the polar ice spirit looked up at Jialong and said respectfully, Master, is there anything you want me to do? Garen lowered his head and glanced at it. The ice crystal face full of neutral beauty was full of awe. A small experiment, if successful, I will give you a reward. Jialong didn't say what would happen if he failed, but the ice spirit of the extreme north had a higher intelligence. He could vaguely guess the consequences of failure after hearing Jialong's words, but there was no dissatisfaction and fear on its face, but a sense of being able to do things for Jialong. And proud expression. This is the power of dragon vein transformation. There is a certain brainwashing effect. As for the inhumane thing to do dangerous experiments with family members. It seems normal to Kanan. The family members enjoy shelter under his dragon wings, and they will naturally sacrifice their lives for him when necessary. After all, he is only a servant who serves himself, and Garen doesn't care what they think about him. Whether he is a merciful and kind master, or a cruel and evil master, it has no effect on Garen. Because he was flying at full speed, Garen returned to the ogre basin not long after, and the ogres had returned to their normal appearances. They were surrounded by the big iron pot and didn't know what they were talking about. Carrying a jet black hammer to patrol the basin, enjoying the status and power of an ogre leader. Boom! Jialong fell to the ground, the dragon wings converged on his side, and the extreme north ice spirit had been put down by him and brought to the side of the sun sculpture. Owner. The Arctic ice spirit looked at Jialong with a bit of doubt, not knowing what he needed to do. Garen said solemnly, look at the sun sculpture on your right. He suspects that the sun sculpture will only confuse creatures with higher intelligence, so almost all ogres are immune to its influence. UGA Bonebreaker's intelligence is high among ordinary ogres, but it is not the same as the Arctic ice spirit. Compared, it pales in comparison. The intelligence of elemental beings is generally much higher than that of adult humans. Even if the extreme northern ice spirits are the product of failure, this failure is manifested in combat effectiveness and their intelligence is not low. The polar ice spirit turned to look at the sun sculpture according to Garen's instructions. Garen undid the frost crystal, revealing its body, the eyeballs inlaid on the sphere, the shape of the dark sun, and the delicate tentacles around, are full of weird and chilling feelings. The polar ice spirit stared at the sculpture of the sun with trembling eyes, guessing that this was probably the small experiment that Jialong said. But what it doubts in its heart is that it is just a sculpture that looks a little weird. What danger can it be? Jialong was silently observing the changes of the ice spirit in the extreme north. With the scattered snowflakes falling, the surrounding atmosphere seemed to be much more solemn. In the first 3 or 4 seconds, the extreme north ice spirit seemed to be normal, as if it had not been affected in any way. But when it looked at the sun sculpture for more than 5 seconds, the mutation happened. On the faces of the men and women of the extreme northern ice spirits, a pair of eyes carved from ice crystals suddenly became blank. Everything else seemed to have disappeared in its field of vision, and only the sun sculpture remained in the world. He was born in the black mist, and he is the creator of the black mist. He is the creator of all things, and he is the supreme sun. The incomprehensible whispers came from his ears, like the bewitching voice of a devil, straight into the soul, making the extreme north ice spirit unable to help reveal a pious color. At the same time, the polar ice spirit began to move, getting closer to the sun sculpture. Seeing this, Garen's face became solemn, and he scolded in a deep voice, "Stop!" Long Wei was mighty, swept out from Jia Long, and past the extreme north ice spirit. Under the influence of Long Wei, the body of the extreme north ice spirit was shocked, and a trace of clarity appeared on his face. He stared at the sun sculpture in amazement, but this trace of clarity was lost in whispers in an instant. Continue to approach the sun sculpture step by step. Garen raised his dragon claws, spit out a spell, mobilized the surrounding elemental energy, and the dragon's hand was ready to go. But after thinking for a while, Garen put down the dragon claws, interrupted the spell, and silently watched the polar ice spirit sink into the strange power of the sun sculpture. He wants to see how this thing affects the creature and how it gives the black fog power. As for the affected polar ice spirits, destiny is already doomed. Next, when the polar ice spirit came within 1 meter of the sun sculpture, it closed its eyes slightly, knelt under the sun sculpture with a holy and pious color, lowered its head, and its face was covered by shadows. The strange voice came from the mouth of the polar ice spirit, not any known language on the Noah continent. What Galen heard was the whispered babble he heard when he was bewitched. He wrote down the beginning and ending of every syllable. Because of his excellent language talent, he already had a certain understanding of this evil **** language. A few seconds later, something happened that made Kanan's face change slightly. Threads of black mist, like silk threads and tiny tentacles extending from the body of the sun sculpture, gently touched the body of the polar ice spirit, and then penetrated into its skin and disappeared. The body structure of the Arctic ice spirit is pure ice crystal, which is an elemental life. The body is presented as a translucent solid. If there is a foreign body in the body, it is a clear scene. But after the black mist penetrated into its body, it completely merged and disappeared, as if all this was just an illusion. As for whether it was a hallucination, Garen knew in his heart. His eyes were sharp, and he felt the energy fluctuations in the air. He found that many elemental energies were wrapped in black mist and injected into the body of the Arctic ice spirit, making its breath stronger bit by bit. This rate of strengthening is even faster than the strength of the Arctic ice spirit after becoming a dragon-baned creature. What kind of energy is this black fog itself? Negative energy, hell or abyss energy? Or divine power? No, if it's real divine power, even just a trace would be enough to kill me in an instant. The two-headed ogre used the power of the black mist when fighting me. Divine power can almost ignore all spell resistances and physical resistances. Only the same gods, or those who possess unique powers that are not weaker than divine powers, can resist them. Even legendary spellcasters, or even ancient red dragons, face divine power attacks. The possibility of instant failure is the greatest. Jialong did not interfere with the process of praying for the ice spirit in the extreme north, and the dragon frowned slightly, thinking about the nature of the black fog energy. Time passed bit by bit, and the night on the ice field was as deep as ever. After a few minutes, the power of the black mist absorbed by the Arctic ice spirit seemed to be saturated. It opened its eyes, stood up slowly, and turned to look at Garen. Garen stopped thinking, also looked at the extreme north ice spirit, and looked at the creature in front of him that had received the power of the evil god. It looks the same as before, nothing has changed. The breath is the same as before, and after being restrained, it is still as weak as a reptile. In particular, the expression displayed in front of Garen was the same respect and awe as always, as if Garen was still the only master in his mind. Great Master, do you have any other orders? Under Jialong's scrutiny gaze, the extreme north ice spirit bowed his head respectfully, and asked in a low voice. Garen pondered for a moment, then said expressionlessly, yes. Jaibe Bingaling was stunned for a moment, and subconsciously said, what? Garen narrowed his eyes and commanded in an unquestionable voice, my loyal family, I order you to commit suicide immediately. Jaibe Bingaling's face froze, and he said in doubt, Master. Looking at its appearance, listening to its tone, it seems that I don't understand why Garen suddenly gave such an order. Before the extreme northern ice spirit could finish his plea for mercy, Jialong's dragon claws moved slightly and he chanted a spell, and the surrounding elemental power immediately became active. Third level spell, Hand of the Dragon. The lifelike translucent ferocious dragon claws appeared above the head of the ice spirit in the extreme north, and were photographed mercilessly. The ice spirit of the extreme north looked up in awe, and a blood vessel-like black line suddenly appeared on the ice-blue body, trying to resist the attack of Garen. Collapse. The hand of the dragon fell, crushed the body of the extreme north ice spirit from top to bottom, and crushed its body into pieces of pale ice crystals. The strange thing is that there are black lines in series between these ice crystals, which are squirming slightly, trying to sow and regenerate. With a light snort, Jialong controlled the hand of the dragon to roll back and forth, crushing the body of the extreme northern ice spirit into lifeless ice dust. The extreme northern ice spirit, who had just obtained a little black mist power, had increased in strength, but in front of Jialong, it was still weak like a baby. After killing the Arctic ice spirit with one move, Garen called Uga Bone Broken. Uga Bone Broken didn't know what was going on here. It glanced at Jialong's face, turned a blind eye to the extremely northern ice spirit that was crushed into powder by Jialong, and silently waited for Jialong's order. Uga, you go back and bring a few ogres and throw them into the remote crevice of the ice valley. Garan spewed out the frost dragon breath and refroze the sun sculpture. In the icy and snowy extreme Arctic field, if there was no deliberate destruction by creatures, these frost ice crystals could exist for at least decades. As Uga Bonebreaker returned to greet the other ogres, Galen planted a time stamp on the sun sculpture. The power of the time stamp was directly imprinted on the body of the sun sculpture through the frost and ice crystals. The effect of the power of time is quite satisfactory to the dragon. This is the advantage of being able to cast spells. Spells can do many whimsical things and have various magical uses. Uga Bone Broken came back with 4 ogres, carried the heavy ice crystals together, and left the ogre basin according to Garen's order, moving to a deep ice valley 40 kilometers away from the ogre basin. Passed. Jialong had passed by that deep ice valley before. It was at least 1,000 meters deep, the wind was as cold as a knife, the valley walls were rugged and steep, and there was no trace of life at the bottom. Throwing the sun sculpture in, it is not easy to be touched by other creatures. When you need it, you can rely on the connection of the time stamp to find it back. Galen felt that this sculpture, which can pollute the caster's mind, can play a surprising role when the time is right. For example, if any kingdom or church finds the trace of Garen and wants to slay the dragon without opening his eyes, he can throw this thing near the opponent's base camp and let them taste the power of the evil **** sculpture. If nothing else, the believer who was bewitched by this evil **** has high intelligence and is very good at disguising himself. After temporarily solving the problem of the sun sculpture, Garen returned to the stone house of the two-headed ogre in the ogre basin, searching inside and out to see if there were any other good things here. If only there were spellbooks from other departments. Just conjuration and transformation are far from satisfying Garen. He is most interested in the protection system. It's not that I'm afraid of death, I just think that protection spells will be very interesting. Cough. As a time dragon with no lifespan limit, the longer he lives, the more powerful he is. Of course, the priority he wants to learn is protection. After opening the Merry Paladin and taking a look at the illustrations inside, Garen put the book down, closed his eyes slightly, and performed a zero-ring trick to detect aura. On items carrying elemental power, there will be a kind of aura. This kind of aura is difficult to see with the naked eye, but it can be found by detecting the aura. It is called elemental aura, magic aura, or arcane aura. Powerful spells, or powerful magic props, www.mtlnovel.com, are surrounded by dazzling aura. If a lower-level mage casts the detection aura to see the legendary spell, it is very possible to be blinded by the dazzling aura in an instant. As for arcane, it is the name of ancient spells from a long time ago. Some people still refer to spells as arcane, but there are not many. Compared with the rich spells developed by various schools, most of the arcane spells in ancient times consume a lot of money. Of course, the power effect is correspondingly stronger than that of ordinary spells. As mentioned in the Merry Paladins, there was a great arcanist from another world who took a magic ship and crossed the crystal wall to No's world, and became friends with the protagonist. The great arcanist came from a civilization called Netheril, extremely splendid and splendid, it can be called a prosperous world of magic, and Kanan is yearning for it. Great arcanist, equivalent to legendary mage. Closer to home, Garen opened his eyes and scanned all the places in the stone house after he cast the detection aura. His eyes moved a little bit, and when he saw the big bed of the double-headed ogre, Garen was slightly startled, and then a look of excitement and joy appeared on his face. Beneath its hidden bed, an aura shone through. Judging from its outline, it is the shape of a round jewel that Kanan loves. Garen stepped forward quickly and smashed the bed of the double-headed ogre with one paw, revealing the hidden interlayer below. P.S. Some readers asked, where did the setting of this book come from and which version of the D&D rulebook was followed? It seems to have a meaning that it must be written in accordance with the existing D&D rules. But what I want to say is that the world I show, the books I write, my settings are the new rules. Popular science is very good, but please don't force the comparison. After all, this is a novel, not a game or a set. Chapter 33. Netheril too. Looking at the bright elemental aura, Garen couldn't wait to pick up the small wooden box, and stretched out his slender and sharp dragon claws to crush it. However, when the dragon's claws touched the small wooden box and exerted a little force, Jialong's eyes moved slightly, and he clearly felt a rebound resistance. However, such brute force breaking will alert the spell lock applied to it, possibly destroying the items inside. Zero Rings Spell Lock. The power of the spell is definitely the higher the level, the stronger the spell, but some spells with special effects, even the 0 level, are also favored by high-level spellcasters. For example, the secret magic mark, and another example is the magic lock applied to the small wooden box in front of you. A spell-locked chest or portal prevents prying by non-spellcaster creatures. A section of dragon claws with dagger-like nails was placed on the small wooden box, and Garen meditated in his heart, saying, "Open." The elemental waves surrounding the small wooden box rippled and disappeared layer by layer. It is difficult for spell locks to prevent creatures that are also spellcasters, because there is another trick specifically for spell locks in zero-ring tricks, unlocking, unless the magician who casts spells is far stronger than the one who casts unlocking, otherwise it cannot be prevented. Unlocked by other mages. Opening the small wooden box, Garen looked at the sparkling gems inside, and there was obvious joy in his eyes. Inside were 5 irregular gems the size of pigeon eggs. Onyx, obsidian, white crystal, all exude a faint aura, surrounded by elemental energy, and the elements around the gem are a bit more active than those in other places. In the Noah continent, these bright and beautiful gems, like the stars of the earth, not only have the function of decoration, but are also magic items that are loved by countless creatures. Gems have the effect of attracting elemental energy, and they can store extraordinary magic power. The longer they exist, the better the quality and the stronger the effect. A superb gem, the magic contained in it can support the full consumption of a high-level spell. In addition, the energy concentration of elements near gems is high, and staying in the gem pile for a long time can increase the speed of growth and progress. Garen picked up a red agate that was as bright as a flame, and rubbed it lightly on his face a few times. After a while, he slowly opened the dragon's mouth, held the gem and slowly sent it to his mouth, with some hesitation in the process. Do you eat it directly, or store it up? Garen was a little reluctant. His poor clanking, the small treasure house has only one broken armor and a rusty sword until now. In addition to reluctance, part of the reason is that eating gems directly is a reckless behavior. Leaving the gems aside and carrying them around for 10 years will increase the master's magic power better than swallowing them directly, and the quality of the gems will increase over time. However, after thinking for a few seconds, Garen was still cruel and threw the onyx into his mouth. What he lacks now is the strength to deal with accidents and crises. When he has enough confidence in the future, he will be equipped with collections. Although he was reluctant to give up, Garen still wanted to eat these beautiful little treasures. Don't blame me, eh? It's not the right time for you to show up. Garen's throat pushed hard and sent the red agate into the dragon's stomach. The powerful digestive function instantly activated, digesting the gems little by little, converting them into pure magic, which flowed to Garen's limbs and bones. Magic power is the elemental energy absorbed into the body that can be driven at will. As the gems gradually melted away, the wave of magic power gently swept through every cell of Garen, nourishing his body, and he couldn't help but murmured a few times in a comfortable low voice. He felt the numbness in his body, and without doing it, he simply lifted the small wooden box and poured it directly into his mouth. The remaining 4 gems fell into Garen's mouth one after another, and then entered the dragon's stomach. Like their predecessors, they were digested into pure magic power, sweeping and washing Garen's body over and over again. The 5 magic gems were swallowed, and Garen's eyes became a little hazy. He felt a vague sleepiness. It wasn't because he was tired and wanted to rest, but because his body had absorbed enough energy and nutrients, he was about to grow again, and he needed a period of deep sleep. Well, it feels a little bit worse. The faint drowsiness is not very real. This shows that Galen is very close to sleeping and growing, but it is still slightly worse. He originally wanted to take time to learn the spells recorded in the Conjuration and Transformation spell summary, but for Garen, the best way to increase his strength is still sleep growth. Therefore, Garen put aside the matter of learning spells. With heavy steps he came out of the stone house of the 2-headed ogre. After thinking for a few seconds, Garen called all the ogres and asked them if there were any other gems in the ogre basin, and there would be a lot of rewards for contributing gems. But to Galen's disappointment, the 2-headed ogre's collection was already complete. Ogres are not interested in such shiny things, and those who do not have the talent of a spellcaster cannot benefit from gems, so there is no need to hide them, and the 2-headed ogres have searched for them before, and the 5 gems are full quantity here. You reading www. Ukanshu.com. Out of caution, Garen also turned on the spell to detect auras. After inspecting the ogre basin, I did not find any aura. These heartless ogres hadn't lied to him. Otherwise, Garen will cost the guy who hides the gem with his life. UGA, if there is any trace of gems found in the future, I will do anything to get them and give them to me. If you can't do it, notify me immediately and I will handle it myself. Tell all the ogres that their masters need gems to adorn their lair. UGA Bone Broken scratched his head, wondering why the Honorable True Dragon and the former leader were all interested in the useless broken stone, but he nodded respectfully and said, "As per your order, Great Master." The Jialong dragon wing trembled slightly, intending to return to the Hexia dragon nest in the glacier territory. However, when he was about to take off, his eyes moved slightly, and he turned to UGA Bone Shattering and said, "Build a dragon nest for me in the basin, and build it with the size of an adult dragon." UGA Bone Shattered for a moment, then cautiously said, "Master, there are not many ogres in the Bone Shatter tribe, such a dragon's nest." Garen interrupted impatiently and said solemnly, "I just want the result." UGA Bone Broken's face turned pale, and he lowered his head and did not dare to speak. Jialong's voice softened, and after a pause, he said, "You find a few strong ogres, and I will give you the opportunity to transform your dragon veins." As a large-scale humanoid creature, the ogre is not weak in individual strength. One ogre is said to be able to fight 5 extreme northern ice spirits. After the dragon veins are transformed, the strength can be further improved to hunt some large-scale magic for Garen. Organisms can do it. Chapter 34. Netheril 3. After hearing Garen's words, UGA Bony Shatter's face was full of ecstasy, and his mood was really ups and downs like a roller coaster. A few minutes later, Jialong carried out the dragon vein transformation process, and transformed the dragon veins for a total of 6 ogres, including UGA Bone Shattering. Except for UGA Bone Shattering, who was 3 meters tall, several other ogres. The human demon is about 2.8 to 2.9 meters tall, and belongs to the big man of the Bone Broken tribe. Galen was eager to see what the dragon-veined ogre would look like. However, the effect of the transformation of the dragon veins will not appear immediately. Several ogres are now drowsy. When they fall asleep once in a dragon-like manner and wake up again, they can be regarded as real dragon-vein creatures. He didn't stay any longer. After Jialong explained some trivial matters, Longyi flapped his wings and set off a gust of wind and disappeared into the night sky in the blink of an eye. After soaring for a while under the starry night, Garen returned to the glacier territory. The glacier tribe that lacks an Arctic ice spirit is as always, and no Arctic ice spirit cares about the whereabouts of the one taken by Jialong. They are willing to become the dependents of the color dragon. They are already psychologically prepared for many things. As the lord here, Garen is actually quite kind. At least he did not abuse his dependents for no reason, or directly kill them for fun. Familiar is a nice word to say, but it is actually just another name for servants, and Garen has the right to life and death over them. Coincidentally, the Arctic ice spirit brought the dread lizard, and a hunting team composed of white hounds just returned with the harvest. The 3 giant hoofed yaks with astonishing tonnage, with many wounds left by frost or fireballs on their bodies, with a weak breath left, were respectfully sent to Garen by the hunting team. Several white hounds whimpered and ran to Jialong's side intimately, rubbing the dragon's claws hanging down from Jialong. The white hounds have ice blue hair on their bodies, and some black markings are mixed in them. The overall appearance is round, but they are not cute. They have a very amazing huge mouth, is very powerful. In addition, the white hound can also spit cold wind and master a spell-like ability. They can give birth to 4 or 5 puppies in a litter. They are often in heat, and their reproductive ability is not bad. However, in just over 2 months, the number of white hounds in the glacier territory has increased from more than 50 to more than 100, and they are the main force of the hunting team. This magical creature, which is relatively common in the extreme Arctic, is the nightmare of many ordinary beasts, but it is as obedient as a domestic pet in front of Garen. Stretching out the dragon's claws, he carefully scratched the belly of the white hound that turned upwards, watching them wheeze and stick out their tongues. Garen tore off a piece of the flesh and blood of a giant hoof yak and threw it out. If he was not careful when stroking the smooth fur of the white spaniel, he would probably have ripped them apart. Go eat. Several white hounds swarmed up with their tails wagging, biting at Garen's reward. Garen used the frost dragon breath to freeze a giant hoof yak in ice crystals. After eating the other 2 directly, he chewed the ice crystals one by one and swallowed the ice crystals mixed with flesh and bones into his stomach. This is his favorite way to eat. In the past, these 3 giant hoofed yaks could make Garen feel a certain satisfaction and satiety. But now his body lacks some energy and nutrients to fall asleep, as if he hadn't eaten anything, still craving food. The other hunting groups haven't returned yet, so Garen can only find a way to get the last nutrients. He restrained his dragon wings and jumped under the flowing glacier with a thud. The winding glacier, which was supposed to be calm, suddenly became turbulent, and the undercurrent surged. A white shadow raged below, chasing the aborigines in the glacier, and groups of 2 or 3 meters long glacier sharks. How could the poor little sharks escape in the ruthless hunt of galleon? One after another, the delicious glacial sharks swallowed, and the sleepiness in Jialong's eyes gradually became stronger. As time passed, the glacier was always turbulent, and countless crystal water splashes overflowed to the shore, attracting the curious eyes of some polar ice spirits. After about an hour, the Manic River finally calmed down, but there was a faint tinge of crimson in it, with a faint smell of blood. It was a pity that Garen swallowed the last shark. There are not many glacial sharks, but they are delicious and delicious. He has always kept it for sustainable development, but today, the glacial sharks here will gradually become extinct. If it weren't for the fact that he was more sleepy after eating a few giant hoofed yaks and didn't want to take the risk of hunting magical creatures, he wouldn't have paid attention to the glacial shark. Because of a faint sense of guilt, Garen thought that if he had the opportunity in the future, he could help the shark. Before he could think too much, the turbulent sleepiness slapped Galen's mind like a tide. He realized that it was time to fall asleep. Swinging his body, Jialong was as flexible as a swimming fish, and quickly entered the dragon's nest at the bottom of the river below. I hope this deep sleep will allow me to gain new time-related abilities. He took the broken armor and the rusted sword in his arms, lay down on the ice bed, closed his eyes, and fell into a drowsy sleep. When Garen fell into a deep sleep and grew up, hundreds of kilometers to the south of his dragon's nest, he crossed a series of steep mountains, passed through dark and deep dense forests, and crossed the rolling mountains of despair, and then headed south. Hundreds of kilometers, you can see a magnificent city. There is no extreme day and night here, it is daytime. Just the right amount of sunlight spreads and shines, as if a layer of gold dust has been sprinkled on the magnificent city. If you put it in the past, this scene will be like a dreamy beauty. The tulip flag of the Duchy of Walker will fly in the sun. But today is different, because this magnificent city is full of building wreckage, and the cries of grief and pain are endless, one by one wearing steel armor, riding high war horses, and elite soldiers with sophisticated weapons walking through the ruins and war fires, wielding sharp swords to slaughter their sons. Civil. A flower of blood fell to the ground, was trampled by the iron cavalry, and became a hideous and strange pattern printed on the ground. Reading www.ukonshu.com. It was clearly sunny weather, but the Principality of Walker, which was being devastated by the fire, seemed to be in a dark and endless purgatory, and none of the citizens of the Principality of Walker felt warm and comfortable. The invaders came from further south, from the Principality of Moshe. The Duchy of Walker and the Duchy of Moshe belong to the Kingdom of Timor, and are controlled by the Grand Duke of Tulip and the Grand Duke of Thorns. Because the Empire Kingdom is declining day by day, hunters covet like a giant whale about to fall, and every inch of flesh and blood on the body has been secretly redistributed and marked with a price. Eat the flesh and blood of this aging beast. After the chief legendary mage of the Emperor Mo Kingdom died at the end of his life, some duchies took the initiative to provoke wars and started a war of iron and blood with the duchies who were still loyal to the Emperor Mo Kingdom. The originally peaceful south of Noah continent returned to war because of the weakening of the kingdom, and the smoke of gunpowder gradually swept the entire southern continent. Grand Duke Tulip of Walker Principality belongs to the loyal king's faction. During the battle with the Principality of Moxia, because the other party invited the help of a red dragon, he lost to a high-ranking battlefield and fell into a disadvantage. The landslide, today even directly breached the city capital. A team of thousands of Moxia cavalry broke through the street, and under the leadership of 2 high-ranking mages, gradually approached the castle of Duke Tulip. But before they took the initiative to take action, an old mage with fiery red elemental aura all over his body rose to the sky with 2 children, a man and a woman, who were full of panic and fear. The blocking sky spell set in advance did not work on the old mage. The 2 high-ranking mages from the Duchy of Moshe immediately cast spell pursuit. Between chasing and fleeing, several people gradually went deeper into the north. Chapter 35. Sleeping and Growth. The night was silent. After nearly a month of sporadic light snow, the goose feather-like snow fell from the sky along with the whistling cold wind. In such weather, most of the polar ice savanna creatures will choose to stay in their lair, and will only go out to hunt after the wind and snow has become smaller. Unless the stored heat has been exhausted and the hunger is unbearable, they will choose to risk leaving the cave in such bad weather. Somewhere in the Arctic ice sheet, a meandering glacier location. In the past, it was always on the surface of the gently flowing glaciers. Now, due to the sudden drop in temperature, a thick layer of ice has formed, and the dinosaur lizards with a thickness of several tons are running on it. Around the glacier, there is a simple building complex. Most of the ice spirits in the extreme north looked happy, playing back and forth in the blizzard. For them, this kind of weather is their favorite. A large amount of water elements nourishes the body made of ice crystals, which can make the Arctic ice spirits stronger. The unique visual perception can penetrate the obstacles of blizzards and become their own advantage. Next to the house of the polar ice spirit, simple sheds were built, and the dinosaur lizards and white hounds perched in it. The white hound is an ice-type magical creature, and is not afraid of low temperature, but the dread lizard is a fire type, with the power of the fire element flowing in its body. Fortunately, because the lord of this place is sleeping, there is no need to form a hunting party to go out. 2 days later, in the calm glacier territory, all the ice spirits in the extreme north who were enjoying the cold and low temperature in the blizzard suddenly froze, expression of awe. The sleeping lizard opened his eyes in confusion, and the white hound yelped excitedly. In the dragon's nest, a white giant beast covered in pure ice armor moved slightly, its eyelids trembled, and it slowly opened, revealing the pair of dazzling platinum dragon pupils. The space swept through the space like a hurricane, and all the surrounding creatures shrouded by Longwei were stiff, making it difficult to move for a while. After a month-long slumber, Garen woke up. He shook his head, expelling the last trace of drowsiness. The restored dragon pupil glanced at the surrounding environment. The dragon's nest, which used to be empty in the past, seems to have shrunk a lot and became narrower today. Garen felt that he was standing upright, and he could almost touch the ice crystals above his head. It's not that the dragon's nest has become smaller. But he got bigger. With the help of the ice crystal reflection on the wall of the dragon's nest, Garen saw what he looked like at this time. Pieces of pure white scales like mirrors, mysterious black scales inlaid at the neck, sharp dragon claws, wide wings with distinct fascia, and 4 curved back dragon horns. Dragon horn. Garen was stunned for a moment, and found a blind spot. His appearance has not changed much, but the scales and armor have become more prominent, and there are many thorn-like horns on the faceplate and dragon tail. The biggest change is that the dragon horns grow on the head. Garen raised his dragon claws and touched the dragon horns on his head, with a satisfied expression on his face. Although it is a dragon, what has always been a pity for Kanan is that he has no dragon horns. Not only him, but several dragon brothers and sisters, as well as Bai Longyang, do not have dragon horns, because white dragons do not have dragon horns themselves. At this moment, 2 sturdy white dragon horns extend backward along the position of the dragon eyebrows, and the other 2 smaller dragon horns stick out next to these 2, meandering backwards, and jointly build became a mighty appearance. At the same time, Garen looked at his current body shape. He was stunned to find that he had grown from 8 meters to 12 meters in one fell slumber this time, and his body had entered the category of large dragons. There is a very clear classification of the body types of dragons. 6 to 10 meters long is medium, 10 to 18 meters is large, and 18 to 30 meters is super large. Bai Longyang is 16 meters long, and like Jialong, it is in the range of large dragons, and the young white dragon can only grow into a large body. Because the white dragon is weak, before the prime of life, the white dragon lady cannot become a super large real dragon. Before he knew it, Kanan had grown into a large dragon that could frighten his newborn self. He blinked, feeling the surging power emerging from his body, and felt that he could try to compete with Bai Longyang. Although his physique is not as good as Bai Longyang, just relying on the ability of the acceleration state, it is enough that Bai Longyang can't even touch his dragon tail, the speed is fast, and he can really do whatever he wants. Bai Longyang is not yet an adult, and her spell-like abilities are limited. In battle, she only relies on the crushing of a large dragon body, plus the ability of dragon breath and dragon might. It may seem a little weak, but it is what it is. Compared with Jialong, who is rich in means, this is the pure white dragon ability. As the white dragon at the end of the 5-color dragon, even if he is an adult, it is not that strong. Thinking of this, Garen had some evil thoughts. To use a suitable word to describe it, yesterday's you ignored me, and today's me you can't climb high. www.mtlnovel.com. When I think of the treasure trove accumulated by Bai Longyang, Jialong's careful thoughts can't stop appearing. There was also a strange feeling of revenge in my heart. He has always remembered the matter of being ruthlessly expelled by Bai Longyang. Find a chance to meet Bai Longyang head on. If she's not my opponent, take half of her. Take 60% of her treasure. After all, under her protection for more than a year, Jialong passed through the weakest period. He was thinking of this kindness, so he decided not to be so heartless. If he fought, he would only grab 60%. The remaining 4 achievements should be the return of Bai Longyang's kindness of protection. If it is replaced by a real evil dragon, even if it is a dragon girl, as long as it can be beaten, it will unceremoniously occupy all the opponent's treasure. Putting aside the matter of stealing the treasure of Bai Longyang for a while, Jialong focused his attention on himself. This slumber seems to be a huge improvement. Did I pass through the young dragon stage and become a young dragon? Even in deep sleep, Garen is still very clear about the passage of time. He knew that only a month had passed, and he was still less than 2 years old. According to the real time, he belonged to the dragonfly stage. However, Garen himself couldn't figure out the exact flow of time on himself. It seems a little wrong to calculate his dragon age according to the actual time lapse. Not to mention anything else, it is said that when using the accelerated state, he must spend more time than other creatures. The acceleration state not only increased the agility speed, but also actually increased the time flow rate around him. Shaking his head, Garen stopped thinking about how old he was. He planned to count the dragon age according to real time. Chapter 36. War in the South. Garen widened his dragon eyes and looked at the illusory river that was hard to see with the naked eye and also undetectable by detection magic. He took a deep breath. The time river water was mixed with the real glacial water, and it entered Garen's body in strands. This breath absorbed more time river water than the previous 4 or 5 breaths. The connection between him and the long river of time has become closer with this growth. The acceleration effect of time manipulation is probably also improved. Jialong did not leave the dragon's nest in a hurry, and silently explored his abilities after growing up. Dragons are not able to use new abilities directly after waking up from a deep sleep, but need a period of groping to figure out their own state in order to fully grasp the power after growth. Inside the dragon's nest, Jialong enthusiastically started a series of research and exploration for himself. He likes this kind of process of gradually unveiling the veil of the unknown and seeing the truth little by little. A day later, on the surface of the frozen glacier, the blizzard continued to fall, accumulating the thickness of the snow on the surface of the glacier. If the blizzard continued, the snow would slowly transform into thicker ice. Suddenly, there was a faint sound of turbulent river flowing through the ice. Kacha kacha, the hard ice layer seemed to have been violently hit by a heavy object. First, dense cracks suddenly appeared, and then with a crash, it shattered in an instant. Ice cubes and river water splash. The strong and mighty figure jumped out, and the dragon's body was exposed in the goose feather-like snow. Pieces of flying snow swirled on Garen's scales, but couldn't stick to him, and quickly slipped off. Even in the blizzard of intense dancing, Garen's body was not stained with a single piece of snow. He left the dragon's nest for another reason besides learning about the new abilities he acquired after growing up. Very simple reason: hungry. The deep sleep consumed all his nutrient savings. After exploring his abilities and regaining his senses, the current Garen was so hungry that he wanted to eat the soil directly. Fortunately, he had explained to the extreme north ice spirit before that he had caught 4 or 5 giant hoofed yaks and froze them before eating them when he woke up from a deep sleep. This kind of stale meat, Galen generally doesn't want to eat it. The taste is not good, the taste is unsatisfactory, and even if it is frozen, the nutrients will still lose a lot. But he is hungry and panicked now, so he doesn't care about that. Long Wei was shocked, and the majestic dragon roar sounded in the high. Jialong ordered the extreme north ice spirit to bring the stored meat over. When they saw Jialong's new appearance, the ice spirits in the extreme north showed shock, and the awe in their eyes became more intense. The reputation of true dragons has always been thunderous among all intelligent creature races. There are many legends about true dragons, but the ice spirits of the extreme north have never heard of true dragons that grow as fast as their lords, especially White Dragon. The master is powerful, which is also something worth celebrating for the dependents. Especially the dragon family. The strength and potential of dragon vein creatures will increase with their masters. The faces of the polar ice spirits unconsciously showed joy, and at the same time they offered respectful blessings and praises for Jialong's growth. Great Master, your wings will cover the entire Arctic ice sheet. Your name will resound throughout the Noah continent, and no one will know it, no one will know it. Garen devoured his food while listening to the somewhat exaggerated praise of the extreme north ice spirit. I have to say, although it's a little embarrassing, it's still very exciting to be praised like this. After eating the previously stored food, Garen looked at Roy Glacier and said solemnly, "Reform the hunting team and start hunting." Roy Glacier nodded and said happily, "As you order, Great Master." The blizzard weather will not affect the ice spirits of the extreme north, and their strength will be improved in such weather. Although the fear lizard is difficult to contribute, only the white hound is enough. Garen thought for a moment and said to Roy Glacier, "Show me your current strength and let me see how much progress you have made." The strength gap between the extreme northern ice spirits is not large, and Roy Glacier can represent the strength of other extreme northern ice spirits to a certain extent. Roy Glacier nodded, his face became serious. In its thinking, if the strength displayed by itself is too weak, it may attract the dissatisfaction of Garen. Not all creatures are qualified to serve as the dragon's family. Garen grows rapidly. If they are always too weak to meet his food needs, it is very likely that they will be abandoned in the end. It raised its arms, grabbed the left arm with its right hand under Garen's calm gaze, and then slammed it hard. Click. The left arm was ripped off by the extreme north ice spirit, stretched and lengthened in an instant, and became a sharp ice crystal spear with a cold air on it, and the sharp point of the spear. As for the broken left arm, there are clusters of ice crystals growing and regenerating quickly, but the color looks slightly pale, and the hardness is not comparable to other body parts. Immediately afterwards, Roy Glacier charged towards Garen with an ice crystal spear. On the way of speeding, it simultaneously waved the ice crystal spear, mobilizing the surrounding elemental power, forming a storm of ice needles like a torrential rain. Hundreds of ice needles shrouded their faces towards Garen, and Roy Glacier followed closely. Thereafter, there was a hint of surprise in Garen's eyes. He hadn't paid much attention to the changes in the strength of the Arctic ice spirit. At this time, the opponent was fully displayed. Compared with the weakness of the ice dagger before, it was increased by an unknown number of times. Ping ping pong pong. The ice needle storm fell on Garen's body, shattering one after another, without leaving a trace. At the same time, Roy Glacier shouted, his arms raised like a bow, and the ice crystal spear carried a strong wind and stabbed at Garen. Garen stretched out his dragon claws, blocking the front of the ice crystal spear. Click. In the crisp sound, the head of the ice crystal spear cracked, but it did not break directly. Roy Glacier felt that the copper wall that he stabbed was impregnable. No matter how hard he tried, it was difficult to enter an inch, and there were dense cracks in his arm due to the huge anti-shock force. Master, this is already my strongest attack. Roy Glacier put down the ice crystal spear. You reading www. Ukanshu. Calm's face darkened slightly, and he said to Garen with a little anxiety in his heart. Garen raised his hand and saw a small white dot on the dragon claw scales. He recalled the elemental fluctuations caused by the ice needle storm just now. He felt that Roy Glacier's strength had probably reached that of a second-ring lower-ranking wizard degree. However, there is still room for improvement. The real intelligent element life has the strength not weaker than the median mage. With their current progress speed, it is possible to reach the strength threshold of element life. Good. Garen didn't praise or express blame, just let Roy Glacier say something indifferently. This made Roy Bing, who was nervous in his heart, shudder for a while, and he couldn't help but start thinking about the bad. Garan thought for a while, and said to Roy Glacier, in the future, I will focus on magical creatures or medium and large beasts. I need more advanced food. He is not tired of eating giant hoofed yak. This kind of cattle is not afraid of wind and snow, and the meat is delicious and rich in layers. It's just that with the growth of this time, ordinary beast flesh and blood can't supply enough nutrients to Garen. He needs food with elemental energy flowing in his flesh, so that he can meet the next growth faster. Opposite, Roy Bing nodded quickly, and in order to show his worth, he said solemnly, please rest assured, Master, your loyal family members will not disappoint you. Jialong nodded slightly, his dragon wings waved, and his body disappeared in the blizzard accompanied by the strong wind. The food he just ate just relieved part of his hunger. He needed to take action himself, hunting magical creatures to satisfy the growing dragon stomach, and at the same time test and verify the newly acquired abilities. Chapter 37. Large Dragon. Under the deep night, there is a vast white world of ice and snow. The innumerable goose feather snow fell from the sky like white elves, drowning the entire Arctic ice field in a blanket of snow. The storm was engulfing the snow. In such weather, even Garen's field of vision was greatly reduced, so he had to fly several hundred meters into the air, staring at the flying snow in search of suitable prey. At this time, he did not use the naked eye to directly look for the prey, but used the detection aura. Most magical creatures, if they don't have some natural camouflage ability, the elemental energy flowing in their blood will be observed by the caster in the form of aura. Some mages will judge the strength of the opponent through the strength of the aura, and decide whether to fight or avoid. Of course, this method is for reference only, as long as any magical creature with a little camouflage ability can restrain aura within a certain range. For example, a real dragon, because of the powerful anti-magic effect of dragon scales, ordinary aura detection spells cannot see the elemental aura in the real dragon, plus the real dragon has X-distance vision and strong biological perception. Generally speaking, when you find a dragon, that also means that you are being watched by a dragon. Even because of the diversity of creatures, some magical creatures will show auras that are far stronger than their own strengths to scare off enemies. Closer to home, on the blizzard-ravaged Arctic ice plain, Garen wanted to find the traces of magical creatures in the vast world, and the use of detection aura was the best choice. However, in this kind of weather, even magical creatures don't move around casually, and most of them stay in their lair. If the lair is deep and thick enough, detecting auras won't work either. Because there are more creatures and more abundant prey than the south, Galleon is flying south. Jialong felt that with his current strength, as long as he didn't provoke any legendary mage-level enemies, he could almost walk sideways on the continent. Dragons are creatures at the top of the food chain after all. Even if it is a white dragon, although it has always been called the shame of the five-colored dragon, it is compared with other true dragons. Adult white dragons are magical creatures that can traverse the continent. Not many people want to provoke an adult dragon, no matter what kind. Jialong's current body has reached the level of a young white dragon, and he can master the spell-like abilities that a young white dragon can master, which is no different from an ordinary young white dragon. The most different thing is that he still has the main identity of Time Dragon, and his comprehensive strength is enough to step out of the Arctic icefield and wreak havoc on one side. But he didn't think it was necessary. As long as the polar ice sheet can meet his food needs, he will not leave here easily. With the help of the violent cold wind, Jialong used the energy-saving gliding flight, and the dragon wing Fasa felt the gust of wind and made a slight noise. He lowered his head and overlooked the vast white world. The platinum dragon pupil carefully searched every inch of the land below, trying to find suitable prey. The further south, the higher the temperature, and the less severe the blizzard, Garen has seen many ordinary beasts, including some large beasts, and even a few ferocious species. The so-called ferocious species do not have any magical abilities, but special beasts that have mutated under the nourishment of elemental power generally have extremely strong physiques, most of which are large creatures and can exert the abilities of their own race to the limit. Every ferocious species is a terrible hunter. Galen has no interest in hunting dire species. These guys are extremely sensitive, and the biological instincts are strong, which makes hunting very troublesome. The most important thing is that the harvest after a successful hunt is not good. The flesh and blood of the fierce species does not contain elemental energy, and the effect of eating it is no stronger than that of a few giant hoofed yak. It didn't take long for Garen to pass over the head of a vicious tiger. This ferocious beast covered in snow white and 10 meters in length raised its head and glanced at Garen, his body bowed vigilantly, his limbs clasped on the ground, ready to go. The silver gradient of the extreme Arctic ice sheet, Tisk. Jialong glanced at dire tiger, and inwardly marveled at the opponent's size, then continued to move without turning his head. The meat of the feline ferocious species is not very tasty, and the fighting power is still very strong, and Garen's target is magical creatures, and he does not want to be entangled with the ferocious species. When Garen's dragon wings vibrated and gradually disappeared from its field of vision, the silver gradient of the extreme Arctic field withdrew its gaze, and continued to lie in ambush in the thick snow, patiently waiting for the ignorant prey. In the sky, Garen continued to fly, looking down for suitable prey. After about 12 minutes, his eyes lit up, and excitement appeared on his face. A more conspicuous elemental aura passed through the snow and caught his attention. Turning his head and looking, in Garen's field of vision, an extremely polar bear, also covered in snow white, sturdy and thick, with hair like steel needles, was moving slowly and cautiously against the wind and snow, as if protecting something similar. The North Pole bear. The first time Jialong saw it, he remembered the first food that Bai Longyang brought back to the young dragons. Perhaps it was the first time he came into contact with the flesh and blood of magical creatures, which left a deep impression on Jialong's young mind. The taste of the polar bear has always been fond of Jialong, especially the chewy tasty big bear paw. When he thinks about it now, the ambrosia is secreting rapidly, and there are bursts of hunger in his abdomen at the same time. The polar bear in Jialong's field of vision was bigger than the one brought back by Bai Longyang. As a bear with a very heavy body, if it stands upright, it can reach a height of 9 meters. Because of the dragon's body, the slender dragon tail and dragon neck occupy a large part of the body length. If Garen was on all fours, his shoulder height would now be around 2 meters 5. When he stood up, his height would be more than 6 meters, almost half the length of his body. Just enough to test new abilities. Reading www.ukanshu.com. The polar bears are already the upper-level predators of the ice sheet food chain. Their strong bodies and powerful spell-like abilities make them few natural enemies. But unfortunately, the dragon is one of them. When Garen discovered the polar bear, the other party also discovered him. The reason why the polar bear is called the polar bear is because their temper is quite irascible, and they belong to the kind of reckless creatures that are either fighting or on the road. However, what surprised Garen was that when the polar north violent bear in front of him saw him, he just assumed a fighting stance and let out a low roar full of warning. The roar passed through the howling wind, and it clearly reached Garen's ears. Garen didn't think much. He stared at the polar bear, his consciousness became highly concentrated, and he took a deep breath. The power of time was mobilized by him and wrapped around him, speeding up the flow of the river of time around Garen's body. Accelerated state, 5 times the speed. The dragon wings waved suddenly, and Garen's body instantly turned into a white afterimage, piercing through the vast flying snow, like a straight line, swooping towards the polar bear at extreme speed. Garen's flight speed can reach 25 meters per second during daily flight. During a short distance full power burst sprint, this speed can be increased to 40 meters per second. On this basis, the speed is increased by 5 times. 200 meters per second. Already almost 2/3 the speed of sound. In the eyes of ordinary people, when Garen was flying at an accelerated state and 5 times the speed, the other party couldn't even see his shadow. Such a speed made Garen look like a huge dragon-shaped bullet that came out of his chamber, and he threw himself in front of the polar bear in an instant. Chapter 38. Ability. The polar bear does not have dynamic vision, but as a magical creature at the top of the food chain, its excellent instinctive reaction allows it to see Garen at the last second, but it is too late to defend at this time. Garen's sharp dragon claws is already close at hand. Laugh. The dragon's claws penetrated the shoulders of the polar bear, directly tore the hair and flesh, and penetrated deep into the bones. Collapse. The body of the polar bear was blown away, and it was knocked hundreds of meters away by Jialong with his shoulders buckled, leaving a long ravine on the snow-covered ground, and it let out an unbearable howl of pain, screaming, struggling. After coming back to his senses, the polar bear's claws were raised high, but instead of hitting Jialong, it landed heavily on the ground. In an instant, a large amount of elemental power gathered, surging on the ground, violent like a volcano about to erupt. Chi. Thick ice thorns more than 10 meters long rose from the ground, erupted with the body of the polar bear as the center, pierced the air, and passed through the hole in Garen's body. A thick ice thorn hit the dragon scales on Garen's body, and it broke with the sound of metal collision. Garen released the dragon's claws at the same time, and instantly moved away from the area where the elemental energy erupted. His defense is not weak, and the dragon scales that were attacked only had some more cracks, but they did not break. But Long Yi's defense is slightly weaker. It's not worth it to accidentally get hurt by the other party. Freed from the restraint, the polar bear man stood up and roared angrily at Garen, but the large amount of blood on both sides of his shoulders made his roar sound a bit harsh. Garen frowned slightly, secretly underestimating his current strength. Time Dragon's talent is too powerful, and he feels that just relying on the current 5 times speed of time acceleration is enough to crush many powerful magical creatures. The newly acquired time system ability can solve the opponent without using it at all. While Garan was thinking, the polar bear could not sit still. It ran regardless of the injury. A layer of ice armor appeared on its body, and its joints were full of ferocious ice thorns, and it took the initiative to charge towards Garan. Garen was a little surprised. Knowing that this guy is not his opponent, he still actively seeks death like this. As expected of a violent bear, he was so irascible that he didn't even want to run away. Let's try the new ability, it's just a bit overkill. Jia Long did not dodge or evade, and even converged his dragon wings, took the initiative to land from the air, and appeared directly in front of the moving path of the polar bear. Bang bang bang, at least tens of tons of weight. When the polar bear runs at full speed, it tramples the ground and trembles, and it can leave a mark on the ground with every step. Deep footprints, menacing. Time passed bit by bit, and a few seconds later, when the polar bear raised its footsteps, the soles of its feet stepped into the 20-meter space around Jialong. Jialong's thoughts are concentrated, his eyes are focused, and his expression is solemn. In the next second, an invisible and intangible wave burst out from Garen's body, and in an instant, it enveloped the extreme north violent bear, covering a space of 20 meters in diameter. Within this range, everything seemed to have pressed the pause button, stagnating in an instant, and only Ganon was able to move freely. Flying snow, cold winds, ice crystals, voices. Dot and the polar north storm bear with a hideous face and the heat on his lips stopped. Outside the stagnant area, the flying snow is still falling, and the wind is also whistling and rolling, as if it is 2 different worlds. But as long as you enter the whole body of Canaan for 20 years, the area of meters will be stagnant in an instant, which causes a lot of flying snow to accumulate at the very edge of the stagnant area, and there is a tendency to pile up into a white arc. Spell-like ability, time stops. At the moment when the casting time stops, the power of time of Garen is flowing at a high speed like the water in the sluice gate, and the same is true of the magic power, but it consumes less than the power of time. So he didn't stand still. A mouthful of frosty dragon breath spewed out and shot directly at the polar north violent bear, quickly freezing it up. The motionless polar bear is now a target, and it is full of high damage from the dragon's breath at close range. And with the movement of Ganon, the consumption of time power and magic power is a little faster. He was a little distressed and shut the time to a stop. In an instant, the whistling wind sounded again, and the blizzard in this small area began to move again. As for the polar bear, he didn't understand what happened at all. The breath of life had weakened to the freezing point, and he lost his ability to think in the ice crystals, and soon died completely. This way of dying is painless. After all, its consciousness was still at the moment when it approached Garen. I'm about 2 years old, and the impact range of time stop has a diameter of 20 meters. Maybe every year, this range is increased by about 10 meters. It's a pity that it can't be used directly around the target. Maybe it can be used in the future. Garen looked at the polar bear that died inexplicably, with a thoughtful look in his eyes. The consumption of time stop is more than his use of plundering the breath of time, but the effect is abnormal. As long as the opponent is attacked, before the power of time is exhausted, Garen can do whatever he wants. It is a powerful ability that can turn the tide of the battle. The line of plundering time, renamed the breath of plundering time. Bai Longyang, hee, I'll find you right away. Garen blinked, the corners of his mouth couldn't help but rise, and a big sunny smile appeared. After experiencing the true power of 5 times the speed and time stop, Jia Long was already sure that the young Bai Longyang who was still underage couldn't handle him. Approaching the polar bear step by step, when Galen was about to enjoy this delicious meal on the spot, 2 faint whimpering sounds mixed in the wind and snow caught his attention. www.mtlnovel.com, he sighed slightly. Startled, then turned his head. At the spot where Garon swept the polar bear, the little bear, whose eyes were not fully opened, was exposed to the snow and whimpered, his body the size of a dog shivering in the cold wind. Garen's brows furrowed. The moment he saw the 2 little bears, he immediately understood the seemingly strange behavior of the polar bear. After all, no matter how ill-tempered it is, there should also be a biological survival instinct. It took the initiative to rush towards Garen, probably because Garen's position was between it and the bear, and he had to fight hard. Thinking of this, Jialong shook his head, thinking of the ruthless Bai Longyang again in his heart. In the same situation, if it was Bai Longyang, she would probably fly away without hesitation to save her life. The affection between the dragons is really too weak. Jialong turned around and approached the 2 polar bear cubs, the dragon wings stretched out, blocking the flying snow and the cold wind, making the 2 little guys less uncomfortable. The polar bear cub was crawling on the ground, arching the snow, and groping all the way to Garen's feet. The polar bear is not very intelligent. It's similar to the fear lizard. Let's raise it. This little thing doesn't eat much meat directly. Jialong grabbed the 2 cubs, and then clasped the frozen body of the polar north violent bear with his hind feet. He waved his dragon wings and flew to the location of the ogre basin. He can't do any magic such as keeping warm, and the 2 cubs may die if they freeze for a long time. The fur on their bodies is not thick enough to provide enough temperature. In the ogre basin, there is a house to block the wind and a bonfire to keep warm. It is more appropriate to place the polar bear cubs there. I just happened to go to see the progress of the construction of my new dragon nest. Chapter 39. Northern Violent Bear. Some time later, Garen returned to the ogre basin amid the severe weather of the blizzard that swept the Arctic. Because the unique structure of the ogre basin can block the wind and snow, in the past, most of the ground and houses did not have snow, but the current blizzard is obviously not blocked by the basin barrier, and the indifferent white has invaded the land here. The ogres who always liked to lie directly on the ground outside were mostly gone now, and they stayed in the house honestly. Because of the climate here, the ogres in the extreme Arctic have evolved a good ability to resist cold and frost, but this ability is limited. If they get lost in the blizzard, they are likely to freeze to death. However, when most of the ogres stayed in the house to avoid the blizzard, there were a few outliers, lying in the snow very conspicuously, scratching their heads in boredom. There are a total of 5 ogres, each of which is quite tall, so tall that it even breaks through the height limit of ogres. The one with the strongest body has reached a height of 3.5 meters, and the others are also over 3 meters. All of them are muscular like devil muscle people, and they are not afraid of blizzard. In addition to the obviously unusual body shape, there are also some silver-white scales scattered on their body surface, exuding bursts of cold air. The texture is slightly similar to that of dragon scales, not as strong as dragon scales, but more scaly than ordinary. The scales of the creatures are much more powerful. At the same time, when Garen approached the ogre basin, several ogres were slightly startled and raised their heads in unison. In the white blizzard, a vigorous figure vibrated his wings, swept away the flying snow, his body became clearer and clearer, and was descending towards the ogre basin. Garen lowered his head and looked down at several ogres with different appearances. The first time he saw them, he noticed their own bloodlines in their bodies. Dragon-veined ogre looks like this. There is no record of the dragon-veined ogre in the Legacy of the Dragon, and Garen knows very little about it. However, just by looking at their size, you can tell that after the transformation of the dragon veins, the strength of these ogres is definitely not a little bit. In their bodies, there is elemental aura flowing along the blood. This shows that the dragon-veined ogre has become a magical creature and has the ability to cast spells. On the face of the largest ogre, the appearance of UGA Bone Broken could still be seen vaguely. At the same time, UGA Bone Broken Head lowered his head and said respectfully, "Congratulations, Master, for waking up from a deep sleep, you are stronger." Without Garen asking, it continued smartly, "The dragon's nest has been built, do you want to take you there now?" Garen shook his head, released the dragon's claws, and put the polar bear cub down. As soon as the two cubs, whose bodies were trembling from the cold, fell to the ground, there was an indistinct whimper in their mouths. "Get these two little guys something to eat, don't let them freeze to death." After hearing Garen's instructions, a dragon-veined ogre stepped forward and brought the polar bear cubs to a warmer house, and then found a lactating female ogre to feed them. During this time, Garen ate an entire prime-aged polar bear. Chewy, delicious, and layered bear meat, combined with crispy and broken ice crystals, entered Longko together. This delicious taste made Jialong enjoy it. The bones were all eaten clean. The flesh and blood that contained rich elemental energy made Kanan very happy, and the hunger he had always felt after waking up finally disappeared. After eating the polar bear, Garen asked UGA Bone Shatter to take him to the dragon's nest. On the way, Jialong asked, "After the transformation of the dragon veins, have you awakened any new abilities?" UGA Bone Shatter immediately replied, "Master's bloodline is extremely powerful, giving me and the other 4 ogres more spell-like abilities to control ice." Jialong looked at the appearance of the dragon-veined ogre at this time, thought for a while, and said, "Is there anything else?" UGA Bone Broken was stunned for a moment, and said truthfully, "No more." Garen withdrew his gaze and didn't ask any further questions. It seems that the transformation of dragon veins is indeed only given to the bloodline of the opponent's white dragon. However, Jialong felt that his bloodline of the white dragon seemed to be much stronger than the ordinary white dragon because of the stimulation of the physique of the time dragon. A few minutes later, Garen arrived at the location of the dragon's lair that the ogres had built for him. He watched closely and saw a cave-shaped dragon nest on a circle of stone walls on the edge of the ogre basin. Because the height of the stone walls in the basin was limited, the dragon nest was about 50 meters above the ground, which was not too high. "Master, this is your dragon's nest," UGA Bone Broken said to Garen with a bit of trepidation. Jialong nodded, the dragon wings moved, his body was raised in place, and he flew into the dragon's nest. In the winding cave, because the surrounding walls are covered with a layer of ice crystals, it looks bright and spacious, which is enough to accommodate the activity space of adult white dragons, and there is a big bed made of ice crystals in the deepest part. It is very similar to Bai Longyang's dragon nest, both in terms of site selection and shape, because UGA Bone Broken is built according to Jialong's requirements. After all, the dragon's nest at the bottom of the river is only for temporary concealment, which is not what Garen likes. Perhaps because he passed the weakest period in Bai Longyang's dragon nest, he subtly fell in love with the cave-like dragon nest built on the steep mountain wall. This imitation version of the dragon's nest made by the ogre is probably not used anymore. The altitude is a bit low, and you can't enjoy the feeling of having a panoramic view of the polar ice field. Before falling asleep, Garen did not expect that his strength would usher in such a large increase. If he had known that Bai Longyang would not be his opponent, he would not have let the ogre build the dragon's nest. The reason is simple, he would choose to directly grab Bai Longyang's dragon nest and drive her away. "When you drove me away from the dragon's nest so ruthlessly, you must never have imagined what would happen next." Ganon thought secretly in his heart. Reading www.ukanshu.com. Inside the ice cliff dragon nest, Bai Longyang, who was looking at the 3 little dragons impatiently, suddenly turned her head around suspiciously, a bad premonition inexplicably raised in her heart. Because the dragon's intuition has always been accurate, it made her a little irritable, and she became restless in the dragon's nest. Jialong didn't know what Bai Longyang was doing. He stepped forward, walked to the ice crystal dragon bed, and fell down. The slender dragon tail was rolled up in front of him, and it was used as a pillow, with his head propped up, and the dragon wings stretched out again, blocked in front of him, and coiled himself up, forming a small enclosed space. The whistling of the white noise blizzard made Garen plan to take a nap, a feline-like sleeping position that was his favorite. When you wake up, it's time to find time to trouble by Longyang. When he closed his eyes and opened them again, it was 3 days later. After Garen woke up, he stretched his back, made a big slack, and thought about going to see how the 2 polar bear cubs were doing. Although the ogres were instructed to take care of them, they had left their parents after all. If it was difficult to adapt to the changes in the environment, there was a high possibility that they would eventually die. When Garen walked to the edge of the dragon's nest and was about to fly out, he suddenly felt the agitation of the power of time. Jialong's movements stagnated, and he looked around in astonishment, looking at the illusory river of time. Under normal circumstances, the long river of time without waves in the ancient well has obvious ripples and folds at a position very close to Jialong, and it seems that some force is stirring the water of the river of time. What happened? Garen immediately became alert, his eyes fixed on time ripples, ready to go. Chapter 40. Crushing. A second later, the fluctuating river of time changed slightly, showing a mirror-like appearance, which reflected a scene that shocked Jialong's face. It was a young dragon. One was lying at the entrance of the cave, looking at the dragon mother who was getting closer and closer, the young dragon with a nervous expression. The moment he saw this young dragon, Garen felt an urgent request from the other side, and seemed to be asking him for help. Want to borrow the power of time from me? There was a sense of comprehension in Kanan's heart. In an emergency, that young dragon unconsciously used Shalong countercurrent, asking for help from his future self. If this is the case, although Kanan will be surprised, he will not be shocked. And the reason why his face is full of shock, is because in front of him, it is clearly a cub of a red dragon. A red dragon cub with fiery red scales all over its body, young dragon horns on its head, and a ring of black scales on the wrist of the dragon's claws. The dragon girl approaching the cave is the red dragon girl. She is 2 laps bigger than the white dragon girl. She has a thick body and thick scales. She is filled with a frightening fire element energy, and her strength is much stronger than that of the white dragon girl. In addition, the dragon's nest where it is located is not in the ice cliff dragon's nest, or even on the polar ice sheet. The dragon's nest is located in a volcano full of dark brown earth and rocks. The dry and withered ground below can faintly see the slowly flowing hot lava, and the air is slightly distorted by the high temperature. It is the same as Jialong, except that it has the same platinum dragon eye, that is, it also steals a dragon mother's gem while Longyang is not there. What's going on? Garen was a little confused. How can oneself be its future? Even the species are different. The passage of time seems to have slowed down, because the red dragon lady is getting closer and closer to the cave, and the anxious color on the young dragon's face is getting stronger and stronger. If its actions are discovered by the red dragon lady, it will be directly driven out of the dragon. The nest, which is still a young dragon, has no ability to protect itself at all. Looking at the anxious look on its face, Garen felt the same way. After all, he had also experienced that moment, the nervousness that his heart was beating so fast that it almost jumped out of his chest made him not forget it now. Due to the lack of time, Garen did not continue to ponder this somewhat bizarre situation, and decided to help the red dragonfly. He opened his bright eyes, mobilized the power of time in his body, and then followed his instinct to inject the power of time into the ripples of time. In the timeline of the red wormling, time suddenly stopped. Garen's power of time turned into a white giant dragon exactly like him, upstream from the illusory river of time, and appeared in front of the red dragonfly. In its surprised eyes, the white giant dragon turned into a stream of light sank into the body of the red hatchling, accelerating its absorption of magic gems. At this moment, Garen could see the dazed look in his eyes, just like he was accepting the inheritance of the time dragon. Although the appearance is different, the place of birth is different, and even the species is different, but just looking at its various reactions, demeanor, and some small habits, Garen has already determined in his heart that it is indeed his past self and has the same soul. At the same time, the ripples of time gradually disappeared, and the surroundings gradually returned to calm. The doubts in Garen's heart were difficult to answer for a long time. For this bizarre situation, he frowned slightly and fell into contemplation. I in a different timeline may not necessarily be reincarnated into a white dragon. In addition to this red galleon, maybe there are also gold galleons, silver galleons. Or, a pure legendary time dragon. Suddenly, Garen thought of the giant dragon phantom he saw that day. The giant dragon phantom can't be said to be different from his current appearance, it can only be said that it can't be hit by 8 poles, and only one pair of dragon pupils is platinum. Garen originally firmly believed that his future would grow into that appearance, with charcoal gray scales, and 12 irregular rings of black scales. But now after a bit of a bizarre situation, he wasn't so sure. The future goal chosen by Shalong Countercurrent now seems not to be limited to the timeline where Garen is located. He paced back and forth in the dragon's nest, with a concentrated look of contemplation, thinking about all kinds of possibilities. After half an hour, Garen shook his head, his eyes returned to clarity, he stopped walking, and withdrew from his contemplative state. From birth to death, a creature will experience countless choices in its life, and each choice is a bifurcation and turning point. The branch rivers of the long river of time are like countless stars in the sky. Only the present me is the most real, the future, just a possibility. It may or may not happen, it all depends on my choice. Galen wasn't sure the idea was the right one. Although he has the power of time and is favored by time, he still knows very little about the vast and mysterious river of time, and he only knows a drop in the bucket. As for that completely different past self, Garen could only think of explanations from different timelines. In his timeline, he is a white dragon alien, but other timelines are not necessarily so. When his mind calmed down and rationalized, Garen discovered the mutation in his body. His body has shrunk slightly, because the magnitude is very small, so it is not obvious. If it wasn't for Garen being more sensitive to his body shape, it would be difficult to detect this change. In addition, the power of time and magic in the body or both a lot has disappeared. The time on him seems to have gone backwards. www.mtlnovel.com, Galleon. This is the price of agreeing to the other party's request and having the power to cross different timelines. Thinking of this, Garen suddenly had an idea and came up with a feasible idea. He took a deep breath, was highly concentrated, and looked at the long river of time. Try if you can return the blood. Shilong's ability to go against the current, he has always had it. Garen used the time dragon countercurrent, and the invisible power of time radiated out. Following the river of time, he took Garen's request to a possible future, hoping to get a response. But to his disappointment, Shilong's countercurrent failed as always and failed to borrow time. The long river of time in the ancient well flowed at a constant speed without waves, without the slightest movement, not even a trace of ripples and folds, and it was as calm as if nothing had happened. Seeing this, Jialong sighed, and when the dragon stopped, the current flowed backwards, and there was no more wasting the power of time. Only when he used it for the first time, he succeeded when long countercurrent was used. After that, he never succeeded, which made Jialong's teeth tickle with anger and cursed his future self as a cheapskate. There is absolutely no problem with his ability to display, there is no error, the only possibility of not getting a response is that the other party is unwilling to borrow. The idea of returning blood to borrow time from the future self failed, but Garen was not disappointed. He was numb to it. At the same time, he secretly swears in his heart that if he uses Shilong against himself in the past of different timelines, if it is not a major life and death crisis, then he will never borrow it again. The future he does not lend to the present him, what reason does the present he lend to the past him? Chapter 41. Strange Movement. The power of time, it's so mysterious and unpredictable. I don't know when I will be able to penetrate time and truly control it in my hands. Garen shook his head. As the saying goes, there is nothing difficult in the world, as long as you are willing to give up. Because he couldn't understand it now, Garan simply put this matter behind him and decided to think about the reason after he had a better understanding of the long river of time in the future. Next, he left the imitation version of the dragon's nest, and first went to the ogre basin to look at the 2 polar bear cubs. In just a few days, because of Garen's special instructions, the ogres here did not dare to neglect, they took good care of the 2 cubs, and built a nest for them in a room with warm animal skins, next to a bonfire is burning, and there are female ogres who take care of it. When Garen saw the 2 cubs again, he was surprised to find that they had only become fleshy and plump in just 2 or 3 days. Magic creatures are indeed extraordinary. They adapt quickly and can live well without the care of relatives. Jialong looked at the chubby bear, and couldn't help thinking of the delicious taste of an adult polar bear, subconsciously swallowed. He's not eating enough. Little Storm Bear didn't notice the malice from Garen, maybe it was because of the shelter in the blizzard that they remembered Garen's breath. When he appeared, he used his limbs in excitement, and even rolled and crawled to Garen. In front of Long, he rubbed his dragon claws. Garen was stunned for a moment, then stretched out his sharp fingernails and lightly stroked Little Storm Bear's back a few times. Unlike the hard, needle-like hair of an adult polar bear, the fluff on the newly born cub is long, soft and smooth. However, because his claws were too sharp, he would stab the little bear to death if he didn't care, and Garen only teased them for a minute or two before withdrawing the dragon's claws. When they reach adulthood, I don't think there is any need for relatives of the extreme polar bear. There is a high probability that it is only kept as a pet. Garen is very clear about his own situation. He is growing very fast. As for the polar bear, he had seen detailed records in the book of the monster manual before. The polar bear is an adult at the age of 30, and will gradually become a young man at the age of 20. Master spell-like abilities. 20 or 30 years later, if Garen felt that he was not dead, they would have no other effect on him than being pets. However, in the extreme Arctic icefield, it is barren and there are no recreational activities. Apart from eating and sleeping, his life is to study spells. Raising a pet to play occasionally can be regarded as a little entertainment. After handing over the bear cubs to the female ogres who were responsible for taking care of them, Garen explained that UGA Bonebreaker's future staple food should be replaced by magical creatures, and let the ogres hunt blood for him. Under the solemn assurance of UGA Bone Broken, Jialong's dragon wings were swung, his body floated high, and he disappeared into the vast snowstorm in an instant. On the whistling wind and the goose feather-like snow in the night sky, a big smile opened on his face, and he flew further north with a clear goal. Bai Longyang, here I come. He roared inwardly, couldn't help being a little excited, and the speed of his flight increased at the same time. Arranged in order from north to south, the places that are more impressive to him are the Ice Cliff Dragon Nest, Glacier Territory, and Ogre Basin. When he was heading from the Ogre Basin to the Dragon's Nest on the Ice Cliff, he passed by his own Glacier Territory. About a quarter of the Arctic ice spirits below stayed behind. The others formed a hunting team to hunt for Garen. With these family members, Garen wouldn't have to be busy hunting all the time, and could spend more time doing other things. This was the primary purpose of his family in the first place. Bai Longyang should be in the Ice Cliff Dragon's Nest now. According to Jialong's understanding of Bai Longyang, she likes to sleep in the Ice Cliff Dragon's Nest in such blizzard weather. She even occasionally forgets to bring food to the hatchlings once a week. To be more precise, she is too lazy. Responsible. If nothing else, Bai Longyang was sleeping soundly, completely unaware that her eldest son was about to appear. At the same time, Jialong thought of Bai Longyang's pile of financial reports that looked like a small hill, a faint green light appeared in his eyes, and the flight speed was 1 point faster, and his heart was quite hot. The magic gems that Bai Longyang has accumulated, she is reluctant to eat them. With so many magical gems, my treasure trove is finally filling up. Garen's love for magic gems is no less than that of any greedy real dragon, and even ranks among the best. Because magic gems were born through miraculous evolution over a long period of time, they are stained with time and years, they have ancient attributes, and they have the effect of gathering elemental energy. It is difficult for Garen not to love them. Sleeping on top of colorful magic gems is more than a beauty. However, when thinking of the wealth accumulated by Bai Longyang, a trace of doubt appeared on Jialong's face. With Bai Longyang's strength, how did you get so many treasures? When he was weak, Jialong didn't feel it yet, www.mtlnovel.com, but now that he thinks about it carefully, he realizes that Bai Longyang's treasure pile is a little abnormal. If she is good at robbing houses and often robbing other creatures, then can also explain. But Bai Longyang is a lazy dragon, and she often sleeps in the dragon's nest on the ice cliff. Compared with humans, it is a 16-year-old underage girl who lives at home every day, with a few small dolls. How did she get so many treasures? Garen's face was weird, and he made all kinds of guesses in his heart. Could it be that Father Bai Long gave it to him when he was courting? Impossible. It is still possible to send some rare prey. For the evil dragon, sending treasure is simply giving out its own large artery dragon blood. Cannon shook his head without thinking any further. Soon, he braved the snow and saw the familiar territory of Bai Longyang. Because of the blizzard, the topography here has become unrecognizable and unfamiliar, but because he has lived in this territory for a year and a half, Garen knows its location very well. What's more, there is also the faint Longwei that belongs to Bai Longyang. This kind of dragon prestige is not a ferocious supernatural ability that actively exudes, but because dragons have lived nearby for a long time, the breath of real dragons diffuses out and naturally forms. Feeling the familiar scent of the white dragon lady, Garen's dragon claws touched each other, and made a clanging sound like a metal collision. His hands were itching unbearably. Ignoring the faint warning that Longwei carried, Jialong strutted and stepped into Bai Longyang's territory. The howling wind and violent snow lingered beside Garen, and along with him, he gradually approached the ice cliff dragon nest. Chapter 42. 40 Hours Long Yilu. In the blizzard, Jialong maintained a very fast speed and moved towards the position of the ice cliff dragon nest. He didn't restrain his momentum when he moved, just to let Bai Longyang directly discover his arrival and see what an incredible expression she would have. However, to Jialong's disappointment, when the outline of the ice cliff dragon's nest had already appeared in the field of vision, the figure of Bai Longyang still did not appear. It is estimated that she fell into a deep sleep, and did not even perceive the breath of her eldest son. However, after Jialong was within a kilometer of the dragon's nest on the ice cliff, 3 small white dragon figures appeared on the edge of the dragon's nest. When they felt the familiar aura, the 3 little white dragons flew out of the dragon's nest in shock and appeared in front of Garen. Jialong paused and grinned at the dragon brothers and sisters who had not seen him for a long time. Compared with the large dragon body that Jialong has grown to be 12 meters long, the ordinary 2-year-old white dragon hatchling still looks like an ox and horse, with a body length of less than 3 meters, which makes him look weak and helpless in front of Jialong. The reason why they dared to approach Garen is because the iconic black scale ring around Garen's neck, coupled with the extraordinarily familiar aura, allowed the little white dragons to determine Garen's identity. The expelled brother. "Ya, Galen, is that you?" Although he knew in his heart that it was Jialong, his brother Charles asked weakly. Looking at the younger brother and younger sister, who had not changed much, Jialong had a good attitude towards them, and said, "Why, you forgot me so quickly." After a pause, Garen's eyes gradually became dangerous. He shook the dragon claw that could kill the white hatchling with one claw, and said, "Do you want me to teach you what to call it? You must treat your elder brother with enough respect." Quote. The dragon brothers and sisters looked at each other. In front of the crushed Garen, they found it difficult to breathe. A sense of oppression as heavy as a mountain came over him. Because he was beaten by Jialong from birth to over a year old, the 3 little dragons were still obedient by his training. After realizing that Jialong was more powerful, they were very cowardly and shouted, "Brother Jialong." Garen nodded, no longer bothered with a few dragons. A few seconds later, Long Mei Xie took courage and asked with a little doubt, "Brother Jialong, why are you back? Mother has expelled you from the territory. When she wakes up, if she finds you here, she will definitely beat you." "Hit me up, whoever hits who doesn't say it's not necessarily." Jialong's gaze passed over the dragon brother and dragon sister, and looked at the ice cliff dragon nest behind them. He didn't respond to Hill's question, but calmly said in dragon language, "Go and wake up my mother and tell her that I, Jialong, are back." Quote. At such a distance, Jia Long had already sensed the breath belonging to the white dragon lady, who was located in the dragon's nest on the ice cliff, very peaceful and calm. Just as Garen had guessed, she was sleeping. The dragon brothers and sisters hesitated. Garen's eyes sank. Without waiting for him to speak again, the little dragons turned around in fright, ran into the lair according to Jialong's words, and then began to call for the white dragon lady. In the violent blizzard, Jialong waited patiently, and the dragon wings trembled lightly, repelling the surrounding blizzard. After a few minutes, the dragon brother and sister left the dragon's nest, staggered in flight in the blizzard, barely kept her balance, and said to Jia Long, "Mother is sleeping too dead, we can't wake her up." Galleon, as always, never answered the call of the wormlings. He was not surprised, just calmly said to Longmei, "You guys stay away, don't stand in front of me." Long brother Longmei was dumbfounded and didn't react immediately. But when they saw Jialong open the dragon's mouth with a dangerous icy blue light in his mouth, they suddenly felt icy cold and hurried to the side in shock. It can make the white dragon feel the icy cold, and the power of Jialong's current frost dragon breath can be imagined. Although he has not been able to fully combine the frost dragon breath with the time-plundering breath, the frost dragon breath has been greatly enhanced due to the stimulation of the power of time, which is much more powerful than the breath of ordinary white dragons. Aiming at the location of the ice cliff dragon's nest, after Jialong finished brewing, his body trembled slightly. Boom! The ice blue frost dragon breath pierced through the space, and fell into the cave of the ice cliff dragon nest in an instant, where it condensed into clusters of ice crystals. At the same time, in the depths of the cave, the sleeping Bai Longyang felt the surge of powerful magic power, and suddenly opened the pale yellow dragon pupil. Her eyes were full of anger, and the dragon wings stretched out, forming a dragon-shaped dragon on the ground. Shadow silhouette. Dare to invade the territory of the great white dragon Saria. I don't know whether to live or die. In the high and crisp sound of dragon roar, Bai Longyang's 16-meter body carried violent power and rushed out of the dragon's nest. Along the way, the ice crystal spikes formed by the frost dragon breath hit her scales, shattered. Bai Longyang is 95 years old this year. Although she is not a real adult, her strength is not much worse than that of an ordinary adult white dragon. After all, she will be an adult in 5 years. And Jialong's body is equivalent to the young Bailong who is just 50 years old. Compared with Bailongyang, he is still a little worse. In just a few seconds, Bai Longyang rushed out of the dragon's nest, and the dragon wings whipped up the wind and swept the snow, appearing in Jialong's field of vision. Looking at this familiar white beast, Garan, who had stopped breathing out his dragon's breath, was silent. At the same time, after Bai Longyang saw Jialong's appearance clearly, her high-speed flying body froze slightly, and her dragon eyes showed obvious shock and a trace of unimaginable shock. Yu reading www.ukanshu.com. Although she doesn't care about young dragons, Bai Longyang still knows what her eldest son looks like. However, even though she knew that Jialong was growing fast, she still couldn't believe it when she saw Jialong after half a year, seeing that his body had already exceeded 10 meters. Canon. Bai Longyang tilted her head and asked cautiously in a crisp dragon language. Garen nodded and said, "It's me." His voice paused, and he said in an inaudible voice, "I'm back." Bai Longyang was slightly startled, then her eyes were sharp and she said indifferently, "Come back. This is my territory. Although you are my blood descendant, I do not welcome your arrival." The growth rate of Jialong is beyond her imagination, but now it seems that Jialong's size is not comparable to her, and all white dragon girls are not afraid of Jialong. After experiencing the initial shock, Bai Longyang's eyes have now returned to indifference. When she spoke, she was emitting cold air, and she was already faintly warning and threatening. "Now, leave immediately." After hearing Bai Longyang's rude words, Jialong Longyan laughed loudly, and the sound waves shook blizzard, and the sound waves rolled. In Bai Longyang's increasingly vigilant gaze, Jialong stopped the dragon's roar, his eyes were sharp, and he said word by word, "I can leave, but before that, I hope my mother can promise me one thing." Bai Longyang asked subconsciously, "What?" Jialong Longyi was shocked and said, "Give me 80% of the treasure in your lair, and I will leave directly." After a pause, Jialong said sharply, "Otherwise, don't blame me for taking the initiative to ****it. Before, he only planned to ask for 60%, but seeing Bai Longyang's indifference now, Jialong got angry and changed his mind on the spot. Chapter 43. Back to the nest. What did you say? Bai Longyang was stunned for a moment, and she suspected that she had heard the wrong words. After realizing the meaning of Jialong's words, her eyes turned cold, and the dragon's power, which was almost an adult dragon, suddenly burst out and quickly pressed Jialong. The pulse-like Longwei was originally invisible, but because the flying snow in the sky was affected by Longwei, it formed a ring of ripples and swept towards Jialong at the same time. Jialong did not dodge, letting Longwei brush his body. He was shocked, as if he saw a pair of dragon pupils that contained human-devouring malice, full of the power of the top creatures in the food chain. In less than half a second, Jialong broke free from Bai Longyang's dragon power. As for the ripples formed by the flying snow, hitting him was almost like a breeze, and it had no effect at all. I said, "I want 80% of your treasure, or I'll rob it. Let me grab it myself, and I won't leave you even a gem or a gold coin." Jialong is not afraid of the mighty Longwei, and does not show weakness. With a shock, his dragon wings were fully extended toward both sides, and at the same time he raised his head, and the four winding dragon horns pointed straight to the sky. The platinum dragon pupil looked directly at Bai Longyang, and Longwei, who belonged to Jialong, also rolled a circle of snow and swept across Bai Longyang's body. Both are true dragons, and the influence of dragon power between them is not great. But releasing Longwei is already a signal for dragons. The signal that he is about to be unable to hold back an attack. Bai Longyang stared at Jialong, not knowing where his confidence and courage came from. She snorted coldly, "It turned out to be coveting my treasure. I expelled you back then. The decision was absolutely correct." The voice paused for a while, and a dangerous look appeared in Bai Longyang's eyes, and said, "The growth of the past 6 months has given you the confidence to challenge me, but the gap in Longling cannot be made up by the speed of growth. Canon, my ignorant eldest son, today I will teach you a lesson to remember with blood. To challenge an older dragon is a foolish thing. Compared to Kanan, who is fairly rational and calm, Bai Longyang's character is a pure evil dragon. She is irritable, self-serving, and indifferent. It was hard to endure one more minute after knowing that Garen was trying to kill her treasure. Under Jialong's gaze, Bai Longyang raised her slender neck, her white scales gleaming. The elemental energy began to agitate, and the surrounding wind sound became more shrill in an instant, spinning and flying at high speed like a knife. Spell-like ability, Wind Creation. Call. Under the stimulation of elemental energy, a violent hurricane with a diameter of several tens of meters grew in an instant, and the high-speed rotation stirred up the flying snow, encasing it in the storm, and swept towards Jialong with amazing momentum. The storm was like a knife, and many diamond-shaped snowflakes were cut into pieces. Garen was unwilling to bear the spell-like ability of an adult dragon, and immediately consumed the power of time and turned on the 5-speed state. The speed of the storm is very fast, and if he does not drive 5 times the speed, there is a risk that he will not be able to escape. Swish. The speed of Jialong surpassed the storm, and it was raised in place, like a straight white line directly submerged in the blizzard, almost disappearing in place at the moment when it was about to be swept into the wind, leaving Bai Longyang's field of vision. Bai Longyang was stunned. What about dragons? Where it goes? The arrogant real dragon character makes Bai Longyang feel that she can handle Jialong with a single stroke, and she can smash the attempt of this evil son. After all, this is a spell-like ability that can only be mastered by a white dragon who is about to become an adult, and its power is not bad. Failing to attack Jialong, and losing Jialong's vision, Bai Longyang felt a little uneasy. At the same time, his body was raised to the kilometer of the sky more than 500 meters away from Bai Longyang, and Jialong, who hid himself in a cloud and mist, lowered his head and looked down at Bai Longyang who was looking for him. Immediately afterwards, Garen took a deep breath, and the magic power in his body galloped and gathered in his mouth. Bai Longyang is the strongest creature he has ever encountered. Although Jialong thinks that she is not his opponent, he does not underestimate her. During the battle, he regains his composure and calmness. Because the purpose is to teach Bai Longyang, not to kill her, Jialong did not use the breath of plundering time. At the same time as the frost dragon breath gathered in his mouth, the 200 meter per second Jialong converged his dragon wings, and his body fell down like a white meteorite. About 2 seconds later, when Bai Longyang sensed the oppression of the strong wind coming from above her head, she was startled and raised her head suddenly. In the field of vision, Jialong opened the dragon's mouth, and the ice blue light was brewing and rolling in the dragon's mouth. At the same time, boom, the frosty dragon breath spewed out, and the ice blue columnar dragon breath fell on Bai Longyang violently. Because the distance was too close, it was too late when she wanted to dodge. The frost dragon breath contains a biting icy freezing wind, which is also mixed with countless physical ice thorns, and carries a very strong impact. When it falls on Bai Longyang, it is like a waterfall. The ground hits hard. Dragon's breath is one of the most powerful means of attack of a real dragon. Bai Longyang ate one at close range, which was quite uncomfortable. If they were not both white dragons, they had high resistance to cold attribute attacks, and a direct hit from the dragon breath would have killed the white dragon girl. Yu reading www.ukanshu.com. Rao is so, she is also quite embarrassed. In the thick snow on the ground, most of Bai Longyang's body was frozen with clusters of ice crystals, and the scales on her body were densely scratched due to the impact of the physical ice crystals in the frost dragon breath. She blinked, and after realizing that she was knocked out of the air by a blow from Garen, an extremely embarrassed emotion suddenly emerged in her heart. A 2-year-old young dragon shot down her soon-to-be adult dragon lady. This cruel reality made Bai Longyang unacceptable. Although there are reasons why she underestimates the enemy, the fact is that she is at a disadvantage in a single encounter. Being knocked down by one's own young dragon is a shame for any dragon. The arrogance of dragons makes Bai Longyang's heart seem to have flames rolling in her heart, and she is so shameful that it cannot be attached. Cannon. The crisp dragon roar sounded full of anger. When it was passed into Garen's ears, he felt a sense of revenge, and his heart was very happy, as if there was a heavy stone that had been accumulated in his heart for a long time, and it was removed at this moment. The more shame and anger Bai Longyang felt now, the happier he was. Salia, are all adult dragons so weak, or are you the only one who is so weak? Longyi waved. Jialong hovered in the air, lowered his head and looked down at Bai Longyang. He didn't forget to use his words to ridicule the supplementary knife, calling Bai Longyang's name directly, without even the slightest honorific title. These words made Bai Longyang even more unbearable, and Jialong's condescending look made her furious. She roared, and the thick snow around her exploded, like a white torrential rain. Immediately afterwards, Bai Longyang flew into the sky, and the sharp dragon claws stretched forward and grabbed towards Jialong viciously. Chapter 44. The Confrontation. The 16-meter-long Bai Longyang moved like a dragon-shaped fighter, with a howling wind and violent power. The power of Bai Longyang is higher than that of Jialong. At her age, spell-like abilities are only auxiliary, and the main thing is to use the strong physique of a real dragon to fight, and Bai Longyang's minions are her most powerful weapons. Among all the true dragons, although the white dragon is at the end, it also has its own advantages. Because it lives in the ice field with low-temperature climate, the dragon claws of the white dragon are wider and sharper than other dragons. Easily tear the opponent's flesh and blood, piercing the bones and muscles. In addition, the white dragon's intelligence is much inferior to other dragons, and it likes to act with beast-like instincts. But luck and misfortune go hand in hand, and this beast instinct makes the white dragon a natural hunter. Once the opponent's weakness is detected and the advantage is gained in the battle, the threat that the white dragon can pose will be greatly increased. At this moment, Bai Longyang, after making up her mind to teach her own son a good lesson, the anger in her eyes has almost completely disappeared, and the pale yellow dragon eyes are filled with indifference, observing every movement of Jialong. Seeing Bai Longyang in this state, Jialong sighed inwardly, knowing that she had completely restrained her arrogance and would go all out to fight this mother-son battle. When Bai Longyang rushed over, Jialong rose up very fast, and then turned around. It was like a white line pointing straight up, then pierced through blizzard, suddenly drawn an arc, and moved from in front of Bai Longyang to behind her in a few breaths. Bai Longyang quickly turned around, her eyes fixed on Jialong. At the same time, Garen spewed out a mouthful of frost and dragon breath. The ice-blue beam of light rushed straight towards Bai Longyang's dragon wings. But this time Jialong's old tricks didn't work. When the frost dragon breath was about to touch Bai Longyang, she was able to avoid it with her instinctive fighting reaction. After taking a loss, Bai Longyang grew a heart. While avoiding Jialong's dragon breath, Bai Longyang also opened the dragon's mouth, and the dazzling ice-blue light was constantly brewing, rising and rolling, and the temperature in the space around her plummeted. A few seconds later, the thicker and longer frost dragon breath spit out from Bai Longyang's mouth. Boom! The large area cone-shaped dragon breath moved towards the overwhelming shroud of Garen. The speed of the dragon's breath is fast, and it is the most threatening attack method for dragons. Even if it is 5 times the speed of Jialong, it can't be faster than the dragon's breath. Much stronger than my frost dragon breath, worthy of being a dragon about to come of age. Looking at the icy blue light in his field of vision, Garen thought to himself. His movements are nimble and quick, and he moves laterally. At the same time, Bai Longyang turned her neck and her body moved quickly. A wide range of frost dragon breath followed her movements, leaving behind large swaths of bone-piercing ice crystals in the air, constantly oppressing Jialong's movement space. Turning his head to look at Bai Longyang, who was getting closer and closer to him, and the frost dragon breath she spit out, Jialong's body suddenly stopped, and at the same time, he turned around and fell down. His body was almost rubbing the frost dragon breath, approaching Bai Longyang proactively instead of retreating. In Bai Longyang's somewhat puzzled eyes, the corner of Jialong's mouth turned up to one side and grinned at her. The next second, when Bai Longyang turned her neck and the frost dragon breath was about to cover the nearby Jialong, an invisible and intangible wave burst out in an instant, spreading out in all directions with Jialong as the center. Time stop. In an instant, an area with a radius of 20 meters centered on Canaan was in a time-stop state. Bai Longyang, who was just at the edge of the stop area, stagnated in the air, the goose feather-like snowflakes and the howling wind also stopped, and the cone-shaped frost dragon breath that left an ice-blue track in the air also remained motionless. Garen can clearly see every sharp ice crystal contained in the frost dragon breath, and can feel the extreme low temperature it contains at close range. And Bai Longyang is now like a lifelike white sculpture, and there is still doubt on her face. The scene where the time stopped seems extraordinarily bizarre, like being in a dream rather than reality. Although it was the second time to watch it, Garen was still amazed at the powerful effect of this ability in his heart. Because the time stop consumes a lot of the power of time, Garen has no time to appreciate the scene at this time. He looked at Bai Longyang who was stopped by the time, and a bold idea emerged in his heart, and he smiled grimly. Immediately afterwards, Jialong rushed and moved quickly behind Bai Longyang. The next second, time resumes its flow. In the strong wind whistling again, Bai Longyang blinked, turned her head in bewilderment, and stopped the dragon's breath attack for a while. Suddenly, she heard the inciting sound of dragon wings behind her. The voice was so close, almost right next to him. Bai Longyang was shocked. She didn't understand how Galen disappeared suddenly. She was still in her field of vision just now, but there was no sign behind her. Before she could return to her senses to fight back, Jialong's 2 dragon claws were clenched into fists, raised high, and smashed heavily on Bai Longyang's skull. Strong hand split skull. Boom. The force of this blow to the face is full of power. www.mtlnovel.com. Smashed some scales on Bai Longyang's head and shook her brain, causing Bai Longyang to whine, her head dizzy, and her vision became blurred. It became blurred, and the sound of the wind in his ears was even more terrifying. She couldn't control her body a little, twisted like she had drunk fake wine, her body swayed and fell again. When it hit the ground, the heavy body pressed the thick snow into a solid ice with the outline of a dragon. However, the dragon's physical quality was strong, and Bai Longyang shook her head, and her dizzy state was quickly recovering. Looking at this scene, Jialong pondered, the strength is still a little short, otherwise she will be stunned with a punch. He didn't give Bai Longyang time to recover, and when he moved his body, he swooped down like a cannonball and quickly approached Bai Longyang. Immediately afterwards, Jia Long slammed into Bai Longyang fiercely, and her body was a few laps smaller than Bai Longyang, and lifted her whole. The rolling of the two large dragons caused the surrounding snow to splash all over the sky, leaving a long gully. Before Bai Longyang came back to his senses, Jia Long directly pinned her to the snow after he lifted her up, and the dragon claws clenched into fists and bowed towards Bai Longyang's head left and right. Boom! A left hook pushed Bai Longyang's head to the left. Before turning around completely, he hit another right hook. Dong dong dong. Jia Long was still in the acceleration state, and the dragon fist the size of a real sandbag fell on Bai Longyang's head like a pile driver. If it wasn't for the fact that Garen's accelerated state only increased the flow of time, and when his fist landed on Bai Longyang's head, there was no kinetic energy that matched the actual speed, maybe it would take 2 punches to kill Bai Longyang. Chapter 45. The Battle Between Mother and Son. In the storm-like beating of the dragon fists, Bai Longyang looked a little pitiful, weak and helpless. She tried to fight back many times and used spell-like abilities to get rid of the dilemma at this time, but she was interrupted again and again by Galen. Even spell-like abilities that don't require spells are difficult to cast because the state is not focused enough when being beaten, and the consciousness is sluggish. After more than 10 seconds, Bai Longyang couldn't bear the humiliation of being ridiculed and beaten on her body. Because of her humiliation and anger, she resisted the dizziness like a tide, and quickly opened the dragon's mouth with gnashing teeth, aiming at Jia Long. At this time, Garen was enjoying himself. Because Bai Longyang's nearly adult dragon has a strong physique and strong vitality, it is almost the best sandbag. But he did not forget to be vigilant. When he saw that Bai Longyang got rid of the dizziness and opened the dragon's mouth to himself, his eyes narrowed and the power of time was ready to go. The next action of Bai Longyang made Jia Long's eyes tighten, because there was no energy belonging to the frost dragon's breath in her mouth, but she dexterously rolled her tongue and rolled up a scroll from the bottom of her tongue. The tongue of dragons is densely covered with many nerves, and its structure is somewhat similar to that of lizards. Many dragons like to wrap their most cherished treasures with their tongues and carry them with them. On that scroll, Garen saw an obvious elemental aura, which was obviously a magic item. If nothing else, this is a spell scroll, and it can be regarded by Bai Longyang as a treasure at the bottom of the box. It is estimated that this scroll is not an ordinary spell, and it is very likely to be a high-level spell. It is impossible for Jia Long to let Bai Longyang use this spell scroll. Although Bai Longyang's movements were already fast, he was even faster. Time. Stop. In an instant, the goose feather blizzard stopped. Bai Longyang didn't move. She opened her mouth slightly, her wet and steaming pink tongue rolled the spell scroll, her eyes were filled with obvious shame and anger. Jia Long snorted softly, and unceremoniously stuck out the dragon's claws, crossed the criss-crossing dragon teeth, touched Bai Longyang's mouth, took out the spell scroll, and touched Bai Longyang's tongue during the process, which was stained with Jia Long's hand, saliva. However, I don't know what material the spell scroll is made of, but it has no drool on it, it is brand new and it feels as smooth as silk. After the reel is taken out, the time stop ends. The flow of time resumed, and Bai Longyang didn't know what happened yet. A smug look appeared on her face, and she roared with a high dragon roar, "Jianlong! You can't be my opponent." The words are full of the cheerful color of the upcoming comeback victory. But as soon as the words fell, she was stunned. Because the touch of the tongue is a bit wrong, the spell scroll inside is gone. Bai Longyang's proud expression stiffened on her face, and she hurriedly used her tongue to search her mouth, but she couldn't find any trace of the spell scroll. At the same time, Jia Long smiled slightly, spread out his dragon claws, revealing a pale yellow spell scroll in his palm, and said, "Are you looking for this?" Bai Longyang tried to **** it, but was slapped on the head by Jia Long, and she really had no strength to resist. Putting away the spell scroll with his backhand, Garen shook his head, sighed slightly, and added in a sympathetic tone, "I don't even know when the scroll was taken away by me. Salia, you are too weak, how could you give birth to me like this? Excellent real dragon." Bai Longyang stared at Jia Long, feeling extremely ashamed and humiliated because of his words. There was a faint mist rising in the eye sockets. After all, Bai Longyang's age is equivalent to a young girl who is still underage among dragons, and her temperament is not calm and mature. Going through such a thing made it difficult for her to accept it for a while. I am afraid that few dragons have the same experience as Bai Longyang. Looking at her expression, Jia Long first felt a sense of revenge success in his heart, but when he saw Bai Longyang looking like she was about to cry, she felt a little more embarrassed and guilty. It made it seem like he was bullying Bai Longyang. She was the one who ruthlessly expelled her first, and her attitude was still so bad. You. Before she finished speaking, Bai Longyang finally couldn't bear the double blow in her heart and on her head. She rolled her eyes and fainted on the spot. Jia Long was stunned for a moment, but he didn't expect that Bai Longyang had reached the limit. That's right, although he kept his hand, but after punching her so many times in a row, she was completely unconscious until now. It can only be said that Bai Longyang's body is strong enough. Replaced with ordinary magical creatures, which have now been beaten into evenly smeared flesh. HMPH, let you expel me. Jia Long snorted softly, hesitated for a moment, and then picked up the unconscious Bai Longyang with a bit of difficulty, and flew high with flapping wings, and slowly flew into the ice cliff dragon nest. From Jia Long and Bai Longyang fighting each other, to Bai Longyang being shot down twice in a row, to being beaten by Jia Long, and finally returning to the dragon's nest. This scene was displayed in the eyes of the three-headed little dragon with a stiff expression. During the whole process, they did not dare to intervene at all, for fear that their brother and mother in the fierce battle would accidentally shoot themselves to death. Now they were dumbfounded and could hardly believe their eyes. Mother, my mother was knocked unconscious by Garen. Charles swallowed. Why is Galen growing up so fast? Even his mother is no match for him. Tom looked envious. I remember bad things. Hill felt a dull pain in his body. The three of them looked at each other, and invariably remembered the fear of being dominated by Garen. What shall we do now? Do not know. For a while, they didn't dare to enter the ice cliff dragon nest, and they didn't dare to leave too far, their expressions were blank. Turning his head and looking around, www.mtlnovel.com, looking at the ice crystal walls and ground where everything was still so familiar, a look of reminiscence appeared on Garen's face. It still looks the most pleasing to the eye, and it will be mine in the future. Immediately, he put Bai Longyang's body aside with a thoughtful look in his eyes. Jia Long wanted to take revenge on Bai Longyang who had driven him out and abandoned him, but when he really defeated Bai Longyang, he didn't know what to do with her. When she took her gem in front of her and told her that she stole one when she was born, and then beat her cub. Outside the ice cliff dragon nest, the three young dragons shivered at the same time, for unknown reasons. After thinking for a few seconds, Kanan, who was in deep thought, was interrupted. What interrupted him was the treasure of Bai Longyang that he was thinking about. Crystal, onyx, emerald, diamond. Gems of different colors, magic props with elemental aura, sophisticated weapons and armor. These treasures reflected light on the mirror-like walls of ice crystals, refracted into Galen's eyes. With bright eyes, he punched Bai Longyang on the head to ensure that she would not wake up too soon, and turned to look at the treasure that already belonged to him. However, looking at these treasures carefully at this time, the excitement in his eyes gradually subsided, and a look of doubt appeared. So many gems, but the surrounding elemental energy activity doesn't seem to match up enough. How is this going? With doubts in his heart, Kanan approached the gemstone pile and scratched it with his dragon claws. Clap la la, the outermost gems slide and fall, and the crisp collision between each other is like the most beautiful symphony in Garen's ears. Chapter 46. 44 Top Hand, Skull Splitting. When the outermost gems were all scattered on the ground, revealing the appearance of the inner layer, Jia Long was stunned for a while, and after regaining his senses, he finally understood the truth that Bai Longyang could accumulate so many gems at a young age. This truth made Jia Long quite speechless, secretly scolding Bai Longyang as an evil dragon who was so vain that he even deceived himself. The real gem has only the outermost thin layer, and most of the fangs inside are of a large beast. They are smooth and reflective, slender and sharp, and they look very beautiful. But the problem is, no matter how good looking it looks, it is still just fangs, real teeth, not dentures made of gold. Garen sighed and took a few glances, discerning that these fangs belonged to a large beast on the ice field. Power Mammoth. Lee mammoths belong to a relatively upper-level creature in the ice field. There are a group of hundreds of Lee mammoths in the territory of Bai Longyang. They are generally between 3 meters and 4 meters in height when they are adults, and they weigh 20 tons. It is the staple food of Bai Longyang. She had warned a few dragons not to provoke mammoths, as the young wormlings were no match for the larger beast. Except for the superior predators such as dragons, frost wolves, polar bears, and vicious species, mammoths have almost no other natural enemies in the polar ice plains. But Galen never imagined that she would secretly collect mammoth's ivory and pretend it was a gem to make her little treasure trove look more full. To Galen, the total value of the ivory was nothing compared to a true magic gem. In addition to the ivory of the mammoth, it was also filled with some magical ice crystals made by Bai Longyang, showing an irregular appearance, exuding bursts of cold air, pretending to be a noble and rare magic gem. It turns out that the dragon will also make a swollen face and make a fat man. Garen felt deceived, turned his head angrily and glanced at Bai Longyang who was in a coma. Thinking about it again, when he stole gems, if he took a few more gems, he might have discovered the truth. Unfortunately, he was too young at first, and his perception of elemental energy was not as good as it is now. He didn't notice anything unusual, just naive. He thought that Bai Longyang had the strength to gather so much wealth. Looking at her real savings now, Garen would like to ask her how she fell asleep in the first place. Forget it, you can't ask too much of Bai Longyang, after all, she's not really an adult yet. Garen had to accept this reality, and then began to count his magic gems one by one very seriously. It didn't take long for Bai Longyang, who was in a coma, to tremble slightly, and an unconscious, low dragon roar came out of her mouth, and she woke up faintly from the coma. Her head still has some pain, her vision is also a little blurry, and she has not fully recovered, but it is enough for activities. The life force of the real dragon is quite strong and the physique is strong. As long as it is not killed at one time, it can recover quickly. Injury. The moment she opened her eyes, Bai Longyang saw Jialong, who was counting her gems with a somewhat contradictory look of disgust and joy. My gem, Cannon, what are you trying to do? Don't touch my gem. Bai Longyang immediately widened her eyes, stood up, stretched her wings, and roared fiercely at Jialong, so she would rush over without a long memory to drive Jialong away. But she hasn't fully recovered yet, her movements are crooked, and in Kanan's eyes, there is no threat at all. With a flick of the dragon's tail, Jialong slammed Bai Longyang into the ice crystal wall, and whimpered unwillingly. Because her voice was too low, Garen couldn't understand what it meant, but it was probably swearing. Enclosing all the real magic gems in the dragon's arms, Jialong buried his head inside and took a deep breath, then turned around refreshed, and said calmly to Bai Longyang, Salia, you don't seem to recognize the reality yet. You are no longer my opponent, and in the Arctic icefield, everything is respected by the strong. This lair, these treasures, have changed hands from the moment you were defeated by me. After a pause, Garen's tone was dangerous, and his face was serious and serious. They are my treasures now, you better not have any thoughts. Salia looked at the fact that she had spent more than 50 years, kidnapping the princess of the small country and robbing the human caravan. He was snatched away by his own eldest son, and some misty water mist gradually rose again in his eyes. But the dragon's self-esteem and arrogance did not allow her to have such a fragile mood. Salia was struggling with the humiliation. On the other side, Jialong swept the dragon's tail and swept the mammoth ivory and the magic ice crystal, which he was not interested in at all, in front of Bai Longyang. I'm curious why you put the ivory and magic ice crystals in the gems to make the gems look more. With a half smile but a strange look, Jialong dismantled her trick in front of Bai Longyang. As soon as Salia saw these ivory and magic ice crystals, after being stunned for a while, she couldn't hold back her face, and for a while she forgot the anger of the treasure being robbed. She faltered and explained, I just like ivory as much as gemstones, not to pretend that my treasure trove is full. You don't slander me. You reading www.ukonshu.com. Jialong nodded and did not continue to poke Bai Longyang's poor vanity. It turns out that, since you like it, then these ivory and magic ice crystals are given to you, which is used to repay your shelter for more than a year. Jialong pushed things towards Bai Longyang with a grand and arrogant look on his face. Salia was in a very bad mood and wanted to ask Kanan to keep some gems for herself, but her arrogance made it difficult for her to speak. She had already accepted her fate when she was defeated by Garen and took away the gem. Similar things are not uncommon among evil dragons. It is normal for the strong to occupy the wealth of the weak, and generally speaking, they will not kill the opponent. Salia also grabbed other young white dragons who were weaker than her. It's just that she was successfully robbed by the 2-year-old little dragon, and she was the only one. Salia looked at the large dragon body of 12 meters long, and felt a little dazed in her heart. Is this 2 years old? She didn't understand why Galen could grow so fast. The mother of dragons is above, do you love this young dragon so much? Salia sighed inwardly. Looking at Bai Longyang, who had a complicated face, Jialong issued an order to evict guests, saying, okay, take your things, take Hill and them and leave. The Ice Cliff Dragon Nest and this territory are mine too. However, I won't be as ruthless as you are. I allow you to enter and leave my new territory and hunt here, provided you pay the corresponding reward. Salia. Chapter 47. Knock him out and take him away. She glared at Garen, but after seeing Garen's dragon fist, her head suddenly ached. She couldn't help shrinking her neck, but in the end she plucked up the courage and snorted coldly and arrogantly, I lost what Salia lost. Things, sooner or later, I will grab them back with my own hands. Karen, don't be too proud. He was taking out a gem, because he stole one from Bai Longyang and planned to give it back to her at this time, so he took back the gem he just took out. I'm waiting for that day to come, but at your own risk. For all creatures that were surpassed by Garen, he did not believe that the other party still had a chance to surpass him. This is the confidence that belongs to Time Dragon. With the passage of time, the gap between Bai Longyang and him will only get bigger and bigger. Immediately, under Jialong's gaze, Bai Longyang reluctantly picked up those ivory and magic ice crystals, and then slowly moved towards the edge of the dragon's nest. When she walked to the very edge and looked at the scenery of the territory that no longer belonged to her, she couldn't help but look back at Garen with a bit of resentment. And Jialong was appreciating his gains, and ignored Bai Longyang's intentions. Bai Longyang snorted coldly, the dragon wings vibrated and flew out of the dragon's nest. When she saw the three little dragons waiting in the snowstorm outside, Bai Longyang felt even worse. They reminded Bai Longyang that Jialong was her eldest son. The first time I gave birth to a dragon like this. I don't want any cubs in the future. Bai Longyang thought firmly in her heart. She gave birth to dragon eggs just for fun at first, but when the hatchlings were really born out of their shells and needed her to spend part of her time and energy to take care of them, she became impatient and regretted her hasty decision. Although adult dragons can't control their births completely according to their wishes, as long as they don't want to, their chances of getting pregnant will be terrifyingly low. However, most true dragons give birth to offspring in their adult or prime years. Because with the growth of dragon age, the probability of a real dragon's conception will fall off a cliff after entering old age, and it is only luck if you want offspring. While looking at the three hatchlings unhappily, he motioned them to follow him. Soon, one big and three small, the figures of four white dragons gradually disappeared in the blizzard and left Garen's territory. Inside the dragon's nest on the ice cliff, Jialong's eyes moved slightly and he closed his eyes. In his mind, a small spot of light moved rapidly. The position of the light spot represents the position of Bai Longyang at this time. She was robbed of her territory but was not confused. She seemed to have her own plans and was moving towards the northeast with a clear goal. The reason why he was able to detect Bai Longyang's movement was because Jialong conveniently placed a timestamp on her, which was located on the tip of Bai Longyang's tail and was difficult to detect. Jialong opened his eyes and felt the white dragon girl who was walking away. It didn't take long before he regained his mind. He took stock of his gains. There are 76 magic gems with various attributes in colorful colors. They are surrounded by elemental auras, exuding bursts of magical fluctuations, making the elemental energy in the surrounding air very active. Next to these gems, Garen felt his breathing remarkably easy. The flow of magic power in his body has become faster, and the absorption and transformation efficiency of elemental energy in the air has also increased a lot. This feeling is like suddenly coming from a narrow and dull secret room to a vast and fresh grassland, which makes Long feel relaxed and happy. In addition to magic gems, those steel armors and swords or spears branded with standard patterns can arm a team of 100 people. These are the most conspicuous things in the ice cliff dragon's nest. The pattern is a bit like a tulip. Did Bai Longyang attack the human army? Looking at the uniform pattern on the armor and weapon, Garen thought silently in his heart. Although it is not a magic item, it is a good thing because it is well made and has a slight metallic luster, but it is a pity that Garen has no relatives who can use these armored weapons. Whether it is an ogre or a polar ice spirit, they are much taller than humans. Glancing over the armor and weapons, Garen looked at the spell scrolls one by one. These spell scrolls are rolled into a cylindrical shape, with different colors, showing a triangular outline that is stacked together, wide at the bottom and narrow at the top. Garen used a trick to detect the aura. Looking from the bottom to the top, he found that the aura emitted by these spell scrolls was weak at the bottom and brighter as they went up, and they were stacked in the order of quality. As for the brightest aura, bright enough to be dazzling, it was a pale yellow spell scroll that Garen was currently holding. On this spell scroll, a symbol is engraved. The shape of this symbol is a horizontal ellipse with a crossed cross in the middle, and a spike-like bulge on the main body. This symbol, which Galleon recognized, was the symbol of the evocation school. It means that this spell scroll contains an evocation spell. The evocation system belongs to the most intuitive and powerful lethal schools of several spell schools. It is usually accompanied by extremely impactful visual effects. The power and damage during battle are much stronger than other spells in the same ring. The most classic evocation spell is Fireball. Spellcasters with other beliefs in their hearts even spend their whole lives studying variants of Fireball. Big fireballs, bursting fireballs, lava fireballs, blazing fireballs. Countless. www.mtlnovel.com. Even legendary spells have Fireball variants, so you can imagine how much spellcasters love Fireball. Closer to home, below the energy symbol, there is text written in No's common language. 7th level spell, Whirlwind of Teeth. The name doesn't sound like evocation, more like transformation or summoning, but Galen knows that no spell can simply infer its effect from its name. Galen's knowledge of spells comes from books obtained from the two-headed ogre, and the knowledge gained only involves the median 5th level spell. The 7th level spells already belong to the category of high-level spells. The casters who master high-level spells are rare and powerful, and have the combat power comparable to that of an adult dragon. Fortunately, I didn't let Bai Longyang use it, otherwise I would suffer. Kanan thought of the thunderstorm technique that made the silver electricity in the area of several dozen meters dance wildly. He imitated Bai Longyang, solemnly put the vortex scroll in his mouth, and pressed it under the dragon's tongue as his whole card. However, where did Bai Longyang get the 7-ring spell scroll? Given by an unknown dragon father? It's quite possible. Kanan shook his head without thinking any further. As for the other spell scrolls, Garen also looked at them carefully. There are a total of 47 spells, and there are spells of various schools, but the level is relatively low, between the 1st and 5th rings. There is only one 5th level spell scroll, 3 4th level spell scrolls, and the rest are low level spells of 1 to 3 levels. The lower level spell scrolls are optional for Garen, but the ones above the median are good things, and he can use them. Chapter 48, Ivory. These spell scrolls. If Bai Longyang leaves the nest with all 4 rings and 5 rings, I guess it will not be so easy, at least the power of time will be consumed. More. The median spell has a killing effect on young dragons. Bai Longyang still underestimated the enemy, and he didn't expect that Jialong really had the strength to defeat her. All the magic gems were transferred to the big ice crystal bed. Jialong adjusted his posture a few times, and moved his body to lie on it. Because the dragon scales are hard and the sensitivity to foreign objects is low, gems with edges and corners are the best for dragons. Bed-making thing. The only fly in the ointment is that the number of gems is still too small to fill the ice crystal bed, which is not satisfactory. Lying on the jeweled bed, Garen narrowed his eyes comfortably. This time, he did not choose to directly devour the magic gems. When enough magic gems are gathered together, the effect of attracting elemental energy is very good. It is best to keep them by his side with a long-term vision. Kanan is not so weak now, and he doesn't have to do thirsty fishing anymore. Acceleration state, plundering the breath of time, time stopping. Just the abilities of these 3-time dragons are enough for him to face the vast majority of enemies. In the ice field, Garen felt that he was not far from being invincible, and he didn't need to be an adult at all. Even, as long as it can reach the normal time dragon hatchling ability, it is almost the same. At that time, it is time to leave the Arctic icefield and go to a wider continent to start exploring knowledge and the unknown. He folded his tail, rolled up his body, and slid his dragon claws into a nap-like sleep. The surrounding has returned to the former silence, except that the ice cliff dragon nest has changed hands. There is no other change. A week later, the snowstorm gradually subsided. The weather in the Arctic ice sheet has ushered in a change. In addition to the cessation of snowstorms, the night sky that has always shrouded the polar ice sheet has become much lighter, and the sky is in a feeling similar to the bright light in the early morning. The night is still there, but it will not be long before the polar night will disappear, ushering in the polar day that lasts for half a year. The temperature is about to rise, and the ice and snow will melt for a period of time at the warmest time, allowing the Arctic ice sheet, which is in a cold state for most of the time, to regain some vitality. At the top of the dragon's nest on the ice cliff, at the highest point of the steep ice cliff with a height of 1,000 meters, Garen's pair of dragon wings stretched out and opened towards both sides, his eyes swept deeply at his own territory. The territory that originally belonged to Bai Longyang has now been officially taken over by Jialong. It wasn't that he didn't do anything when he woke up. Garen flew at high speed around the surrounding area of the ice cliff territory, circled several times, and left his own dragon breath on the edge of the territory, declaring the sovereignty of this place. Then, the small gathering place that was originally located on the winding glacier has now moved to the ice cliff territory. Today's extreme north ice spirit is building a new residence not far from the dragon's nest. Under Garen's orders, in addition to the normal houses, they also set up some hidden sentries to encircle the breeding grounds. Life has gradually become more civilized from savage and primitive. Just relying on hunting, the efficiency of obtaining food is really low. Therefore, Jialong pointed out some farming knowledge for the Arctic ice spirits. In fact, he doesn't know much, and he only knows a little about his previous life, but the polar ice spirits are intelligent creatures with a high IQ. As long as they can point out a clear way for them, they have the ability to draw inferences from others, so there is no need for Jialong to worry too much. But everything has just begun, and it will take some time to accumulate. In fact, if it wasn't for the fact that the Arctic ice spirits were elemental beings and could survive without the need for flesh and blood, they would probably have developed corresponding breeding techniques. As for the big stupid ogres, Garen didn't let them settle into the ice cliffs territory. He knows the truth of the 3 caves of the cunning rabbit, and it is not a knowing decision to put all the forces together. Moreover, the terrain of the ogre basin is quite special, and there is a mountain wall dragon nest that has just been built. It is a bit wasteful to abandon it directly, and the bone-broken tribe has lived there for nearly 1,000 years. Galen didn't ask much of the Bony Shatter tribe. What they need to do now is mainly to contribute at least one medium-sized magical creature to Garen every week. The approximate size of Galleon when he was expelled from the dragon's lair is that of a medium-sized magical creature. This requirement was difficult for the ogre tribes in the past, but now it is not an excessively suitable requirement because there are several powerful dragon vein ogres. UGA Bone Broken was very grateful for his choice. Looking at the thriving Bone Broken tribe, he thought that he had chosen the right kind of master who he wanted to follow forever. Jialong looked far into the distance, his eyes penetrated the scattered snow, and his ultra-distance vision penetrated space and looked towards the south. The outline of the southern mountain range is like a long dragon lying on the ground. Mountains, hills, forests. Many terrains make up its thick dragon ridge, rolling up and down, isolating the polar ice sheet from the fertile the southern land. On the other side of the mountain, what kind of scene will you read www.ukonshu.com. Recently, Garen has been thinking about this question a lot in his mind. No matter where he is, as long as he is at a high altitude and looks towards the south, without any obstructions in the middle, he can see the silent and winding southern mountains. This made Kanan curious. The snow-white, silver-clad Arctic icefield is beautiful, but it is too desolate, the density of species is poor, the scenery is highly repetitive, and there is no new idea. Garen stayed here for 2 years, and a longing for the outside world was born in his heart. After quietly looking into the distance for a few minutes, Jialong withdrew his gaze, waved his dragon wings, landed from the top of the ice cliff, and moved towards the gathering place of the extreme northern ice spirits at the same time. Yesterday, Roy Glacier took the initiative to find Jialong, hoping that the Lord Jialong could come to a traditional festival of the Glacier tribe. Bangor Festival, a grand festival of the Glacier tribe. Of course, this grand meaning is only compared with their daily life. Since the various desires and needs of the extreme northern ice spirits are very low, the Bangor Festival is actually quite simple. The name of the festival is a direct onomatopoeia of No's common language. It represents the blessing and prayer for the birth of life, as well as the yearning for a better life in the future. Through Roy Glacier's description, after Garen understood the specific content of the Bangor Festival, he was calm on the surface, but a deep surprise filled his heart. In Garen's understanding, the Bangor Festival is simply a banquet for the creation of human beings by the ice spirit in the extreme north once every 20 years. A large-scale reproduction. Thinking about the various scenarios that might happen at the Bangor Festival, Garen agreed to Roy Glacier's sincere invitation with a study mentality of exploring the customs and habits of creatures of different races. Chapter 49. Level 7 High-Level Spell. It was about time for the Bangor Festival, so Garen left the ice cliffs and came to what is now the location of the Glacier tribe. A ring-shaped open space with a diameter of more than 200 meters has been cleared here, and the surrounding are full of polar ice spirits waiting for the start of the festival. Their faces with indistinguishable genders are full of joy and anticipation. Roy Glacier stood in the middle of the ring, waving his arms, saying some traditional holiday greetings. When he saw Jialong's vigorous dragon body, Roy Glacier showed reverence in his eyes, bowed his head in awe like the other extreme northern ice spirits, and said, "Thank you Master for being willing to participate in our festival, your figure, let me the Glacier tribe is flourishing." Garen nodded lightly, his eyes calm and said, "Let's start celebrating according to your custom, don't worry about my arrival." Turning his eyes, Garen saw a chilly ice crystal throne, which seemed to be fixed to the ground, standing not far from the side. This is the viewing seat prepared for him by the ice spirits of the extreme north. It is formed by manipulating the spell-like ability of ice crystals to fit the body of dragons. Although it is not delicate, the rough and sturdy appearance has a natural wild feeling. Jialong landed on the ice crystal throne, and looked at the ice spirits in the extreme north with interest, wanting to see what they would do next. As far as he knows, there are no genders, and they belong to neutral creatures. They are all bodies made of solid ice crystals, and even their appearance is almost carved out of a mold, and there are no reproductive organs on their bodies. Bit by bit, the faces of the ice spirits in the extreme north began to become solemn and solemn. Roy Glacier raised his arm and said in a bright and broad voice, "Bangor." Hundreds of extremely northern ice spirits surrounding the ring-shaped open space echoed and responded at the same time, and their voices overlapped, Bangor. Bangor, Bangor. Bangor, a word with a special meaning, began to reverberate in the sky above the ice cliff territory and gradually spread into the distance. At the same time, while watching the movements of the ice spirits in the extreme north, Galen teased the two furry bear cubs with his dragon tail, pulling them around. After the two cubs had passed the initial dangerous period, he was brought out of the ogre basin by him. They were supported by the animal milk of the white hound and a little meat. They could already eat meat, although they could not eat too much, many. After the blizzard has stopped, today's weather temperatures won't do any harm to the bear cubs. Now they have opened their eyes and regard Garen as their relatives, and they are very affectionate. Except for Galen, the cubs of the violent bear looked fierce to his family. However, Galleon only treats them as pets, teasing them occasionally, and keeping them free most of the time. The bear cubs liked this little game that Galleon used to tease them. They tried to hug Galleon's tail. Although they were always overturned, they never got tired of it. They quickly got up and continued, looking full of energy, has no interest in the polar ice spirits. Ganon watched intently, curious about the next development of the Bangor festival. Soon, all the polar ice spirits entered the annular space. At the same time, the surrounding elemental energy began to become active, and a layer of obvious elemental aura appeared on all the polar ice spirits, and a large number of mysterious runes loomed at the same time in the annular area under their feet. In the solemn and excited Bangor sound, Jialong saw a thin light emerge from the body of the polar ice spirit. On different polar ice spirits, the light rays appear in different positions and in different numbers, but there are no more than 4 rays at most, and most of them have only 1 rays of light. Some of this light completely divides their bodies in half, while others only separate arm-sized parts. The larger the division ratio and the more light, the more excited and joyful the expression on the face of the Arctic ice spirit. This seems to be a good thing for them. When he saw this, Jialong was slightly startled, and vaguely guessed the way they reproduced in his heart. Sure enough, with the increasingly high and intense Bangor sound, the light dividing their bodies gradually brightened, and the milky white light almost became substance. Ka ka ka, intensive cracking sounds sounded. The bodies of the ice spirits of the extreme north began to crack along the milky white light, but there was not a trace of pain on their faces, but an uncontrollable joy, the kind of joy of witnessing the birth of a new life with one's own eyes. The concentrated elemental energy attracted the attention of the bear cub. They paused the battle of wits and courage with Garen tail, blinked their round eyes, and looked curiously at the polar ice spirit whose body was slowly splitting. Time passed bit by bit, and the complete Arctic ice spirit was separated. Immediately afterwards, the separated body began to change, and the elemental energy converged into it, growing clusters of ice crystals, quickly forming human-shaped limbs, and soon became a new polar ice spirit, but the body was much smaller. Slowly opened the ice crystal eyeball. Next to the newly born extreme north ice spirit, the split body of the extreme north ice spirit also grew ice crystals and recovered almost at the same time. However, this method of giving birth to new life is not without a price. The elemental aura on them is obviously weaker. The larger the body of the split polar ice spirit, the weaker the elemental aura, and the strength naturally declines. Galen could see through the wave of elemental auras on them that this weakening was not permanent. It won't take long to recover. With the help of elemental power, self-splitting and reproduction. As a solid element life, this way of reproduction is the most labor-saving for them. Even failed research creations have the same instinct to perpetuate the race. Garen didn't see the scene he imagined, but he wasn't disappointed. In general, he opened his eyes, saw more miracles of life, gained some thoughts, and gained a little more useless knowledge. On the other side, the aura of Roy Glacier, who has completed reproduction, was a little weak, but he still paid his respects to Garen for the first time, and brought his 2 newborn, still somewhat ignorant polar ice spirits forward, and said sincerely, "Great Master, these newborn babies will become your family in the future and fight for you." The newly born Arctic ice spirit looked dull, not so much an intelligent life, but a lifelike ice crystal sculpture. If it wasn't for the occasional flash of aura in their eyes, it would be difficult to see that they were actually living creatures. Extreme north ice spirits do not have the ability to pass on knowledge, and newborns need to learn from the elderly. In the endless world of many planes, the magical creatures that can acquire knowledge inheritance at birth are not only true dragons, but they are all very powerful creatures without exception, and the polar ice spirits do not belong to this kind of creature. Reading www.ukonshu.com. Jialong observed the dazed newborns of the extreme northern ice spirits, and felt the faint breath of dragon veins from them. The identity of the dragon vein creature has been passed down, and the province's Jialong will be transformed again. The newborn ice spirit of the extreme north looked at Jialong. Because of the attractive aura on his body, a natural fear flashed in his eyes, and at the same time because of the sense of belonging in his blood, he unconsciously cast a look of awe at Jialong. They don't understand anything, and this mentality is just instinct now. The two violent bear cubs crawled over curiously, looking up at the newborn ice spirit of the extreme north. The newborn ice spirit of the extreme north noticed the gaze of the bear cubs, and looked down at them curiously. Within a few seconds of staring, the violent bear cub immediately put on a fierce expression, and let out a low growl, as if warning the newborn of the extreme north ice spirit not to look at him again. The newborn bingling of the extreme north was frightened, and looked away timidly. How long does it take for these newborns to grow into an extremely northern ice spirit like you? Garen asked. Roy Glacier's face was still tired and weak, but the joy was more obvious, and he said, "It only takes one." Before he finished speaking, Garen's expression suddenly changed. He stood up suddenly, turned his head and looked towards the south. This action shocked the polar ice spirits in the Bangor festival venue and attracted a lot of attention. But without waiting for them to ask the reason for the change, they were horrified and saw that the sky in the southern part of the extreme north icefield was dyed with a crimson color at some point, like a tumbling and burning cloud of flames. The two violent bear cubs, who had always been fierce, didn't know what they were sensing. They buried their heads in the snow on the ground, shivering like ostriches. Chapter 50. Bantofelde. Garen's eyes were alert, and his face was full of calm and cautious colors. Even though they were far apart, he could still feel the destructive power, and the dazzling fire-red elemental aura became the most obvious color in Garen's field of vision. Someone cast a high-level spell over there. Astonishing elemental energies converge and roll like a tidal tsunami. A high-ranking spellcaster came to the extreme Arctic icefield and used powerful high-ranking spells. In the midst of a sudden change of mind, Jialong ignored the polar ice spirit and the cubs of the violent bear. With a shock, Longyi flew to 1,000-meter altitude in the howling wind, and looked more carefully and seriously at the area where the elements were rioting. The brilliance of the spell completely obscured the already thin star and moonlight. The dark night sky was covered with a fiery cloud-like color. In the fiery red magic aura, a red ball of light that looked only the size of a bucket and gallon, but was exceptionally bright and dazzling, rose up, and then exploded violently without hesitation. The hot wind rolled and the flames rose, blasting away large swaths of clouds, forming a mushroom cloud made of billowing flames. Collapse. After seeing the explosion, Garen's eyelids jumped, and he seemed to hear a deafening explosion in his ears. He didn't really hear it, but the surrounding elemental energy trembled at the same time just now, especially the fire element, which almost boiled violently, and even formed faint ripples in the air. The keen perception of the elements gave Garen such a feeling. The red ball of light doesn't look like much, but the cannon is far away from the casting location. In fact, it may be a supergiant fireball hundreds of meters in diameter. Garen remained vigilant, focused, watching without blinking. Not long after this unknown high-level spell was cast, a wave of aftermath hot wind rolled in, passed over the ice cliff territory, and extended further back. Although the transmission distance is too far, this hot wind does not have any lethality, and even the ice and snow cannot be melted. But precisely because it can spread so far, it also shows its powerful power. The flame mushroom cloud rolled and rose for more than 10 minutes before the violent power gradually ceased, and then more than half an hour later disappeared in the air. Probably the high-level flame spell of the plastic energy system. It's a powerful power. Garen sucked in a breath of cold air mixed with hot air, and there was a clear look of fear in his eyes. The power of the high-level spells of the plastic energy system is equivalent to the strategic level of missiles, which can spread to the surrounding area of 10,000 meters or even 10,000 meters. The red light ball is definitely a high-level spell. If he is in the core area, Garen doesn't think his small body can stand it. Although his magic immunity is strong, after all, he is too young and has a certain limit. Low-level spells are scratching the body, medium-level spells can smash scales and hurt flesh, and high-level spells can kill you. The reason why Garen yearns for a wider world, but still does not intend to leave the Arctic icefield, is because he is afraid of this level of power. Compared with adult real dragons who mainly rely on physical combat, the means of high-level mages are extremely rich. As long as there is sufficient preparation, the destructive power that can be exerted is very terrifying. Although it's definitely not aimed at me, but just in case, let's avoid the limelight for a while. If I encounter the caster of this spell, I may be in danger. Jialong's eyes moved slightly, and after he warned his followers not to go out casually recently, he set off and flew towards the glacier territory. The most inconspicuous hiding place is the dragon's nest at the bottom of the river in the small glacier. This is the advantage of setting up multiple dragon nests, and you can hide in emergencies. Both the ice cliff dragon nest and the ogre basin are too obvious, and it is easy to attract the prying eyes of interested people. As a high-level power, high-level spellcasters are not afraid of adult dragons. While flying, Kanan was thinking about how he would deal with an enemy of this level now. Accelerated state. If you find the danger of the other party from a long distance, you will have a chance to escape with 5 times the speed. If the distance is close, it will be fatal. As for plundering the breath of time, because its power is mainly based on the age of Garen, although it has the special effect of aging the opponent, its real power is not very strong. Of course, if the other party is already in his twilight years and is sprayed by the breath of plundering time, it is very likely that he will die on the spot. The most powerful time stop in the means. If the opponent is not vigilant enough and makes a dragon close to him within 20 meters, even if it is a legendary mage, Garen will dare to move. If I encounter an enemy of this level now, and I use Shalong Countercurrent to ask my future self for help, my future self will probably, maybe, agree. Galleon knows himself. Although he is not generous, if his past self encountered a life and death crisis and asked for help from his present self, if he could still help, he would definitely not be stingy with help, even if it was expensive. Kanan couldn't watch himself die. Besides, he has a vague feeling that different timelines of himself, whether it is the past or the future, are very important to him and are an inseparable part. But in any case, you can't always count on your future self to help. The power that Shalong borrowed against the current is not a free lunch, it must be paid back. Garen took a few deep breaths and calmed down his agitated mind. He moved his tongue, and the dexterous dragon tongue rolled the spell scroll below, feeling the silky touch. 7-ringed evocation spell tooth vortex. Now that I have seen the high-level spell with my own eyes, www.mtlnovel.com, Galen feels that he may have underestimated the power of this spell scroll. Even if it is not as good as the most famous fire-based evocation spell, it is definitely not too far behind. The only regret is that he does not know the specific effect of the vortex. There is no instruction manual on the spell scroll, and there is only one, and it will be useless once it is used, and there is no possibility of testing. Garen felt the spell scroll in his mouth, and a sharp and dangerous light flashed in the platinum dragon pupil. If you really encounter such a troublesome person, first find a way to lure him closer. As long as you can successfully use it, stop, and then use the breath of plundering time and this violent tooth vortex scroll. Garen thought silently, simulating a possible battle scene. It is difficult to compete head-on, but as long as the opponent takes the slightest bit lightly and is successfully stopped by him, there is a possibility of counter-kill and victory, and the probability is very high. It didn't take long for Garen to see a familiar small glacier. He immediately fell, turned into a white line with an arc, and splashed countless crystal-clear water splashes with a thud, and then submerged under the glacier. The number is extremely rare, and there are only 3 or 2 glacial sharks left with big cats and kittens. Garen didn't take a look at these delicacies, and went straight back to the dragon's nest at the bottom of the river, which was a little narrow for him. Immediately, he closed his eyes, adjusted his breathing, and slowly entered a state of sleep. When a dragon enters a state of sleep, the breath of its body will be reduced to an almost completely restrained level. If you don't see it with your own eyes, it is difficult to find the existence of a dragon when passing over the head of a real dragon. Therefore, Garen intends to take a nap and avoid the limelight,